Chapter 700. Lingwu Continent Lead the Way? Jiao Han was slightly startled before coming to a sudden realization. So Brother Ning is not from Green Ox City. No wonder I have never seen Brother Ning before. Green Ox City? Ning Qi smiled and said, so this is the territory of Green Ox City. Yes, within a radius of 10,000 miles. It's the territory of the Green Ox City. The plain we're on now is called the Green Hill Wasteland. The Green Ox City is just 2,000 miles away. If Brother Ning doesn't mind, you can come with me to the Green Ox City and visit the Dajiang Gang. I also have to thank Brother Ning for saving my life. Jiao Han smiled. Then I shall accept your invitation. Please, Ning Qi said with a smile. Along the way, he had learned a lot about this continent from Jiao Han. This continent was called the Lingwu Continent. Like the Dragon Continent, martial arts were respected. However, the difference was that the humans here were not ruled or oppressed by the Dragon tribe. Instead, they were equal. The Lingwu Continent was led by the 3 sacred lands. All the countries and sects had to listen to the orders of the 3 sacred lands, because only the 3 sacred lands had terrifying existences that surpassed the Dou D class. Jiao Han knew very little about the realm after the Dou D class. According to him, there might not even be one such existence in 10,000 years. The Dajiang Gang was a small gang under the Azure Emperor's sacred land, one of the 3 sacred lands. The gang leader was a Peak Do Zun. Jiao Han was an ordinary elder in the Dajiang Gang. To think that there are terrifying existences above the Dou D class here. Moreover, they are not limited to legends. They are truly entrenched in the 3 sacred lands. It seems that this Lingwu continent is much stronger than the Dry Bones Forbidden Land and the Dragon Continent. Ning Qi was secretly amazed. At the same time, he was a little cautious. According to Jiao Han's description, the Dou Di of the Lingwu continent frequently came out, unlike the mysterious Dongxian land. Under Jiao Han's lead, Ning Qi soon saw a huge city that was comparable to the Saint Palace. At the same time, he also knew why this place was called Azure Ox City. It was because there was a floating mountain in the sky above the huge city. The mountain was similar to an Azure Ox god, and the size of the mountain was almost the same as half of Azure Ox City. As he flew closer, Ning Qi felt like an ant in his heart. Brother Ning, the governor of Green Ox City, lives on that mountain. However, he has not shown himself for many years. It is said that he is in a retreat to break through to the Dou Di realm. I would like to remind Brother Ning that in Green Ox City, other than the Big River Gang, there are 2 other gangs. They are the Black Tiger Gang and the Golden Dragon Gang. Both of them are equally matched with the Big River Gang. Even if you offend them, you must never offend the people from the governor's mansion, not even a servant. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Jiao Han reminded Ning Qi with a voice transmission before entering the city. Thank you, Brother Jiao. I understand. Ning Qi smiled faintly and nodded. From the looks of it, Jiao Han had some fame in Azure Ox City. The guards at the city gates clearly recognized him. They exchanged a few pleasantries with him and sized up Ning Qi a few more times before letting the 2 of them into the city. Brother Ning, let's go. I will bring you to the Big River Gang. I wonder if Brother Ning is interested in staying and becoming an ordinary elder? I believe that Brother Ning can become a core elder in 3 to 5 years. Jiao Han smiled expectantly. I am free by nature. I will not stay in one place for long. Ning Qi smiled faintly and declined. Although Jiao Han was a little disappointed, he did not mind. He originally only wanted to test Ning Qi. If Ning Qi was willing to stay, he would have another ally in the Big River Gang. Even if Ning Qi was not willing to stay, he would have another friend. No matter what, it was not a loss. Just as the 2 of them were about to reach the headquarters of the Big River Gang, Jiao Han suddenly pulled Ning Qi to one side. Brother Ning, lower your head. Why? Ning Qi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a girl with a few servants walked over from not far away, laughing and joking. Ning Qi noticed that the people on both sides of the street all had their heads down, except for him who was raising his head. In this way, he seemed to stand out from the crowd. Oh no! I forgot to remind Brother Ning to pay special attention to the little witch in the city lord's mansion. Jiao Han thought regretfully. The lady saw Ning Qi looking at them and jumped in front of Ning Qi curiously. She said, "You don't recognize me?" The few servants behind her were looking at Ning Qi coldly. Ning Qi seemed to see a trace of pity in the depths of their eyes. "Brother Ning, this lady is the daughter of the city lord. She has the bloodline of the ancient demon Nine-Tailed Fox. She has already broken through to the peak of the Do Zong at the age of 18 or 19. She will definitely be a Do Sheng in the future. She might even have the chance to break through to the Do Di realm. Quickly apologize and admit your mistake. Otherwise, she will capture you and bring you to the city lord's mansion." Jiao Han transmitted his voice. "Shut up. I know you are transmitting your voice." The lady suddenly glared at Jiao Han. Jiao Han's body trembled slightly, after which he became silent. "Hey, I asked you a question. Why aren't you answering me?" The lady looked at Ning Qi again. "Little sister, I have just arrived at Greenock City. I really don't know you. Since we have met, it is fate. My name is Ning Qi. How should I address you, little sister?" Ning Qi smiled. Jiao Han's face turned pale. Waves surged in his heart. "Little sister? Brother Ning must be tired of living. Even so, don't drag me down with you. It's over, it's over." He was not the only one. When Ning Qi's words left his mouth, the faces of the few servants behind the lady and the nearby passers-by all turned pale. "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you call 13th young lady a little sister? Are you tired of living?" A handsome and elegant young man with a face like white jade and wearing a white robe suddenly appeared in front of Ning Qi. His face revealed a trace of displeasure as he berated Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at him. "Golden Dragon Gang young master. Jean Lin, level 1-star Dozun. Cultivation method. Heaven rank low-grade dragon ascending sky technique. Martial skill. Lower heaven rank mountain shaking divine palm. Health points 765000. Jean Lin, I am talking to him. Why are you interrupting?" The lady said unhappily. Seeing this, Jean Lin, Ari's face flashed with embarrassment. He hurriedly said, 13th young lady, I have been rude. It's good that you know." The lady rolled her eyes at him and smiled at Ning Qi. "You are Ning Qi? Not a bad name. I am Su Qingqing. Are you going to the Dajiang Gang?" She glanced at Jiao Han. Obviously, she recognized him as an ordinary elder of the Dajiang Gang. Feeling Su Qingqing's gaze, Jiao Han unconsciously trembled. "So it is Sister Su. I am indeed going to the Dajiang Gang." Chapter 701. I'll count to 3, Sister Su. Jean Lin, his expression was a little ugly. At the same time, he was in disbelief. Why would Su Qingqing suddenly be so interested in a 1-star Dozong? She even told him her real name. Could it be that he had some sort of background? Jean Lin, gaze toward Ning Qi carried a trace of fear when he thought of this. "I happen to have something on today. Why don't I go with you to Dajiang Gang to have some fun? I haven't seen Uncle Bai in a long time. How about this? I'll go and play with you after I'm done. Remember to wait for me at Dajiang Gang." Su Qingqing said with a smile. After saying that, she hurriedly left the place with the servants behind her. Jiao Han's expression was a little dull. Jean Lin, squinted at Ning Qi and cupped his hands together. "Sorry for offending you just now. May I know which sect Brother Ning is from?" "I'm a lone cultivator." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "A lone cultivator?" Jean Lin immediately came up with a plan. He sneered at Ning Qi and chased after Su Qingqing. "Phew, that was close. Brother Ning, To be honest, do you have a powerful background? Otherwise, why would Miss 13 treat you so differently? Jiao Han rejoiced and looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Is his attitude different? I think Sister Su is easy to get along with. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Easy to get along with? Jiao Han seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale. He looked left and right before saying to Ning Qi, "Let's not talk about this. Let's go to Dajianggang." He had an unspoken thought. He had to go even if he didn't want to. Who asked Su Qingqing to look for Ning Qi after she was done with her business? If she couldn't find him, Jiao Han believed that he would end up tragically. After this little episode, Jiao Han carefully brought Ning Qi back to the headquarters of the Dajianggang. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Then he brought Ning Qi to the guest hall, ordered the servants to serve tea, and started chatting with Ning Qi. Because of Su Qingqing, he no longer believed that Ning Qi was a rogue cultivator. Just as the two of them were chatting, a middle-aged man suddenly strode in. He glanced at Jiao Han with a frown, then looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, "Elder Jiao, Elder Shangguan has a distinguished guest who needs to use this reception room. So, please come with us." Deacon Li, first come, first served. I'm also an honored guest, so why should I leave? The Dajianggang doesn't only have one reception room. Wouldn't Elder Shangguan bring his distinguished guest to another room? Anger flashed in Jiao Han's eyes. If this was any other time, he might have backed down a little. However, the other party did not give him any face in front of Ning Qi. Jiao Han was determined not to back down this time. Li Shi glanced at Ning Qi and sneered. A one-star dozong is considered an honored guest? Do you know who Elder Shangguan's honored guest is this time? It's Steward Zhang from the Flaming Winter City, Lord's residence. Flaming Winter City, Lord's residence? Steward Zhang? Jiao Han's face was a little sluggish. How did Shangguan Qingyun befriend such an existence? How could he bring him to the headquarters of the Dajianggang as a guest? Now he was in a dilemma and could not help but feel regret. If he had known earlier, he would have admitted defeat. At this moment, two figures walked side by side into the guest hall. Ning Qi glanced at the two of them and discovered that they were both 9-star dozongs. Seeing this, Li Shi hurriedly moved to the side and respectfully said, "Elder Shangguan, Manager Zhang." Shangguan Qingyun frowned and did not look at Jiao Han and Ning Qi. He directly scolded Li Shi. "Didn't I ask you to vacate the reception room?" Li Shi glanced at Jiao Han and said in a low voice. Elder Jiao was unwilling. He said that he also invited an honored guest. Honored guest? Shangguan Qingyun smiled faintly and cupped his hands at the middle-aged man beside him. Steward Zhang, sorry for the embarrassment. After saying this, he looked at Jiao Han and then glanced at Ning Qi. Elder Jiao, why don't you take your honored guest and leave? This is... Jiao Han hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. He then looked at Ning Qi with a bitter smile. Ning Qi calmly glanced at Shangguan Qingyun and smiled faintly at Jiao Han. Elder Jiao, so this is how the Dajianggang treats its guests. Brother Ning, I'm really sorry. Why don't you come to my residence and have a seat? Jiao Han smiled bitterly. I like this chair. Elder Jiao, let's sit here, Elder Jiao said. Ning Qi smiled faintly and picked up the tea in front of him to take a sip. Shangguan Qingyun's expression changed slightly. Steward Zhang beside him sneered and said, Elder Shangguan, why don't I come next time? Don't, Steward Zhang. I will take care of this matter. Shangguan Qingyun hurriedly comforted him. It was not easy for him to form a relationship with Zhang Tian this time. How could he let Zhang Tian leave just like that? Therefore, Shangguan Qingyun walked directly in front of Ning Qi and said coldly, I'll give you one more chance. When I count to 3, if you still don't leave, don't blame me for taking action personally. Elder Shangguan, this is my honored guest. Before Jiao Han finished speaking, Shangguan Qingyun shouted angrily, Get lost! Then he waved his hand and Jiao Han was sent flying with a palm. Shangguan Qingyun looked at Ning Qi with a sinister smile. 1, 2, 3. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I've finished counting for you. Why? Are you going to hit me?" Shangguan Qingyun was slightly startled and immediately became furious. He directly slapped the top of Ning Qi's head. The fighting energy in his hand formed a ball of fighting energy. If this palm hit, Ning Qi's head would definitely be smashed into his chest. Return to the source. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Under Shangguan Qingyun's horrified gaze, his height suddenly increased to about 10 feet. Then his palm, which was the size of an iron pot, directly slapped Shangguan Qingyun's body. The 18 dragon subduing palms was executed. 6 silver dragons followed on the left and right, directly striking Shangguan Qingyun as easily as he had just sent Jiao Han flying. After this palm strike, Ning Qi did not stop. He leaped up and stomped heavily on Shangguan Qingyun's chest. Bada! A crisp sound rang out, and Shangguan Qingyun's eyeball suddenly popped out. Following that, he felt a sharp pain spreading from his chest to his entire body. It was so painful that a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Jiao Han stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Qi's giant-like body, while Li Shi and Steward Zhang unconsciously gulped. "Ancient demon race, bloodline," Steward Zhang said with a dry throat. Yes, no wonder 13th Miss's attitude towards him is so unusual. She must have seen that Brother Ning has the ancient demon race bloodline. Jiao Han suddenly realized. Elder Shangguan. Chapter 702. You're dead. This matter is a misunderstanding. Although Jiao Han was pleased to see Shangguan Qingyun, who was usually at odds with him, beaten to such a state by Ning Qi, he had to stand up and say a few words. Otherwise, if Li Shi and Shangguan Qingyun worked together to accuse him and Ning Qi of rebellion, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the ancient Star River. Misunderstanding. I saw it with my own eyes, and so did Manager Zhang. How can this be a misunderstanding? Li, she said sternly. Zhang Tian fearfully glanced at Ning Qi and asked, "Which sect are you from?" Why do people here like to ask such questions? I am a loose cultivator. Ning Qi smiled. A loose cultivator. Zhang Tian's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He then said to Jiao Han, "That's right, I saw it too. You and your esteemed guest want to rebel." Manager Zhang. As the manager of the blazing Winter City, Lord, how can you not tell right from wrong? Or are you deliberately slandering us? To tell you the truth, this esteemed guest is the guest of 13th Miss. He is only resting here, temporarily. Jiao Han sneered. 13th Miss? The three's expressions changed slightly. Zhang Tian asked suspiciously, "The 13th Miss of the Green Ox City Lord's residence? Su Qingqing? Impossible. How can he be the esteemed guest of 13th Miss?" Shangguan Qingyun said weakly. He looked at Ning Qi with a face full of dissatisfaction. As a 9-star dozong, he was actually unable to retaliate against a 1-star dozong. It was too embarrassing. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. 13th Miss said that she will find Brother Ning once she is done with her business. If you want to wrongly accuse her, think about it yourself. Jiao Han said coldly, "Let's go." Shangguan Qingyun did not dare to gamble. If Ning Qi was really Su Qingqing's guest, then he had already offended the other party. If he wrongly accused Ning Qi, he could almost see himself howling in the dark prison of the city Lord's residence. However, if Jiao Han was only deceiving him, he naturally had ways to deal with the two later. Seeing the three of them disappear from her sight, Jiao Han took a deep breath. At this time, Ning Qi had already removed his world annihilation titan species true body. Brother Ning, that was close. If you weren't strong enough, you would have been killed by Shangguan Qingyun on the spot. I brought you to the Dajiang gang as a guest, but something like this happened. I was negligent. Jiao Han cupped his hands at Ning Qi apologetically. Brother Jiao, there's no need to apologize. We didn't go looking for trouble, but trouble came looking for us. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes, Brother Ning is right. I've always kept a low profile in the Dajiang gang, but Shangguan Qingyan has been looking for trouble with me all the time. It's a pity that if I had Brother Ning's strength, I would have dragged him to the life and death arena to fight to the death. Jiao Han said bitterly, It looks like you and I aren't in the mood to drink tea today. Why don't you take me out for a stroll around Green Ox City? Ning Qi smiled. Brother Ning, please. Jiao Han nodded. The two of them had just left the Dajiang gang when they coincidentally saw 3 figures walking towards them. One of them was Jin Lin, whom they had met once and had even berated Ning Qi. The 2 people beside him were also 1-star Dozuns. They didn't look old, but they were probably more talented than 3rd senior sister, Jiangqing. From this, it could be seen that the overall strength of the Lingwu mainland was much higher than that of Dongxian. Brat, what kind of drug did you give to 13th Miss? I'm warning you, she'll marry me in a few years. Jin Lin stood in front of Ning Qi and laughed coldly. He had just caught up to Su Qingqing, but he was rebuffed. He was still angry and wanted to threaten Ning Qi to vent the anger in his heart. Brother Jin, are you talking about this little guy? It can't be. He's only a 1-star Dozong. How can 13th Miss take a fancy to him? A young man beside Jin Lin looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and shook his head. The other young man was the same. He didn't believe that Su Qingqing would look at Ning Qi differently. Is there anything? Can you move aside? Brother Jiao and I are going for a stroll. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Did you hear what I said? A trace of anger appeared on Jin Lin's face. He took a step forward and was almost touching Ning Qi. A faintly discernible killing intent was emitted from his body as he stared coldly at Ning Qi. Brother Jiao, look. I just said that I didn't want to cause trouble, but now trouble has come knocking on my door. Ning Qi helplessly shrugged his shoulders at Jiao Han. Jiao Han laughed bitterly in his heart. He regretted leaving with Ning Qi. Why did he have to endure so many provocations after meeting Ning Qi? Why was this trouble? If you continue with this attitude, I'm afraid that I'll bring you more than just trouble. Jin Lin laughed coldly at Ning Qi. Although this is my first time in Green Ox City, I can tell that Sister Sue's talent is extraordinary with a single glance. I don't think that you're worthy of her. Don't let your imagination run wild in the future. Training properly is the right way. You might have the chance to get close to her when you break through to the Do Shun class. Ning Qi looked at Jin Lin and smiled faintly. Brother Jin, this kid's guts are extraordinary. Could it be that 13th Miss has taken a fancy to his guts? Ha ha ha. The 2 youths beside Jin Lin mocked with a faint smile. Hearing Ning Qi's words, Jin Lin was about to explode. As the young master of the Golden Dragon Gang, he had never suffered such humiliation in Green Ox City. Even Su Qingqing's father, the governor of Green Ox City, Su Lingfeng, would praise him as a talented young man who had the potential to become a Dosheng in the future. You're dead meat. Jin Lin's gloomy face suddenly revealed a bright smile. Jiao Han's heart thumped. He guessed that Brother Ning had thoroughly offended Jin Lin. In that case, Brother Ning wouldn't be safe in Green Ox City unless he hid in the governor's mansion. After all, the Golden Dragon Gang was one of the 3 big gangs in Green Ox City. They had many subordinates and eyes all over the city. I'm dead meat? Then I'll be waiting for you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Brother Jin, why don't I help you capture this kid and bring him back to the Golden Dragon Gang? I'll let you have a good time. A youth beside Jin Lin said with a smile. No need. Thinking that Su Qingqing would come to find Ning Qi after she finished her business, Jin Lin restrained his impulse to kill Ning Qi on the spot. As long as Su Qingqing lost interest in Ning Qi, he would be able to trample on Ning Qi as he pleased. He wouldn't need to be afraid that Su Qingqing would find out about this matter. Brother Jiao, let's go. Ning Qi pulled Jiao Han and walked past Jinlin. Jiao Han felt somewhat regretful. He wanted to withdraw his arm, but he found that Ning Qi's strength was extraordinary. He was powerless. It's over. Jinlin must hate me. Jiao Han smiled bitterly in his heart. Brother Jiao, why do you look so pale? By the way, do you recognize this thing? Chapter 703. Refining Divine Stone. Chapter 703. Refining Divine Stone. Isn't this a middle spiritual crystal? Jiao Han looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Did Ning Qi think that he couldn't even recognize a spiritual crystal? I see. Ning Qi was disappointed. He hoped that this place would be like the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground and use refining divine stones to buy and sell things. Brother Ning, are you lacking middle spiritual crystals? What do you plan to buy? I have about 10,000 on me. I can lend it to you first. Jiao Han said, The resources here are a few times more than in Dongshan. Ning Qi's heart skipped a beat. Jiao Han's cultivation was similar to Wu Hu's. But Wu Hu might not be able to take out 3,000 or 4,000 middle spiritual crystals. However, Jiao Han had about 10,000 and wanted to lend it to him. It was obvious that Jiao Han's true wealth was not limited to this. No need. I still have spiritual crystals. How about this? Brother Jiao looks a little pale. You must be feeling unwell. Why don't I walk around alone while Brother Jiao goes back to the Dajiang gang to rest? Ning Qi smiled. Jiao Han could not wait to do so. He immediately said, Brother Ning, I'm sorry. I was injured by the amethyst ancient dragon, and it seems to be acting up. I'll go back to recuperate and have a long talk with you later. With that, he disappeared from Ning Qi's sight. A little smart, but still loyal. You didn't run away when Jinlin was around. Ning Qi smiled faintly and left. He did not mind Jiao Han's actions. Living in Green Ox City, Jiao Han had to face Jinlin every day. He naturally did not dare to offend him. However, Ning Qi was different. He did not plan to stay in this place for long. As long as he gathered sufficient information, he would leave this place and return to the eastern Xian continent. After all, it was very easy to meet a Do Shang or Do Di in the Lingwu mainland. If he was careless, he would end up dying. Hence, he was not afraid of offending Jinlin. While Ning Qi was strolling around Azure Ox City, Shangguan Qingyan had already sent his subordinates to follow Ning Qi. He wanted to probe Ning Qi's background. Besides Shangguan Qingyan's people, there were 2 other groups of people. One group was Jinlin subordinates, and the other group was Su Qingqing's secret bodyguards. 13th young lady's guess is correct. This kid really has the bloodline of the ancient demon clan. Even Shangguan Qingyan was defeated by him. No wonder 13th young lady's attitude towards him is a little strange. Su Qingqing's guards had somehow found out that Ning Qi had just defeated Shangguan Qingyan in the Dajiang gang. As for the guards sent by Jinlin, they were still clueless about this matter. Treasure Collection Pavilion. Ning Qi stopped in front of a huge building. It was bustling with people. This was Ning Qi's final goal for staying in Azure Ox City. He wanted to see if he could find some low-grade spirit divine stones to replenish his current empty balance of Dragon Slayer coins. Young master, you look unfamiliar. Did you just come to our Azure Ox City? Then you should have come to the Treasure Collection Pavilion. This is the largest marketplace in Black Ox City. Anything you want can be found here, whether it's medicinal pills, battle tools, or even spiritual materials and treasures. You can find them all here. As soon as Ning Qi entered, a wretched middle-aged man greeted Ning Qi enthusiastically. Oh, you're the waiter here? Ning Qi was suspicious. Would Treasure Collection Pavilion hire such a wretched guy to entertain guests? Waiter? Yes, I'm the waiter of Treasure Collection Pavilion. Young master, look, there are so many things here. I can't see them all at once, right? Just tell me what you need, and I can bring you there to find it. For this, I'll charge you a small fee. Is that too much?" The wretched, middle-aged man laughed. "So you're a shoulder customer." Ning-Chi thought to himself. Then he nodded and said, "All right, bring me around first." "All right." The wretched middle-aged man's face revealed a trace of joy. He eagerly brought Ning-Chi around the treasure collection pavilion. Occasionally, he would introduce some famous people in Azure Ox City to Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi asked a few more questions about the Lingwu mainland, and he could answer them one by one. On the other side, Jean Lin received a report from his subordinates that Ning-Chi was in treasure collection pavilion. He immediately had a plan in mind. When Ning-Chi passed by a counter, he stopped. He didn't stop because there was something worthy of his attention inside the counter. Instead, when a middle-aged man in front of the counter paid the bill, he used a piece of low-grade spirit godstone. It was a large piece, the kind that could be exchanged for 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins. And the thing he bought was a spirit herb. It was light purple all over, and there were a few beautiful purple fruits hanging on it. They were as beautiful as amethysts. "Ma-san, what's that?" Ning-Chi whispered to the wretched middle-aged man beside him. "What is it?" Ma-san was somewhat puzzled. "It's the stone that Guy used to pay the bill. Don't they all use spirit crystals to pay?" Ning-Chi said. "Oh, you mean the refining god stone? He just bought a purple containing fruit." This kind of rare spiritual material, Treasure Collection Pavilion has always accepted refining godstones. It's fine to accept spirit crystals, but it's 2 or 3 times more expensive than usual. No one is that stupid. Ma-sen came to a sudden realization. Then there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Ning-Chi didn't even know about the refining godstone. Which village did this kid come from? But it didn't matter. This kind of kid had always been generous. As long as he paid enough later, he would be his boss. "I see." Ning-Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. This time it was indeed the right time. He walked directly to the counter that sold the purple containing fruit and asked the shopkeeper inside, "Shopkeeper, how much is 1 purple containing fruit?" The shopkeeper glanced at the 2 of them. Seeing this, Ma-sen quickly showed a flattering smile. Then the shopkeeper said faintly, 1 refining godstone for 1. "Well, I mean, how much does it cost to pay with spirit crystals?" Ning-Chi smiled faintly. "Spirit crystals? You want to buy a purple containing fruit without a refining godstone? You'd better go back to your hometown." A familiar voice came from behind Ning-Chi. Ning-Chi turned around and saw Jean Lin walking arrogantly to him with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Haha, young leader Jean is right. He wants to buy the purple containing fruit without refining godstone. Doesn't he know that the price of spirit crystals is about 3 times more than the normal price? After seeing Jean Lin, Ma-san was slightly stunned. Then his face turned ashen. He was clever enough to see that Jean Lin seemed to have some grudges against Ning-Chi. After seeing Jean Lin, the shopkeeper immediately put on a smile on his face and said, "Young leader Jean, it's rare for you to come here. What can I buy?" "I just asked you, how much is the purple containing fruit?" Ning-Chi looked at the shopkeeper indifferently. "Don't disturb young leader Jean. Just wait here for a while." Chapter 704. A big shop bullies its customers seeing that Ning-Chi was ridiculed and refused by the shopkeeper again. Ma-sen smiled and stepped back slightly. Finally, he hid in the crowd. Ning-Chi also noticed this scene, but he didn't care. The shopkeeper smiled fawningly at Jean Liner and said, "Young Master Jean, what do you want to buy?" "Me." Jean Lin chuckled and glanced at Ning-Chi. He then said to the shopkeeper, "First come, first served. Since he came first, then shopkeeper will entertain him first." However, Jean Liner deliberately dragged out his words. I don't think he can afford the things in this counter. This counter was filled with spirit materials and spirit treasures, and required refining God's stone to pay for them. However, Ning Chi did not even have refining God's stone, which meant that he did not plan to buy spirit materials and spirit treasures at all. Jean Linner was sure that Ning Chi was just curious and could not afford it. Therefore, he wanted to humiliate Ning Chi in front of so many people. When Su Qingqing found out about this, perhaps her impression of Ning Chi would change. In that case, please wait a moment, young sect Master Jean. The shopkeeper smiled, then looked at Ning Chi impatiently. What do you want to buy? A purple accumulating fruit? 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. 50,000 middle spiritual crystals? It is equivalent to a low, heavenly tear-dough weapon. Ning Chi frowned slightly. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sneer. It looked like Jean Lin. I was right. Ning Chi couldn't afford it at all. If you can't afford it, please step aside. Don't stand in the way of others. The shopkeeper said coldly. 50,000 it is. Give me 100. Ning Chi coldly glanced at the shopkeeper and said in a cold voice, 100. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly as he looked suspiciously at Ning Chi. Do you know the consequences of causing trouble in the treasure collection pavilion? How could this guy have 5 million middle spiritual crystals? He is purposely trying to save his face. As far as I know, the treasure pavilion usually only keeps 50 amethyst fruits. Haha, I didn't expect my goal to be achieved so easily. Jean Lin looked at Ning Chi mockingly, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. If today's events were to spread, Ning Chi would definitely become the laughingstock of Black Ox City. At that time, how could Su Qingqing have anything to do with such a laughingstock? Naturally, her inexplicable interest in Ning Chi would disappear. I'm the buyer, and you're the seller. I want 100 amethyst fruits. Just take them out. If you can't take them out, take as many as you have. Don't talk nonsense. Ning Chi looked at the shopkeeper and sneered. The manager weighed Ning Chi up and down. After confirming that Ning Chi was merely a one-star dozong, a cold smile hung on his face. At the same time, his lips moved slightly. Over 10 large guards gradually surrounded him. Their icy cold eyes paused on Ning Chi's body. As long as the manager gave the order, they would suppress Ning Chi on the spot. I only have 45 amethyst fruits here. You can take them first. If you need the remaining 55, come to my treasure pavilion in 3 days. We'll definitely give them to you. As the shopkeeper spoke, he took out the amethyst fruits and arranged them neatly on the counter. He then looked at Ning Chi and sneered, Where are your middle spiritual crystals? 45 amethyst fruits for a total of 2. 25 million middle spiritual crystals. Ning Chi glanced at the people around him and said, Everyone, please step aside. Step aside? What was he doing? Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Okay. Everyone, please step aside. He's going to take the spiritual crystals. Jean Lin laughed. As soon as he said that, everyone moved back, leaving enough space for Ning Chi. Then, Ning Chi waved his hand and a pile of middle spiritual crystals appeared on the ground. They were neatly placed. 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. I couldn't tell that this guy has so many spiritual crystals. However, 50,000 middle spiritual crystals can only buy 1 amethyst fruit. It seems that he will still be suppressed by the treasure pavilion. What? That's all? The shopkeeper sneered. Ning Chi smiled faintly and waved his hand again. This time, 500,000 middle spiritual crystals appeared on the ground. 550,000 middle spiritual crystals? Jean Lin, Ari's face was filled with shock. Even he could not take out so many middle spiritual crystals in one go. I missed a big fish. Ma San was filled with regret. The shopkeeper's expression changed. If he knew that Ning Chi had so many spiritual crystals, he would not have mocked him. After all, he was a customer. However, at this point, he could only pray that Ning Chi could not take out more middle spiritual crystals. Otherwise, he would lose all his face. Ning Chi smiled and glanced at Jinlin. Then he waved his hand again. Piles of middle spiritual crystals appeared on the ground. A strong aura of Do Qi instantly spread in the treasure pavilion. Everyone could not help but take a deep breath. Then Ning Chi took out the last pile of middle spiritual crystals. In total, there were 25 million middle spiritual crystals. 25 million middle spiritual crystals. My God, this is the most spiritual crystals I've ever seen. If I refine all these middle spiritual crystals, I'm afraid my cultivation will rise by a few levels. I didn't expect this one-star Dozong to be so terrifying. What kind of background does he have? While everyone was shocked, Jinlin, Ai's face had turned green. He was still unwilling to believe that Ning Chi could take out 25 million middle spiritual crystals. Ning Chi waved his hand and kept the purple essence fruits into his space bag. Then he sneered at the shopkeeper. Come out and count them. The shopkeeper walked out of the counter with an ugly expression on his face. After carefully counting the spirit crystals, he found that there were exactly 2,250,000 spirit crystals in total. 3 days later, I will come back for the remaining 55 purple essence fruits. If you are not prepared, you can forget about the treasure pavilion. Ning Chi sneered. Who wants to take down the treasure pavilion's signboard? The crowd suddenly parted. Then a middle-aged man in black walked in. Seeing this, Jinlin hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Uncle Meow. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's face lit up. Elder Meow. It's the great elder of the treasure pavilion. This guy is in trouble. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man in black and then looked at Ning Chi with pity. Yes, Mao Jingquan nodded and looked at Ning Chi coldly. It's you. You want to take down the signboard of the treasure pavilion? Treasure pavilion? You can't even take out 100 purple essence fruits. How dare you call yourself the treasure pavilion? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? Ning Chi looked at Mao Jingquan with a cold smile. He was not afraid at all. 100 purple essence fruits? Mao Jingquan frowned. The shopkeeper hurriedly explained the situation to Mao Jingquan in a low voice. Mao Jingquan nodded and took out 55 purple essence fruits from his interspatial ring. He threw them on the ground and said calmly, Take out the remaining spiritual crystals, and these 55 purple essence fruits are yours. Throwing the purple essence fruits on the ground was an open insult to Ning Chi. It's really a big shop bullying its customers. Chapter 705. Chapter 705. Send you to heaven to Mao Jingquan's surprise. Ning Chi only glanced at the fruits indifferently and did not get angry. Instead, he took out a total of 75 million middle spiritual crystals and put the 55 fruits into his space bag without hesitation. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ning Chi had really taken out 5 million medium spiritual crystals. Even the 3 biggest gangs in Green Bull City could not raise so much money in such a short time. Where did he come from? Ma San was the one who regretted the most. His face was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. The people standing near him could hear him saying, My spiritual crystals, my spiritual crystals. Ning Chi could take out 5 million medium spiritual crystals in one go. As long as he served Ning Chi well and stood firmly by Ning Chi's side, he would be able to get a hefty commission. 5 million middle spiritual crystals. Mao Jingquan frowned slightly. He glanced at the shopkeepers of the treasure pavilion and said, Increase the price by 30% for all the items that he buys from the treasure pavilion. After that, he looked at Ning Chi as if he was looking at an ant and turned around to leave. 30% increase? The crowd was shocked. Only those blacklisted by the treasure pavilion would receive such treatment. In the future, no matter which treasure pavilion he went to, he would receive the same treatment. Yes, Elder Miao. The shopkeepers cupped their hands and smiled. Ning Chi coldly looked at Mao Jingquan's back as he disappeared from his field of vision. He was originally hesitant, but now he was certain. Thinking about this, he indifferently looked at everyone and said, 100 violet embodiment fruits and 90 standard-sized god refining stones. If you want to bid, then I won't wait. He is selling the purple glowing fruits on the spot, and he is only selling it for 90 refining god stones? It seems that what he really wants is just the refining god stones. It is a pity that I do not have 90 refining god stones now. Otherwise, I can easily make a fortune. Big brother, how many refining god stones do you have? Why don't we gather together and take down these 100 violet embodiment fruits? Let big brother calculate it. Oh, it's not enough. I only have 20 pieces. Including yours, it's only 70 pieces. Jean Lin coldly stared at Ning Chi. The shopkeeper's face was ashen. Ning Chi's method of stealing his business was truly disgusting. However, the treasure collection pavilion didn't have any extra violet germ fruits to compete with Ning Chi. Before this, no one would dare to do what Ning Chi did. Even if others were to purchase a batch of spirit materials from the treasure collection pavilion and were preparing to resell them, they would go to a remote area to sell them for a high price. This was the first time he had seen someone selling them cheaply in the treasure collection pavilion. Little brother, you're not joking, right? 100 stalks of purple-containing fruits are really only sold for 90 refining godstones. The middle-aged man who had bought a purple-containing fruit had been watching the show from the side. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but stand out and ask suspiciously, Senior, this is the real deal. Ning Chi smiled at him. This was a 1-star dozun. Hence, he was not afraid of offending Jean Lin. Moreover, it was unlikely for anyone below the dozun level to be able to take out 90 refining godstones. All right then, I'll take it. The middle-aged man nodded and was about to take out the refining godstones. At this moment, some people who were still hesitating hurriedly said, I'll take it. We'll take it. Sell it to us for 92 refining godstones. Ning Chi smiled faintly. I'm sorry, this senior has made the first offer. The transaction between the middle-aged man and Ning Chi was settled in an instant. He received the purple-containing fruit, while Ning Chi received 90 refining godstones. Many people sighed. They had missed a chance to earn a huge sum of money. After the middle-aged man received the purple-containing fruit, he turned around and left. Ning Chi's eyes were sharp. He realized that there were many 1-star dozuns in the treasure collection pavilion who were secretly following him. There were even more people who were looking at him with wolf-like eyes. Ning Chi smiled and did not leave the treasure collection pavilion. Instead, he strolled around the treasure collection pavilion. Everyone saw him looking here and there, so they retracted their gazes from him. They planned to wait for him to leave before following up and robbing him. As for Ning Chi, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to place a world annihilation dragon sling bullet in each of the 4 corners and the center of the treasure collection pavilion. I'll shoot 5 of them together and send you to heaven. Ning Chi laughed coldly. He turned around and walked out of the treasure collection pavilion. Quite a number of people quietly followed him when they saw this. They suddenly realized that Ning Chi's footsteps had paused. He turned around and said with a smile, I advise all of you not to stay in the treasure collection pavilion. There will be a good show in 10 minutes. A doubtful expression appeared on everyone's faces. Was this fellow threatening them or the treasure collection pavilion? The group of shopkeepers of the treasure collection pavilion coldly observed Ning Chi. This person was really not afraid of death. He was merely a 1-star dozong, yet he dared to threaten the treasure collection pavilion? Ning Chi smiled when he saw that these people ignored him. When he left, he exchanged glances with Mao Jingquan, who was in a corner. This person's eyes are strange. Why is he so confident? A bad premonition seemed to rise in Mao Jingquan's heart. However, he quickly mocked himself and shook his head. What method could a one-star dozong have to threaten the treasure collection pavilion? Ning Qi held the dragon form sect leader's token after leaving the treasure collection pavilion. He quietly said in his heart, "Send me back." After which, his figure turned into light spots and disappeared from the world in front of the shocked gazes of those who had ill intentions. Where did he go? Don't tell me it's some kind of concealment technique. It's over. We lost him. The expressions of the people that Su Qingqing, Jin Lin, and Shangguan Qingyan had sent to follow Ning Qi were incomparably ugly after their search was fruitless. This person still has such a technique? No wonder he is not afraid that I will settle the score later. Jin Lin, gritted his teeth as he stood at the entrance of the treasure collection pavilion. A good show to watch in 10 minutes? I want to see just what kind of good show it is. Jin Lin coldly laughed. He stood at the entrance of the treasure collection pavilion in this manner. Time passed by 1 second at a time. Soon, 10 minutes had passed. "Ha ha! You are indeed bragging." Jin Lin involuntarily laughed loudly when he discovered that nothing had happened. Mao Jingquan coldly laughed within the treasure collection pavilion. The other party was indeed speaking ruthlessly. There was no good show to watch. At this moment, 5 pineapple-sized world exterminating dragon-slaying bullets suddenly emitted a layer of red light at 5 locations within the treasure collection pavilion. The next moment, an apocalyptic energy instantly erupted from within their bodies. With a loud bang, a huge pit appeared at the spot where the treasure collection pavilion was originally located. The original treasure collection pavilion had already disappeared without a trace. Jin Lin was a 1-star dozun. He was the first to react when the world-exterminating dragon-slaying bullets exploded and made sufficient preparations. However, he was still blasted thousands of feet away by the frightening airwave. His body was even contaminated with some radiation. His life force was rapidly decreasing. What happened? Could this be the good show he was talking about? Just what kind of technique is this? Chapter 706. Back at Dongxian. Chapter 706. Return to Dongxuan. Such an unforeseen event in Green Ox City naturally attracted countless experts. Before long, the leaders of the Dajian Gang, the Black Tiger Gang, and the Golden Dragon Gang personally arrived at the scene. When they saw that the treasure pavilion had disappeared and that there was only a huge pit on the ground, they simultaneously discovered that they and the others seemed to have been poisoned by a slow-acting poison. Their expressions were exactly the same as Jin Lin's. Lin, what happened? How did the treasure collection pavilion end up like this? Did they offend a Do Sheng existence? The leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Jin Longxiang, flew to Jin Lin's side and asked in shock. Without waiting for Jin Lin to reply, the leader of the Dajian Gang, Bahongdong, had already said, "Impossible. The treasure collection pavilion has a sect protection restriction. If it was attacked from the outside, even a Do Sheng existence would not be able to break it in a short time." The leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lu Sang, nodded. Bahongdong is right. Moreover, did you not feel that there is a kind of poison spreading within a radius of thousands of feet? Jin Lin recovered from his shock and hurriedly told them everything he had seen and heard. When the 3 of them heard that Ning Qi had left behind some ruthless words before leaving, and that the treasure collection pavilion had been blown to smithereens, and that even the shopkeeper and first elder Mao Jingquan had not escaped, the 3 of them involuntarily exchanged glances. "I'm afraid that fellow has an extraordinary background. Otherwise, he would not have such a terrifying technique. Did you say that Su Qingqing's attitude towards him is somewhat ambiguous? Perhaps she knows his background. We will wait here. This matter is no longer something we can handle. We will wait for City Lord Su Lingfeng to send someone over." Jin Longxiang frowned. "Leader Ba, the elder of your Dajiang Gang, Jiao Han knows that fellow. Jin Lin suddenly said, Jiao Han, huh? Ba Hongdong's expression changed slightly. Coincidentally, Jiao Han was flying over with the other elders and disciples. Ba Hongdong immediately asked, Jiao Han, what is the background of the fellow you invited to the headquarters? Leader, I do not know his background. Jiao Han cupped his hands together. At the same time, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Why was Ba Hongdong asking this? He could not help but feel somewhat shocked when he saw the huge pit. Who was it that dared to ignore the city, Lord's residence in Greenock City, and directly raze the treasure collection pavilion to the ground? No, it wasn't just razing everything to the ground. Bullshit. I see that the two of you seem to be quite close. Jin Lin shouted. Because he saved my life. Jiao Han bitterly smiled and told Ba Hongdong the whole story. Ba Hongdong's eyes flashed with a strange light. Then he nodded and waved his hand in satisfaction, dismissing Jiao Han. Afterward, Ba Hongdong smiled at Jin Longxiang and Lu Sang and said, Elder Jiao Han probably doesn't know about that fellow's origins. Let's wait for the city, Lord's mansions, people to arrive first. Is this huge pit related to Brother Ning? Jiao Han was puzzled. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew over. Miss 13. Everyone cupped their hands in greeting. It was Su Qingqing. Behind her were a few attendants from the city, Lord's mansion. They looked at the huge pit with ugly expressions. They could not help but glance at the three leaders. What's going on? What about the treasure collection pavilion? Su Qingqing blinked her eyes and asked in surprise. Ba Hongdong and the other two glanced at each other. They sent Jin Lin to explain the matter. Jin Lin rolled his eyes and directly described Ning Qi as a demon. He also accused Ning Qi of wanting to kill him, which was why he blew up the treasure house. All right, I know what happened. Think about how you're going to explain this to the treasure collection pavilion. Su Qingqing immediately turned and left after hearing that. Ba Hongdong and the other two stayed where they were, dumbfounded. Let them explain? That didn't make sense at all. The treasure collection pavilion was just a branch of the treasure collection pavilion, and the treasure collection pavilion was a large sect under the jurisdiction of the Azure Dharch sacred ground. Even Su Lingfeng had to give some face to the treasure collection pavilion. If they pursued the matter, and the city lord's mansion divided the responsibility to the three factions, the three factions might very well disband. Ding! The sect leader's token can only be used for 0 times. The next time it can be used, it needs to be recharged for 30 days. When Ning Qi returned to the Jiuzhou Empire, the system notification sounded. Ning Qi realized that after he used the sovereign's token, he did not return to the War God Temple, but the Jiuzhou Empire. Obviously, whether it was the sovereign's token or the outer disciple's token, they could only be transferred between the Lingwu mainland and Dongxian. If they were originally in the Lingwu mainland, then the token would not be able to send them back to the War God Temple, but to Dongxian. Take him down! With a loud shout, a group of Black Jail sect constables rushed towards Ning Qi like wolves and tigers. You guys are really haunting me. Ning Qi smiled faintly, then slapped the mystic middle-grade invisibility talisman that he had prepared beforehand on his body. He disappeared on the spot and quickly flew out of the capital. Where is he? The constables of the Black Jail sect looked around dumbfoundedly, but they could not find any trace of Ning Qi. Damn it, he escaped again. In Yu Rujin's residence, at this moment, Fu, who was staring coldly at Yu Rujin, making her feel uneasy. After a while, Fu, who said faintly, "Tell me, what happened? Why did that thing of yours grow again?" Yu Rujin smiled bitterly. As expected, I cannot hide from eunuch Fu's eyes. Hearing this, Fu, whose eyes lit up. I took a low-grade mystic level body shaping pill. Yu Rujin said, "Body shaping pill? Wasn't this pill lost for tens of thousands of years? Fu Hu said in surprise. Pausing, he looked coldly at Yu Rujin. Where did you get the body-shaping pill? Apologies, eunuch Fu. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Yu Rujin said apologetically. It seems that you are protecting the guy who gave you the body-shaping pill. How about this? I will not pursue the matter of you regaining your male body and staying in the palace. Help me get a mystic, low-grade body-shaping pill. Otherwise, I am afraid that even the great emperor will not let you go just because you hid this matter. Fu, who said faintly, Well, I will try. Yu Rujin hesitated slightly, but she felt that she was surrounded by a layer of faint killing intent. She immediately nodded and agreed. Then we will wait for Eunuch Yu's good news. Oh no, you can no longer be called Eunuch Yu. Before that, I will help you remove your name from the palace. There is no need to thank me. Fu Hu stood up and said faintly. Then he turned and left. Yu Rujin was relieved. It seems that I have to find little brother Ning again. If I can't get the body-shaping pill, with Fu Hu's temper, he will probably keep chasing me. Chapter 707. 3-star Dozong, you are Ning Qi. A white-haired young man stood in the empty air and looked at Ning Qi indifferently. The aura on his body told Ning Qi that he was a 7-star Dozong. Other than him, there were 2 other 7-star Dozongs, a man and a woman, standing in the empty air. The 3 of them stood at 3 different points and surrounded Ning Qi. These 3 7-star Dozongs were the strongest existences in this group of assassins. The remaining assassins were 70 to 81-star to 6-star Dozongs. There was not a single Do Huang. This was because they had received the latest news that Ning Qi had become a Dozong. Therefore, Do Huang assassins did not dare to come. However, they had missed out on something. They had not received news that Ning Qi had killed Tuoba Divine Sword. Otherwise, this group of people would not dare to ambush Ning Qi even if they were given 10 guts. It's me. You are assassins, right? Are you here to kill me? Ning Qi smiled faintly. A trace of jealousy flashed across the eyes of the white-haired young man as he looked at Ning Qi. Although your talent is impressive and you can even kill Tuoba Qingfeng and have already broken through to a 1-star Dozong at such a young age, it is unfortunate that you will not be able to escape with so many of us surrounding you today. How about this? If you do not resist, I will leave your corpse intact. Leave my corpse intact? There's no need. Ning Qi laughed faintly. The next moment, he raised the dragon-slaying saber and slashed at the white-haired young man. Horizon-bright moon blade, so close yet worlds apart. He actually dares to take the initiative to attack? He is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. He is indeed worthy of being ranked first on the dragon ranking. However, he will still die here today. The group of assassins looked at Ning Qi with pity. At the same time, they also attacked and surrounded Ning Qi. The white-haired young man's eyes revealed a mocking expression. The next moment, his body moved slightly, and he left his original spot. The next time he appeared, he was already behind Ning Qi. At the same time, a dagger pierced deeply into Ning Qi's back. So simple? The white-haired young man was a little surprised. Could it be that the rumors were false? The other 2 7-star Dozongs originally wanted to see how strong Ning Qi was. At this moment, however, they became anxious and hurriedly attacked Ning Qi together. They did not wish for such a fat sheep to die in the hands of the white-haired young man. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain the bounty offered by the Martial King Mansion. The white-haired young man originally thought that Ning Qi would lose his fighting ability after being stabbed in the back. However, the next moment, Ning Qi ignored the injury on his back. He turned around and struck the white-haired young man's chest with his palm. His head was chopped off in front of the other party's shocked eyes, after which Ning Qi charged toward the other 2 7-star Dozongs. Bai Junzi is dead. How is this possible? Fear rose in the hearts of the 2 7-star Dozongs. They wanted to pull back, but it was already too late. When the Dragon Slayer's saber chopped off their heads, a trace of regret appeared in their eyes. Ning Qi's strength was beyond their expectations. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the strongest assassins had fallen. Seeing this, the rest of the assassins scattered in all directions. However, Ning Qi had no intention of letting them go. He caught up to them and killed them one by one. Besides a few lucky ones who managed to escape, 90% of the 70 to 80 assassins had died at Ning Qi's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to a 2-star Dozong. A white light flashed on Ning Qi's body, after which the Do Qi in his body surged wildly, forming a Do Qi cloud that was around an acre in size in the sky. The Do Qi cloud only dissipated after 10 minutes. Ning Qi glanced at his own attributes. Host, Ning Qi level, 2-star Dozong experience, 0/3000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art level 5, 12537/1000000, or God Technique level 5, 158/1000000 Martial Skill. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms level 6, 14921/1000000 Xian, Top Grade 5 Tiger Breaking Blade level 4, 7700/1000000 Skyline Bright Moon Blade level 5, 18992/1000000 War God Body level 5 for 38/1000000 health points. 1493450 Alchemy. 5th Tier Alchemist Proficiency 45200/1000000 Bloodline. World Annihilation Titan. Descendant Bloodline. 1 chance to revert to the origin once a month and transform into the true body of a World Annihilation Titan descendant. Dragon Slayer Coins. 115,000 system. I'll sell all 90 inferior grade spiritual stones in my bag to you. Ning Qi said, after which the balance of the Dragon Slayer coins on his attributes panel instantly changed from 100,000 to 101,5000. Upgrade the Sect Leader Palace, saving them to buy a mid-grade World Annihilation Titan Descendant Bloodline. After some hesitation, Ning Qi decided to keep the Dragon Slayer coins for now. He would make a decision after he came out of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land. On the way back to the Cloud Rising Sect, Ning Qi stopped and killed every demonic beast he saw and killed every dragon he saw. The journey that should have taken half a month took Ning Qi more than 2 months. When he was about 150 kilometers away from the Cloud Rising Sect, he killed the last rank 6 demonic beast. A white light once again appeared on his body, and he advanced from a 2-star Dozong to a 3-star Dozong. Ning Qi dared to guarantee that no one in the 9 great clans could match such a cultivation speed. This was the terrifying part of the system. If one were to really calculate it based on talent, the talent of his body was actually very ordinary. It was not considered trash, but there was nothing outstanding about it either. If he had not relied on experience to level up, Ning Qi would probably still be in the Dedosha realm. Senior Ning, you're back. When Ning Qi returned to the outer sect of the Cloud Rising Sect, the disciples who passed by stopped and bowed respectfully when they saw him. There was a trace of admiration in their eyes when they looked at Ning Qi. This was because they already knew that the reason why the Cloud Rising Sect was able to obtain first place in the ranking competition was all because of Ning Qi's disciple, the servant disciple Niu Dezhuang, who was almost chased down the mountain by an ordinary elder because he could not break through to the Dowang realm. Niu Dezhuang has only followed Senior Ning for such a short period of time, but his cultivation has already soared to a 1-star Dohuang. His fighting strength is also frighteningly frightening. In this dragon ranking, He is directly ranked in the top 50. It is really too frightening. How good would it be if I could also become Senior Ning's disciple? Many outer sect disciples secretly thought in their hearts. There is someone in the courtyard. When Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the courtyard and pushed the door open, his expression changed slightly. When he pushed the door open, he saw Shinta Yuanba looking at him with a smile. Elder Xiaobing was standing beside him. Master, Elder Xia. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of a smile as he cupped his hands together. I heard that you are already a 1-star dozong? Indeed worthy of being my 3-star dozong? Shinta Yuanba smiled as he walked to Ning Qi's side. After patting Ning Qi's shoulder, his expression immediately became dull. Chapter 708. Chapter 708. Wedding. I accidentally broke through again. Sorry for embarrassing myself in front of Master. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Accidentally broke through again? This was really Shinta Yuanba, and Xiaobing revealed a bitter smile on their faces. Although the two of them understood that they could not treat Ning Qi as an ordinary heaven's pride, Ning Qi's training speed had left them stunned. They even suspected that Ning Qi was a Do Sheng or even the reincarnation of a Do Di spirit. However, Ning Qi had always been respectful to them. From this point, they could rule out the possibility of him being a reincarnated old demon. No wonder even Elder Meng wants to take him as a disciple. Shinta Yuanba sighed in his heart. He looked at Ning Qi with incomparable gratification and said, The two of us return to the sect with Elder Meng. She wants you to pay her a visit when you return. Then I will go over now. Ning Qi nodded. Just as he turned around, he was stopped by Shinta Yuanba. His face was slightly red as he said, I will be married to Elder Xiaobing in a few days. Remember to attend our wedding then. As expected, the suspicion in Ning Qi's heart was finally resolved. He smiled at the embarrassed Shinta Yuanba and the indifferent Xiaobing. He said happily, Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master's wife. He did not know what the two had experienced in the divine kingdom of the East, but Ning Qi was still very happy that lovers were finally together. Xiaobing was touched by the way he addressed her as Master's wife. She revealed a smile and said, Remember to come. Of course. Not only will I come, I will also prepare a big gift for Master and Master's wife. Ning Qi smiled. Big gift? Shinta Yuanba's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. He knew that Ning Qi's encounters were better than his. Something that Ning Qi would call a big gift would not be ordinary. All right, Elder Meng is waiting for him. Yuanba, let him go. Xiaobing pulled Shinta Yuanba's arm and said with a smile, Yes, go find Elder Meng first. Shinta Yuanba nodded. Cloud Rising Sect. Central Area. Dry bones, forbidden ground. As soon as Ning Qi arrived, Jiang Qing noticed him. Little junior brother, Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Why didn't you return to the sect as soon as the ranking competition ended? Did you run into some trouble? Jiang Qing smiled. I was delayed by some small matters. Thank you for your concern. Third senior sister. Ning Qi said with a smile. All right, let's not talk too much. I'll bring you to see Master. Jiang Qing nodded. When he saw Meng Qingling again, Ning Qi discovered that Meng Qingling's aura seemed to have changed a little. She had probably made a breakthrough in her cultivation, and her appearance seemed to have become a few years younger. Master. Ning Qi saluted respectfully. Yes. Meng Qingling observed Ning Qi. Her eyes revealed a satisfied expression, after which she frowned slightly and said, I originally thought that you would not break through to the Do Zone class so early. There should be some trouble entering the Withered Bones forbidden ground this time around. Trouble? Ning Qi was slightly stunned. That's right, the Withered Bones forbidden ground. Only existences below the Do Zone class can enter. Meng Qingling lightly nodded. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Ning Chi smacked his head. He had promised Lifeless Thorn that he would sell him a few dragon blood fruits. Since Lifeless Thorn had not broken his promise, he had to keep his promise, now that he could not enter the Withered Bones' forbidden ground. Would he have to buy a dragon blood fruit from the dragon-slaying marketplace to fulfill his promise? One dragon blood fruit was worth 100,000 dragon-slaying coins. It was not worth it. I know that you have an agreement with Lifeless Thorn. How about this? There is still half a month before the Withered Bones' forbidden ground opens. There won't be many people entering this time. I'll make a trip to my old friend's place and borrow something for you. If he is willing to lend it to me, you can still enter the Withered Bones' forbidden ground. If he is unwilling, there is nothing I can do. Meng Qingling indifferently said, "Thank you, master." Ning Chi cupped his hands together. "Haha, did you receive an invitation to Elder Shintu and Elder Xiaobing's wedding?" "Of course. As a veteran elder, I am one step away from becoming a dozong. How could I not receive an invitation? Speaking of which, I really did not expect the two of them to be together. Those fellows who like Elder Xiaobing will probably be heartbroken. Shinta Yuanba and Xiaobing's wedding would be held in his courtyard. However, the two of them only invited some managing elders, ordinary elders, and outer disciples. As for the green-clothed elders and inner disciples, the two of them did not invite them. They did not want to lose face if they did not show up. As Shintu Yuanba's disciple, Ning Chi naturally had to take the lead as the chief planner of the wedding. Both of them felt that some of the wedding procedures that he proposed were very novel and strange. For example, Shinta Yuanba would have 18 groomsmen by his side, while Elder Xiaobing would have 18 bridesmaids by her side. Both of them had to be people with above-average looks. During the wedding ceremony, there were also some strange little games. As for the groomsmen and bridesmaids, they were naturally chosen by Ning Chi. Among them were Situ Yi, Duan Yingjun, Tai Bing, Duan Feifei, and Ning Zi. Since there were less than 18 groomsmen, Ning Chi asked them to find someone they were familiar with to make up the numbers. This caused the outer disciples to break their heads trying to be the groomsmen. There was even an incident where Duan Yingjun was given a gift. During the wedding, Duan Yingjun kept flattering Ning Chi, "Boss, your ideas are too great. When Feifei and I get married, I will definitely need you to give me some ideas." When Situ Yi and the rest heard this, a trace of envy appeared in their eyes. In the entire Cloud Rising sect, Duan Yingjun was probably the only outer disciple who had an extraordinary relationship with Ning Chi. "All right, when the time comes for your wedding, remember to invite me. If you forget, don't even think about getting my wedding gift." Ning Chi smiled. Of course, of course." Duan Yingjun quickly nodded. Soon, everyone arrived at the entrance of Xiaobing's courtyard. At the entrance, Tai Bing and the rest looked shyly at Shinta Yuanba, Ning Chi, and the rest. After a while, under Ning Chi's encouraging gaze, Ning Zi finally spoke softly. "Please give us a red packet. Red packet?" Shinta Yuanba was slightly stunned. Ning Chi smiled and said, "Master, let me do it." After that, he walked in front of the ladies and directly handed out the interspatial rings that he had prepared in advance to each of them. Tai Bing immersed her consciousness into the interspatial rings and took a look. Instantly, a trace of shock appeared on her face. 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. Aya, it really is 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. Senior Ning, I love you to death. A few of the outer disciples instantly screamed, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. They did not expect to receive such a valuable gift just by standing at the entrance. "What? How many spiritual crystals did Senior Ning give you?" Duan Yingjun said with a dazed face. The rest of the groomsmen were also shocked. 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. Duan Feifei was overjoyed. Chapter 709. Ning Chi's gift. After Ning Chi's generous red packet bombardment, Shinta Yuanba successfully brought Xiaobing back. In the courtyard, there were already more than 40 tables. As the bridegroom, Shinta Yuanba did not reject anyone who came to toast him. In the blink of an eye, he had drunk no less than a few hundred kilograms of aged wine. Even with his 7-star Dozong cultivation, he could not bear it. Among them, the deacon elders led by Wu, who were the most arrogant. If Xia Bing had not come out and defeated a few of them, they might have continued to drink with Shintu Yuanba. Everyone, today is my master's big day. Thank you for coming. Everyone who is here today will receive a small red packet. After drinking for a while, Ning Qi clapped his hands and said, "Small red packet? How much?" Si Malin asked while he was still drunk. 100 middle spiritual crystals per person. Ning Qi smiled faintly. 100 middle spiritual crystals. The ordinary elders and outer sect disciples gasped. Then, their faces were filled with ecstasy. 100 middle spiritual crystals was equivalent to 10,000 lower spiritual crystals. To them, this was a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Si Malin and the other deacon elders were slightly stunned. If what Ning Qi said was true, he would be giving out 50 to 60,000 middle spiritual crystals. This was equivalent to a lower heaven class fighting weapon. True disciple Ning, did you say it wrongly? It should be 100 lower spiritual crystals, right? Si Malin probed. Shinta Yuanba and Xia Bing were a little surprised. However, both of them knew that Ning Qi would not make such a low-level mistake at this moment. Was he really going to give out so many middle spiritual crystals? Thinking of the large amount he gave to the bridesmaids previously, Shinta Yuanba and Xia Bing believed that Ning Qi had such financial resources. Elder Si Malin, 100 middle spiritual crystals. You did not hear it wrongly. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Then Duan Ingjun Sita-i and the others started to act. Ning Qi had already handed over the spiritual crystals to them, and they were in charge of distributing them. Everyone at each table received 100 middle spiritual crystals. This is really 100 middle spiritual crystals. Does this count as me getting rich overnight? An outer sect disciple looked at the crystal in his hand and muttered to himself, Master's wife, I do not have any special gifts for you today. Here is a dough weapon and a medicinal pill. Please accept it. Ning Qi smiled as he looked at Shintu Yuanba and Xia Bing. He had a battle weapon in his left hand and an elixir in his right. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by Ning Qi. They all looked at the dough tool and the elixir. Even from a distance, they could feel a terrifying aura coming from the dough tool. This is Shinta Yuanba's original dough tool, was a high-grade earth level long saber, and what Ning Qi gave him now was also a long saber. However, its grade was definitely far above his. This is a low heaven tier dough weapon. As for its name, Master can name it yourself. Ning Qi smiled. Heaven rank lower grade. Hiss! Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the long blade, especially the outer sect disciples. In their entire lives, it was likely that this was the first time they had seen a Tian rank dough weapon at such a close distance. Senior Ning is too scary. He actually gave a Tian ranked dough weapon as a gift? I really want to know what Senior Ning has experienced outside. Not only has his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, but his wealth also seems to have reached a shocking level. Some outer sect disciples could not help but think, all right, you are thoughtful. Shinta Yuanba happily kept the long blade and refined it on the spot. Wu Hu and the other deacon elders could only watch this scene with jealousy. This elixir is for me? Xia Bing looked at the elixir in Ning Qi's hand and asked curiously, Master's wife, please accept this low mystic tier beauty pill. Ning Qi smiled. Wait, what elixir did you say? Xia Bing's face suddenly revealed a trace of disbelief. Low mystic tier beauty pill. Ning Qi repeated. Is it really a beauty pill? Xia Bing trembled as she received the elixir. She still could not believe it. Of course it is. Ning Qi nodded. Xia Bing immediately kept the elixir in her interspatial ring, and then looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Thank you. This beauty pill is more precious than a Tian ranked dough weapon to me. Master's wife is too polite. It is my duty to show filial respect to the two elders. Ning Qi smiled. Only now did everyone realize what kind of elixir Ning Qi had given Xia Bing. When the women present learned about the effects of the beauty-calming pill from others, they looked at Xia Bing with extreme jealousy. Even Duan Feifei was the same. Which woman didn't want to be beautiful? Which woman didn't want to stay young forever? And the low-grade, mystic, rank beauty-calming pill could achieve this. Boss, leave me a beauty pill. I will return it to you, even if I have to work hard. Duan Yingjun looked at Ning Qi with a serious face and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I will leave it for you. Ning Qi smiled. A low-grade, mystic-level face, suppressing pill, and 1,000 dragon-slaying coins was really nothing to the current Ning Qi. After the wedding, Ning Qi naturally did not disturb Shinta Yuanba and Xia Bing's nuptial chamber. He went straight to the dry bones, forbidden ground to wait for Meng Qingling's arrival. At the same time, the elders of the 9 great clans had already brought their disciples to the dry bones forbidden ground. Therefore, Ning Qi met Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, and Dongfang Lingdong again. This time, Meng Qingling had only given out a dozen or so slots. Basically, every elder of the clans only brought 1 disciple over. The extra slots were given to the juniors of her good friends. You are Ning Qi. After an old monster with a wrinkled face saw Ning Qi, he curiously sized him up. The rest of the old monsters also gathered and sized Ning Qi up. This made Ning Qi feel like he was in a zoo, and he was a small animal being displayed to the tourists. Seniors, this junior is indeed Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and nodded. The first on the dragon leaderboard is indeed worthy of your reputation. I heard that a disciple of the Tuoba clan died in your hands? An old woman who looked even older than Meng Qingling walked in front of Ning Qi and said with narrowed eyes, This must be an old senior of the Tuoba clan. Me, Tuoba Qingfeng, and Tuoba Divine Sword had a fair competition. Old senior, you won't take revenge for them, right? Ning Qi smiled. Tuoba Qingyan smiled and said, Since it was a fair competition, I will naturally not take revenge for them. Oh, right, where is your master? The dry bones forbidden ground is about to open. It would not be good if he missed the timing. Ning Qi smiled and said, Master went out for a while. He should be back soon. Chapter 710. Bad news, although Tuoba Qingyan knew that Meng Qingling had consumed a Lo Xian class face calming pill and recovered her original appearance. Her heart immediately felt unbalanced after seeing Meng Qingling's face. A jealous expression flashed across her eyes. Soon after, Tuoba Qingyan smiled and said, I have failed. I will no longer have the opportunity to break through to the 2nd star of the Doshin class in this lifetime. Sister Qingyan, don't be discouraged. If you really can't do it, why not try your luck in the dragon territory? Meng Qingling comforted her. Yes. Tuoba Qingyan nodded and shut her mouth. She suddenly did not feel like speaking. After all, Meng Qingling was so young that she felt a little ashamed in front of her. At this moment, just as Ning Qi was about to open his mouth to ask about that matter, Meng Qingling had already waved her hand and patted his head. Ning Qi felt as if something had drilled into his head, after which his cultivation began to regress at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant he fell from a 1-star Do Zong to a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the 9th life and death gate. This is old monster Tian Can's hidden heart parasite. Elder Meng, you actually borrowed this thing from old monster Tian Can for this child? How much did it cost you? Yuan clan's old ancestor, Yuan Daohan exclaimed. Meng Qingling ignored him. Previously, Yuan Shang had slandered Ning Qi for stealing his dragon blood fruit, and Yuan Daohan had even tried to snatch the dragon blood fruit away. Meng Qingling had not forgotten about this. Seeing this, Yuan Daohan's face turned ugly. The Chu clan's ancestor, Chu Zhongtian, and the Dongfang clan's ancestor, Dongfang Yi, glanced at each other. They were afraid that Meng Qingling would also bear a grudge against them. Master, what about my cultivation? Ning Qi looked at Meng Qingling in surprise. Don't worry, as long as the hidden heart parasite is shaken out, your cultivation will recover, Meng Qingling said. Thank you, Master. Ning Qi cupped his hands and bowed. There was actually such a mystical thing in this world that could temporarily regress a person's cultivation to a certain level. Before this, Ning Qi had thought that the thing Meng Qingling wanted to borrow could conceal his cultivation. All right, the dry bones forbidden land is about to open, Meng Qingling said indifferently. Everyone's eyes immediately looked towards the forbidden area. Sure enough, a thick fog suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Go ahead. Yes. Including Ning Qi, more than a dozen people entered the thick fog. When they reappeared, they were already at the peak of the dry bones forbidden land. I only have 1 month. I need to make good use of this month, Ning Qi quietly spoke in his heart. He glanced at Yuan Shan and the others who were avoiding his gaze. He suddenly patted his head, and a fat white bug appeared in his hand. His cultivation also swiftly recovered to that of a 3-star dozong, after which Ning Qi stored the hidden heart goo into his spatial bag and left through the air. What should we do? Ning Qi has entered the withered bones forbidden land with the strength of a dozong this time around. It is likely that we will not have a share of the dragon blood fruit. Yuan Shang looked at Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong. Let's take it one step at a time. The two of them sighed. Soon after, the three of them formed a group and left. Some of the remaining people left alone, while some were familiar with each other. Just like Yuan Shang and the other two, they formed a group and left. More than 10 people instantly scattered in all directions. Ning Qi had planned on going to the orchard on the other side of the Tongtian River again. After all, Jielo, an apocalyptic combat general, had once pursued him together. However, just as he was halfway there, he suddenly sensed something in his heart. It was as though Little Six was calling out to him. Ning Qi wanted to ignore Little Six, but Little Six's calling turned more urgent. He had no choice but to release Little Six. At the same time, he looked warily at the sky. The huge eye from before still made his heart palpitate. What are you doing? This is the dry bones, forbidden land. Aren't you afraid that the existence that was once suppressed by the ancient sky dragon will discover you? Ning Qi said with a frown. Little Six looked around and muttered to himself, It's over, it's over. What's over? Make it clear. Ning Qi said strangely. Little Six took a deep breath and looked at Ning Qi seriously. I have bad news, but I'm not sure if I should tell you. Does it have anything to do with me? Ning Qi asked. It's indirectly related. Little Six nodded. Then why aren't you telling me? Ning Qi's heart sank slightly. Little Six had always been unrestrained. Even he was so serious this time. What was the bad news? First of all, the guy I suppressed has already escaped. Little Six said indifferently. What? Ning Qi immediately looked around. Don't be afraid. It's no longer in the dry bones forbidden land. Little Six said. What? You mean it escaped the dry bones forbidden land? Then where did it go? Dongxian? Ning Qi revealed a look of shock. Little Six immediately said disdainfully, It wouldn't even go to a rural place like that. Phew! Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the existence that surpassed the Dou Di did not escape to Dongxian, it was nothing to him. Could this be the bad news that Little Six mentioned? It did not seem to have anything to do with him. This is the bad news you were talking about. Ning Qi looked doubtful. No. Little Six shook his head. Can you stop keeping me in suspense? Say it all at once. My time is precious now. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. All right, then I'll be straightforward. The fellow that I've suppressed here is a donkey, a stubborn donkey that can shatter a star with a kick. The eye that you saw that day was him. Although he has left the Withering Bones forbidden area, I know that he must have gone to find his master. And its master, that damned guy, has been trying to replace the ancient Sky Dragon tribe to become the master of this world. So, Ning Chi interrupted. Don't interrupt. Let me finish. Little Six rolled his eyes at Ning Chi unhappily before saying with a solemn face, Back then, I fought with that damned guy in order to stop him. In the end, I used too much force and accidentally shattered this world. What? The Dry Bones Forbidden Land was also shattered by you? What about the land of the ancient monster tribe? It was also shattered by you? Ning Chi revealed a shocked expression. How could I have shattered these two barren lands? If I were at my peak, these two places would have long since disappeared from the world if I were to affect them. Little Six's face suddenly revealed a hint of arrogance that made people feel deep respect for him. Little Six paused for a moment before he continued. These places were probably destroyed by the great battle that occurred later on. In short, you have to know that after that donkey escapes, it will definitely save its master. When that bastard comes out, he will do everything he can to fuse all the fragments of the mainland together and restore the appearance of the ancient times. When that time comes, he will be the ruler of this world. As for you, because your body is tainted with my aura, you will become his target. Not to mention, that stubborn donkey has already remembered you. Even if you turn into ashes, you won't be able to escape from that pair of donkey eyes. Even the Dry Bones Forbidden Land and the land of the ancient monster tribe have become barren lands in Little Six words. How big is this world? Thinking of this, Ning Chi said with a solemn expression, If the guy you mentioned is rescued, how long will it take for him to fuse all the continents together? With his strength, 10 years is enough. If I were at my peak, I would only need 7 to 8 years. Including the time it takes for the stubborn donkey to find him and save him, it should be 15 years. Then, you will have to face a great catastrophe. Chapter 711. The Brutal Dragon Race, 15 years. Ning Chi frowned slightly as a sense of urgency rose in his heart. Boss, after 15 years, I will be relying on you. If you are caught, then I will be finished. Little Six said, Can I remove the demon pet contract with you, and then you can go somewhere cool and stay? Ning Chi probed. Little Six looked at Ning Chi nervously. Boss, are you planning to abandon me? Forget it. You should return to the demon pet space. Ning Chi sighed and kept Little Six into the demon pet space. Outside of Lanyu town was the border between the human race and the dragon race. Wars frequently broke out here. The last time Ning Chi came here, he had met many dragons. This time, Ning Chi did not stay in Lanyu town and directly entered the dragon race's territory after placing a middle-grade Xian invisibility talisman on his body. Previously, Li Mengqi had given Ning Chi a jade strip with a rough map of the dragon race's territory. Previously, Ning Chi had been to Tong Tian River and the orchard under Jia Yelua's jurisdiction, but they were merely at the edge of this territory. Further in, there were even stronger dragon races. The 9 strongest dragon races of the Dry Bones Forbidden Land were entrenched in the depths of this territory. Along the way, Ning Chi met some lone dragons and killed them all without saying a word. When he was about to reach Tong Tian River, Ning Chi passed by a dragon race valley. The jade strip indicated that this was the territory of the skeleton ghost dragon. The strongest skeleton, Ghost Dragon King, was a rank 8 low-class giant dragon. Over 100 rank 6 skeleton ghost dragons, over a dozen rank 7 skeleton ghost dragons, 1 rank 8 low-class skeleton ghost dragon. Ning Chi stood outside the valley, his eyes flickering. According to the experience given by the system, if he killed all these skeleton ghost dragons, he would be able to level up. Rank 8 low class. With my current strength, I have a 70% chance of killing them. Ning Qi's various attributes were enhanced when facing a member of the dragon race. Just as dragons slaying Do Qi's ability to ignore armor and defense and deal true damage directly caused an ordinary rank 8 low-tier dragon to be no different from a peak dozong in Ning Qi's eyes. Thinking of this, Ning Qi smiled slightly and directly tore through the air towards the valley. Many dragon nests appeared on the mountain peaks to the left and right, but these dragon nests currently had no dragons resting in them. Ning Qi discovered that in the open space in front of him, there were over 100 black-clothed, muscular men standing, all of them exuding a trace of the dragon race's aura. When Ning Qi saw the scene beside the group of strong men, his expression changed slightly. Around the muscular man, there were hundreds of stone pillars with humans tied to them. Some of them were already dead, their corpses hanging on the pillars. Others were being ravaged and tortured by the muscular man, letting out screams of despair. There were even some women who were being violated both physically and mentally. That's Chinziken? Suddenly, a familiar face entered Ning Qi's eyes. Beside Chunziken, Di Qiu and Di Yin were also there. However, the two of them seemed to have already died. There were many bone-deep wounds on their bodies. You bunch of dragons are so ruthless. Sooner or later, heaven will take care of you all one day. Chunziken looked at the muscular man approaching her step by step with a hideous grin on his face. Her eyes revealed a trace of extreme fear. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of suffering the same double torture as those women. Ha ha ha, you bunch of ants. How can heaven punish us? The weak are prey to the strong. This is the principle of heaven and earth. Otherwise, why doesn't heaven give you a body as strong as my dragon race? The muscular man laughed wildly. Let me die, give me a quick death. Chunziken's eyes revealed a trace of horror. The other party ignored Chunziken. With a rip, he tore Chunziken's top, revealing the underwear inside. No! Chunziken closed her eyes in despair. However, she suddenly discovered that the other party's movement stopped. Furthermore, he left in front of her. Chunziken hurriedly opened her eyes to look. Those 100 over muscular men, transformed from skeleton ghost dragons, all turned around and looked in the direction of the valley entrance. Damn it! To actually dare trespass on my skeleton ghost dragon tribe's land. Take him down for me. A muscular man with the tallest figure roared angrily. Following that, over 100 Tier 6 skeleton ghost dragons and over a dozen Tier 7 skeleton ghost dragons charged straight for Ning Qi. Some humans on their last breaths on the stone pillars opened both eyes weakly. When they saw this scene, their minds could not help trembling. Could it be that Blue Moon Town sent people to save them? This thought flashed past. Following that, they laughed self-deprecatingly. It was impossible for Blue Moon Town to send people to save them, this group of unimportant people. But there was still a trace of hope in their hearts. If they could escape with their lives this time, they were not willing to step foot into this damn place again in this lifetime. Ning Qi watched as one muscular man after another flew close to him, then transformed into one enormous dragon after another covered in a layer of porcelain-white bones, pouncing over towards him. He just casually brandished a saber and directly killed the other party, a Tier 6 skeleton ghost dragon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 6 low-level dragon, skeleton ghost dragon. Obtained 150000 experience. How is this possible? The layer of bones on the surface of the skeleton ghost dragon's body is as hard as a high-grade, Earth-rank defensive battle artifact. It was actually directly cut into two in the other party's hands. We're saved. We're saved. Ning Qi's strength made this group of humans struggling at death's door reveal a light of hope in their eyes. It's him. Chun Ziken finally saw Ning Chi's face clearly. She would probably never forget that grave and stern face for the rest of her life. This was because the skeletal spectral dragons, which were incomparably powerful in her eyes, were now losing their lives and falling heavily to the ground. Kill! 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 Ning Chi killed each of these Tier 6 skeleton ghost dragons like chopping melons. Streams of experience transmitted into his body. Following that, his face revealed a trace of a cold smile as he looked at the group of somewhat bewildered Tier 7 skeleton ghost dragons who did not dare to step forward. What? You guys don't dare to step forward anymore? Ning Chi laughed faintly. The Tier 8 skeleton ghost dragon king, who had transformed into a strong man, appeared in front of Ning Chi with a swoosh. His expression was incomparably ugly as he swept his gaze over the corpses of his clansmen on the ground. He emitted an earth-shaking, furious roar as he looked at Ning Chi with a dense, killing intent. "And you actually dare to kill my clansmen. Don't you also kill my human race like this? An eye for an eye. Your dragon race has lived for so long. There is no reason that you don't understand this simple logic, right?" Ning Chi laughed coldly. "You are merely a 3-star dozong. What you rely on is the do weapon in your hand, right? Let me see how you deal with me, a rank 8 dragon." The skeleton ghost dragon king let out a loud roar and transformed into an enormous dragon that was 2,000 feet long. A faint shadow immediately covered everyone's heads. Chapter 712. Advance again, not good. He's in danger. A 3-star dozong will not be able to block an attack from the skeleton ghost dragon king, no matter what. Alas, what a pity. Looks like we're still unable to escape this calamity. When the human tribe saw this, they could not help but feel sad for the loss of their own kind. The Type 7 skeletal ghost dragons around the skeleton ghost dragon king grinned as they stared at Ning Chi with venomous eyes. In their eyes, Ning Chi was already a corpse. "Break!" Ning Chi grunted and slashed out with his saber. His ant-like body pierced through the skeleton ghost dragon king's tail and landed heavily on the ground. Dragon blood gushed out like a torrential rain. The skeleton ghost dragon king felt a sharp pain from its tail, and it was transmitted to its brain. Before it could react, Ning Chi had already appeared in front of its reverse scale. "Ants, how dare you!" Its eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It roared and twisted its body, trying to hide its reverse scale. However, its enormous body that was more than 2,000 feet long made it unable to move at all. Ning Chi already had a cold smile on his face. He raised the Dragon Slayer saber and moved, directly cutting through the opponent's reverse scale. His body was like an electric drill rushing into its body. A few breaths later, he broke out from the other side of the skeleton ghost dragon king's neck. After losing its tail and shattering its reverse scale, the skeleton ghost dragon king's HP, which had originally been 3,500,000, fell to 180,000. Chun Ziken and the others, as well as the Tier 7 skeletal spectral dragons, stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Chi, who was covered in blood. Then, the group of Tier 7 skeletal spectral dragons reacted and wanted to cover their boss' escape. But how could Ning Chi give them such a chance? He directly slashed down. The dragon-slaying battle energy and the dragon-slaying saber's damage bonus had shaved over 200,000 HP from the skeleton ghost dragon king, exceeding its HP limit. Ding! Congratulations, host! Ning Chi's body was shrouded in a layer of white light, and his do chi surged. In the next moment, his do chi soared into the sky and condensed into a do chi cloud that was more than 10 acres in size above his head. The patriarch is dead? The remaining rank 7 skeletal ghost dragons exchanged glances and suddenly scattered like birds. After Ning Chi broke through to a 4-star dozong, he did not plan on letting this group of experience go. After an hour of chasing and killing, Only 1 or 2 rank 7 skeleton ghost dragons managed to escape. The remaining ones all died under Ning Chi's dragon-slaying saber. At this point, the skeleton ghost dragon race was almost completely annihilated. Soon, Ning Chi appeared in the valley again and landed gently in front of Chen Ziken. He glanced at Di Qiu and Di Yun's corpses and sighed. "I'm late. Playboy, Chen Ziken felt like she was on a roller coaster. She had experienced despair and was saved. At the same time, when she thought about how Di Qiu and Di Yun had died, her eyes turned red and tears flowed down uncontrollably. "Don't call me Mr. Playboy. Just call me Ning Beixian." Ning Qi untied the rope on Chen Ziken's body, then took out a spare robe from his dimensional bag and put it on her. A few skeleton ghost dragons escaped. They should be calling for reinforcements soon, so you should quickly return to Blue Moon Town. Don't stay here. Yes, young Master Ning. Chen Ziken nodded. She knew that the name Ning Chi told them before should be a fake name. This was his real name. Chen Ziken cremated Di Qiu and Di Yin with a sorrowful face. After that, she and Ning Chi rescued the humans who were still alive from the stone pillars. "Senior, thank you for saving our lives. We will never forget your great kindness." The rescued humans seemed to have returned to the human world from hell. Therefore, they were very grateful to Ning Chi and bowed to him. Ning Chi waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Go back to Blue Moon Town. Young Master Ning, are you not leaving?" Chen Ziken was stunned. "I have to get rid of all evil. Therefore, I will wait for them here." Ning Chi smiled faintly. With the dragon race's vengeful nature, Ning Chi guessed that it would not be long before a large number of dragons rushed over. Gaello might even come in person. If that was the case, Ning Chi could catch them all in one fell swoop. "Young Master Ning, you want to stay? Isn't this too dangerous?" Chen Ziken tried to persuade Ning Chi to leave with her, but she saw that Ning Chi had made up his mind. She could only flee in the direction of Blue Moon Town with the other humans. This time, after killing the entire skeleton ghost dragon group, not only did I level up, but I also obtained more than 30 gambling gift bags and more than 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins. It's much more efficient than killing them one by one. Ning Chi smiled faintly. He bought a low-level cultivation training ground in the Dragon Slaying Mall for a few days. He planned to refine spiritual cultivation pills while waiting for the skeleton ghost dragons to call for reinforcements. A grade 7 skeletal ogre dragon that escaped from Ning Chi's hands was currently flying into Gaello's territory in a hurry. In Gaello's territory, many dragons were lazily resting in their nests. After seeing this flustered skeletal ogre dragon, they curiously raised their heads, glanced at it, and then ignored it. When it was about to approach Gaello's cultivation place, a strong man with a height of more than 10 feet suddenly appeared and stopped the skeleton ghost dragon. "Stop! This is Lord Gaello's cultivation place. You are not allowed to enter." The strong man looked coldly at the skeleton ghost dragon. This strong man was the guard of Gaello's orchard, a low-level 8th grade giant dragon, the giant spirit general. Ever since Ning Chi stole more than a dozen dragon blood fruits under his nose, he was relieved of his duty as the orchard guard by Gaello and became Gaello's guard when he cultivated in seclusion. Originally, when he was in the orchard, he could sleep freely, and no one above him could command him. But now, under Gaello's nose, he had to guard Gaello's cultivation place all day long. As for Ning Chi, who stole the dragon blood fruits and caused him to be in such a situation, the giant spirit general bore a deep grudge against him. Lord Giant Spirit General. Not good. The human clan of Blue Moon Town invaded, and my skeleton ghost dragon clan was almost wiped out. The 7th grade skeleton ghost dragon said with great grief and indignation. "What? Human clan invaded? What about your skeleton ghost dragon king? Also dead?" The giant spirit general was slightly stunned. "Yes, it died in the hands of that human clan. The skeleton ghost dragon nodded. That human clan? How many people do they have? The giant spirit general's eyes flickered slightly. Only one person. The skeleton ghost dragon said a little awkwardly. What strength? A warrior of heaven and earth pavilion? The giant spirit general frowned slightly. 3. No, he is already a 4-star dozong. The skeleton ghost dragon lowered its head and said, Chapter 713. An inescapable need is expected. The Juling general revealed an expression of disbelief when he heard that the person who killed the skeleton ghost dragon king was only a 4-star dozong. Are you playing with me? How can a 4-star dozun kill a rank 8 low-class dragon? The Juling general coldly said. An incomparably wild and violent killing intent instantly enveloped this pitiful skeleton ghost dragon. Sir Juling general, you must believe me and help us take revenge. The skeleton ghost dragon hurriedly swore. All right, I'll go with you. The Juling general nodded and said, it was already extremely impatient to stay in this place. Now that it had the opportunity to go out and exercise, the Juling general would not expose it, even if the other party was lying. Sir Juling general, do you intend to go alone? The skeleton ghost dragon boldly asked, Why, is it not enough for me to deal with a 4-star dozong? The Juling general coldly looked at it. Suddenly, the Juling general's expression changed. He looked behind him. That skeleton ghost dragon did not know what had happened. It followed the Juling general's gaze and saw a red-haired young man suddenly appear in front of the 2 dragons. Sir Giello. The Juling general hurriedly bowed. At the same time, he sensed an aura that was even stronger than before from Giello's body. Sir Giello is likely about to break through to the rank 9 dragon. The Juling general quietly thought in shock. I heard everything just now. You said that your tribe's skeleton ghost dragon king was killed by a 4-star dozong? Do you know what he looks like? Giello indifferently looked at the skeleton ghost dragon. The skeleton ghost dragon hurriedly stretched out its hand and used Do Chi to draw Ning Chi's appearance in the air. Although it was not very similar, there was a 70 to 80% resemblance. Giello's expression immediately became incomparably green when he saw it. It's him. Sir, do you recognize him? The Juling general was slightly startled. He is the thief who stole the dragon blood fruit from under your nose. Giello coldly looked at the Juling general. It's actually him. The Juling general's face revealed a trace of anger. Just as well. This time, I not only want to retrieve the dragon blood fruit from him, but I also want to ask him about the inheritance of the war god Hull. A sneer appeared on Galello's face. Giant spirit general, bring all the dragons here. This time, we definitely can't let that brat escape. Galello said coldly. Yes, my lord. The giant spirit general quickly nodded. Then he called up all the lazy dragons. Hundreds of dragons flew towards the skeletal ghost dragon's valley majestically. Great! Lord Galello will personally take action. He will definitely avenge the patriarch. The skeletal spectral dragon was the last, and its eyes revealed a look of relief. It seemed to have seen Ning Chi kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. 7 days passed in a flash, but Ning Chi stayed in the low-level cultivation training ground for 7 months and refined quite a few low-grade, profound-stage spirit-raising pills. Don't tell me they don't intend to take revenge. Ning Chi looked around. Suddenly, he saw a group of black dots appear on the horizon. They're here. Ning Chi smiled faintly. For safety reasons, he chose 6 places and buried a dragon annihilation slaying bullet in each of them. After setting the time, Ning Chi felt that it wasn't safe enough. If Galello came in person, he was afraid that an ordinary dragon annihilation slaying bullet wouldn't be able to kill him. Therefore, Ning Chi took out an enhanced version of the Dragon Annihilation Slaying Bullet and buried it halfway up a nearby mountain. After doing all this, Ning Chi stood in place, waiting for the other party to arrive. In the blink of an eye, Galello's Dragon Legion appeared above Ning Chi's head. Countless huge dragons hung in the air around Ning Chi. They were so crowded that even the sunlight could not shine in. It was as if this part of the world had become their world. You actually didn't escape? Galello stepped on the body of the giant spirit general and looked coldly at Ning Chi. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. After discovering that there was no ambush, the corners of Galello's mouth suddenly rose slightly. The giant spirit general's house-sized eyes stared at Ning Chi, not concealing the killing intent in his eyes. Why should I escape? Ning Chi asked back with a faint smile. Yes, it's good that you didn't escape. Saves me the trouble of looking for you everywhere. Galello smiled slightly. How about this? I see that you are a talent. Surrender to me and hand over the dragon blood fruits that you stole from me. Then I will spare your life. I have already eaten all the dragon blood fruits. Will you still spare my life? Ning Chi smiled. Eaten all the fruits? Galello's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. Sir, there is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let me catch this kid and torture him for 100 years. Let him know how powerful I am, the giant spirit general said. At that moment, a group of black dots flew over from the horizon. Galello frowned and looked at the group of black dots. The apocalyptic war general happened to come to Blue Moon Town to handle a matter. 7 days ago, he discovered a group of fellows fleeing back to Blue Moon Town. Soon after, his subordinates passed on the news that someone had killed the skeleton ghost Dragon King. Moreover, some people suspected that the person who killed the skeleton ghost Dragon King was an otherworldly demon. Hence, the apocalyptic war general led the experts of Blue Moon Town to this place. Sir Galello, there are a lot of dragons ahead. Blue Moon Town's General Yu-Ji Hongjiujin revealed a look of shock when he saw the large group of dragons. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks and stood in the void. At the same time, they looked curiously at Ning Chi, who was surrounded by the dragons. What did this guy do to anger the heavens and people? Why is he surrounded by so many dragons? It's Galello's men. Galello said faintly, all of you wait here. Then he flew over alone, completely ignoring the dragons who were eyeing him covetously. He came directly in front of Galello. Galello, what are you doing here? A glint flashed in Galello's eyes. I heard that an extraterrestrial demon killed the skeleton ghost Dragon King. Therefore, I'm here to capture this demon, Galello said faintly, following which, he glanced at Ning Chi and was startled. It's you. He had issued a warrant for Ning Chi before and naturally knew what Ning Chi looked like. He's actually a 4-star dozong. His cultivation base was only at the Do Huang level last time. It seems that the inheritance of the War God Hall is not ordinary. Galello looked coldly at Ning Chi, greed flashing in his eyes. Galello, this person is my prey. I advise you to leave this place. Galello took a step forward and stood on the head of the giant spirit general. A frightening killing intent spread from his body. At the same time, Galello's dragon army let out a deafening dragon roar. Their frightening auras merged, causing even Galello to involuntarily reveal a trace of fear. On the other side, the people of Blue Moon Town were extremely afraid when they heard the dragon roar from the group of dragons. They prepared for battle. What a pity. If I had known it was this person, I would have brought more people. Galello's cultivation base seems to have made a breakthrough. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. Chapter 714. Chapter 714. Breakthrough 3 levels, Tianqi Battle General. Isn't this person a little familiar? I seem to have seen him in Blue Moon Town. What did he do to provoke Gaelo to lead his entire Dragon Clan army to attack? Hong Jujian asked curiously. He's the thief who stole Gaelo's 13 dragon blood fruits, the foreign demon. Tianchi Battle General said indifferently. So it's him. Calculating the time, it's indeed the day when the foreign demon appears. Hong Jujian was enlightened. Looks like we can't capture him alive this time. Being targeted by Gaelo means certain death. That's true. Even if Gaelo doesn't make a move, the giant spirit generals under him and the large wave of Dragon Clan troops can easily kill him. I'm afraid that even if Tianchi Battle General leads us to fight them, given their numbers, we might not be able to win. It's very likely that we'll all be wiped out. The experts of Blue Moon Town whispered to each other and pointed at Ningqi. Not only was there no worry in their eyes, but they were even gloating, because in their eyes Ningqi wasn't a human but a foreign demon. Gaelo glanced warily at Tianchi Battle General. Seeing him leading the experts of Blue Moon Town to watch from afar, Gaelo couldn't help but sneer. He looked at Ningqi and said, "How about it? Are you still going to be stubborn? Even the Heaven and Earth Pavilions, Battle General, can't save you today. If you don't hand over the dragon blood fruits, I wonder how many times you can endure the torture of my dragon clan? It's almost time, right?" Ningqi was calculating in his mind, ignoring Gaelo. Gaelo revealed a cold expression when he saw this. The giant spirit general under his feet roared, "Ant, Lord Gaelo is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" Ningqi raised his head and smiled. He flew toward the mountain peak where the enhanced version of the apocalyptic dragon-slaying bullet was buried. Along the way, he killed any Dragon Clan members that tried to stop him. This lad actually took the initiative to attack? Hong Jojian's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The experts of Blue Moon Town felt that Ningqi was crazy. Wasn't this speeding up his own death? "How dare you?" Gaelo was so angry that he laughed. His body flickered as he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward Ningqi. However, just as he was about to catch up to Ningqi, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out in the valley. Then, an enormous mushroom cloud rose up, accompanied by a dazzling white light. Terrifying waves of air swept out in all directions. Several thousand feet away, the Apocalypse Battle General and the others sensed danger and hurriedly turned to flee. What happened? A sliver of deep shock appeared on the Apocalypse General's face. He did not understand what had happened in the valley. Why had such a powerful attack suddenly appeared? Gaelo stopped and turned his head. His expression immediately turned ugly. The valley where the skeletal spectral dragon originally resided had disappeared. It had been razed to the ground by an unknown attack, and there was even a huge pit. His dragon army, hundreds of dragons above rank 7, had just surrounded the valley. At this moment, other than the dozen dragons at the periphery howling miserably and having terrifying wounds on their bodies, the rest, including the giant spirit general, had disappeared. Gaelo knew that he had probably fallen into an ambush, and the person who had set up this ambush was... He suddenly turned to look at Ningqi. He saw Ningqi standing on the mountain peak, looking at him with a faint smile. His body was shrouded in a layer of faint white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing. Obtained 300,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing. Obtained 400,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing an inferior rank 8 dragon, Giant Spirit General. Obtained 3 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a betting gift pack. The system's notifications rang continuously. However, Ningqi did not care about this information. He had suddenly obtained a huge amount of experience points. He was about to break through again. That heavenly demon is about to break through? Han Jujian looked at Ning Chi in shock. The experts from Blue Moon Town who had come along this time looked at the valley in horror. Then they looked at Ning Chi with bewildered expressions, razing the valley to the ground and instantly killing hundreds of dragons. Could this be done by this kid? If this was really the case, then the methods of the heavenly demon were too terrifying. This must be the work of the war god temple. The Tianqi battle general believed that Ning Chi's sudden use of such methods was definitely related to the war god temple. At this moment, the condensed Do Chi cloud above Ning Chi's head continued to expand. From a dozen acres, it condensed into 100 acres, almost covering the entire mountain peak. The white light on his body flashed 3 times in a row. 5-star dozone, 6-star dozone, 7-star dozone. 3 consecutive breakthroughs. What is going on? Everyone, including Gaelo, was looking at Ning Chi in shock. They had seen heaven's favorites, who cultivated extremely quickly. However, they had never seen a dozone who could break 3 consecutive breakthroughs. Gaelo, didn't you want to kill me? What are you waiting for? Ning Chi looked at Gaelo with a faint smile. Gaelo's eyes revealed a trace of fear. He could still feel that his body was being attacked by a slow-acting poison. Therefore, he was afraid that Ning Chi still had a trump card. Based on the power of the explosion just now, if he were to face it head-on, he would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. Tianqi, this heavenly demon, I will let you have it today. Gaelo sneered at Tianqi battle general. Let me have it. A trace of hesitation appeared in Tianqi's eyes. After a while, he smiled and shook his head. Gaelo, it's just a mere heavenly demon. You should do it yourself. Gaelo's reaction was somewhat beyond Ning Chi's expectations. He had just used a dragon annihilation bomb to kill so many of Gaelo's subordinates, but he hadn't angered Gaelo? Now, the enhanced version of the dragon annihilation bomb under his feet was about to explode. If Gaelo didn't move forward, he would have wasted a dragon annihilation bomb. Gaelo narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Ning Chi. If I can get his attack just now, even without the dragon blood fruit, it will still greatly enhance my combat strength. However, does this kid have more trump cards like this? So you are afraid. In that case, I will take my leave first. Ning Chi smiled faintly and slapped a middle-grade mystic invisibility talisman on his body. Then he disappeared in front of everyone. Gaelo was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but move and appear at the place where Ning Chi had been standing. He looked around for Ning Chi's whereabouts. However, at this moment, an ominous premonition came from the bottom of his heart. Gaelo's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly transformed into his true dragon form. The moment his dragon body appeared, the enhanced version of the dragon annihilation bomb hidden in the mountain peak exploded with a bang. Chapter 715. Daluo Dynasty, another explosion. This kid still has a trump card. The Apocalypse War general revealed a resentful expression. The people of Blue Moon Town swallowed their saliva and looked in Gaelo's direction. The people of Blue Moon Town swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked in Gaelo's direction. After the mushroom cloud dispersed, the small mountain also disappeared without a trace. Gaelo was lying on the ground. Half of his dragon body, which was more than 300 feet long, was gone. Only the other half was struggling to move. What disappeared were his hind legs and tail. His upper body was still intact because of the protection of his wings. You, die, freeze, die. Gaelo let out an angry roar. The next moment, before the Apocalypse War general could react, he had already transformed into a human and left. Trying to escape, the Apocalypse War general revealed a look of delight. Now was the time to kill him while he was down. After the Apocalypse War general chased after Gaelo, Hong Jijin and the others stood rooted to the ground. General Hong, are we going to reinforce Gaelo or chase after that foreign demon? Someone asked. Hong Jiujian hesitated for a moment before saying, Reinforce Gaelo. Skyfall River. Ning Chi hesitated for a moment on the shore, his eyes constantly scanning the Skyfall River. He had heard that there was a behemoth at the bottom of the Skyfall River, but the behemoth did not appear the last time he crossed it. Therefore, Ning Chi was unsure if the rumor was true. Forget it. I'll give it a try. With my current HP, ordinary existences can't kill me instantly, Ning Chi thought to himself. Following that, he slapped a mystic-grade invisibility talisman on himself and crossed the Skyfall River, flying towards the orchard on the opposite side. At the bottom of the Skyfall River, a transparent behemoth suddenly opened its eyes. It glanced at the river and revealed a look of fear. It moved its body uneasily until Ning Chi crossed to the orchard. Only then did it calm down. It seems like there's no behemoth at the bottom of the Skyfall River, Ning Chi muttered. Ning Chi muttered. This time, he came to the orchard and did not hide himself. He directly walked up to the orchard openly. After the dragons guarding the orchard discovered Ning Chi, they all surrounded him. Insolent ant, do you know where you are? A rank 7 high-level dragon looked down at Ning Chi from above. Beside him were 7 or 8 mid-tier rank 7 dragons, as well as dozens of low-tier rank 7 dragons. Strange, after I stole it once, the strength of the dragon tribe guarding this place is even weaker than before. There was a tier 8 dragon tribe guarding this place before, but now the strongest is only a tier 7 dragon tribe? Ning Chi's face showed a trace of doubt. Seeing that Ning Chi was ignoring him, the type 7 dragon was infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a scorching blue flame towards Ning Chi. Ning Chi's figure flashed, dodging the opponent's mystical flame attack. In the next moment, he appeared above the dragon's head and slashed down. Before the dragon could react, Ning Chi chopped off its head. The rest of the rank 7 giant dragons were shocked. Then they decisively turned and fled. After Ning Chi caught up to a few of them and killed them, the rest had already fled. The entire orchard was now empty. Without any hesitation, Ning Chi flew to the deepest part of the orchard, only to see that the tree with the dragon blood fruits had disappeared. It's been moved away. No wonder the strength of the orchard guards has declined so much. Ning Chi frowned slightly. Then he searched all the fruits in the orchard before leaving. Along the way, he checked the jade slip that Li Mengqi had given him. In the jade slip, there were 5 options for someone to steal the dragon blood fruits. The first option was the orchard under Jilo's jurisdiction. The difficulty was only 3 stars. The remaining 4 options ranged from 4 stars to 5 stars. The 5-star option was the orchard in the Dubhe Dragon Tribe's territory. The Dubhe Dragon Tribe was one of the 9 major dragon tribes in the Withered Bones, Forbidden Ground. There was a rank 10 giant dragon in the tribe. Ning Chi would only choose this orchard if he was courting death. Hence, he ignored this option. As for the other 3 4-star locations, 2 of them were in the depths of the dragon clan. They were either in the 9 great dragon clans or just next to each other, based on the importance of the dragon blood fruit to the dragon clan. Once they found out that the dragon blood fruit was stolen, the nearest dragon clan powerhouses would definitely take action. Then it was very likely that a rank 9 and above dragon tribe would be drawn out. Ning Chi was not confident that he could escape from them. Hence, there was only one option left. The Pavilion of Heaven and Earth is a sacred ground. There is a dragon blood tree planted there. Every year, it will bear a few dragon blood fruits in exchange for training resources with the dragon tribe. The Pavilion of Heaven and Earth is a sacred ground. Ning Chi fell into deep thought. There were 36 Dodi in the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth. Logically speaking, it was more dangerous than going to the 9 major dragon tribes. However, as long as he did not give himself away and let others know that he was an extraterrestrial demon, the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth was not much of a threat to him. I hope that the women in the Withered Bones, Forbidden Ground also like to maintain their youthful looks. Ning Chi thought to himself. He flew towards the great Net Empire where the pavilion of heaven and earth was located. The great Net Empire was one of the 3 great empires in the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground. It was on par with the other 2 empires, the Violet Azure Empire and the Heaven Sacrificial Empire. The Pavilion of Heaven and Earth was the most powerful sect in the Great Net Empire. The sect's sacred ground was located in the middle of the Great Net Empire's capital city. It stood side by side with the Imperial Palace. Some even suspected that the current ruler of the Great Net Empire was the Pavilion Master of the Pavilion of Heaven and Earth, the Scholar of Heaven and Earth. There was little information about the Scholar of Heaven and Earth in the Jade Scroll. Ningqi only knew that he had lived for at least 20,000 years. It was likely that he was either in existence that had surpassed the Dodi or peak Dodi. All this while the Scholar of Heaven and Earth had not personally taken action to capture an outer sky demon from the Dongxian land like Ningqi. Otherwise, it was likely that he would be captured one after another. Even if Ningqi used 100 middle Xian rank invisibility talismans on himself, he would not be able to hide himself in front of such a strong person. The Great Net Empire, the capital city. Ningqi changed his appearance slightly. He used his Do Qi to stimulate his hair follicles and grew a long beard. When he entered the capital city of the Great Net Empire, he reported his identity as a rogue alchemy king. This identity attracted the attention of many people. Therefore, some factions had already received news of Ningqi not long after he entered the capital city. "Brother, I have just learned that you are an alchemy king. I believe that you have entered the capital city to sell medicinal pills in exchange for training resources." An elegant, middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Ningqi and cupped his hands together. Ningqi glanced at the other party's attributes. Sect leader of the Cold Mountain Sect. Lin Wei level. For Star Do, Zun cultivation method. Top D rank Cold Mountain mantra martial skill. Top D rank Cold Mountain palm health points. 160000 inch. I have indeed planned to sell some medicinal pills in the capital city this time. May I know what business you have with me? Ningqi cupped his hands together and smiled faintly. Haha, that's great. I am the sect leader of the Cold Mountain Sect, Lin Wei. If you want to sell medicinal pills, I can help to act as a middleman. Chapter 716. Magic Tone Bell. Ningqi glanced at Lin Wei and saw a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile. Sect leader Lin, why do you want to help me? Lin Wei smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this. My Han sect and the Kasayapa sect have recently had an alchemy duel. Unfortunately, my sect's king of elixirs was seriously injured by a thief. So, if you can fight on my behalf as an alchemist of my Han sect, then no matter how long you want to stay in the capital, I can use my connections to find a buyer for you. My apologies. I do not wish to participate in this matter." Ningqi cupped his hands and refused with a smile. A hint of anxiety appeared on Lin Wei's face. He was about to persuade Ningqi when a middle-aged man and a young man suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Wei with a faint smile, then looked at Ningqi and laughed. Sect Master Lin, is this the new alchemist you hired? Ningqi glanced at the middle-aged man's attributes. The master of the Kasayapa sect. Shirshin. Level. For Star Do Zun. Cultivation technique. Top grade, earth ranked, 9 transformations, Bodhi technique. Martial skill. Top grade, earth, rank, flower, pinching finger. Health points. 1800000 inch Shirshin. My Han sect's revered alchemist was injured by someone you hired. You still have the face to see me today? Lin Wei looked at Sher Xin coldly. Sher Xin smiled faintly and said, "Your Han school has many enemies. There are over 100 sects in the capital, and half of them are your Han school's enemies. Why do you think I sent someone to injure him?" Lin Wei sneered. "Just when my Cold Mountain sect was about to compete in alchemy with your Kasayapa sect, Alchemy King, he was ambushed and severely injured." Who would believe you if you said it wasn't you? Sir Xian smiled faintly. Show me the evidence. You. Lin Wei was speechless. If he had evidence, he would have made a big deal out of it. It was because he didn't have any evidence that he was in a mess recently. Otherwise, with his character, he wouldn't have approached Ning Qi as soon as he found out that he was the king of elixirs. He was just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. At this moment, the young man beside Sir Xian sized up Ning Qi for a while before he finally smiled and said, "A subordinate just reported that an elixir king that we've never seen before has entered the capital. It should be you, right?" "Maybe." Ning Qi smiled faintly. The young man smiled. "May I know which sect you are from? Who is master?" In the great Net Empire, alchemists were highly dependent on one's background. After all, only those of noble birth would know how to refine some rare medicinal pills. Otherwise, no matter how high one's alchemy skills were, it would be useless. A pill king who only knew how to refine qi-gathering pills was completely inferior to an alchemy grandmaster who knew how to refine unusual dough pills. "I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator." Ning Qi smiled. "Oh, so you're a rogue cultivator." The young man smiled faintly, and an imperceptible look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "This battle of alchemy is a matter between the Han sect and the Kasaipa sect. I hope you won't interfere. Otherwise, you'll just be asking to be humiliated." As an alchemist who served the Kasaipa sect, Wu Jiandong had not only become an elixir king at a young age, he was also an inner disciple of the divine pill sect, which was famous in the great Net Empire and specialized in alchemy for tens of thousands of years. Wu Jiandong had never taken an unorthodox alchemist like him seriously. Therefore, when he faced Ning Qi, who was also an elixir king, his tone revealed a hint of superiority. Ning Qi glanced at Wu Jiandong indifferently, then smiled at the ashen-faced Lin Wei and said, "Sect leader Lin, I agree to your request." "Really?" Lin Wei's face showed a hint of surprise. Ning Qi nodded. Sir Xian frowned and looked at Ning Qi. "Are you sure you want to become enemies with the Kasaipa sect for the sake of the Han sect?" Wu Jiandong's expression was also very ugly. He thought that he had already warned Ning Qi, but Ning Qi was stubborn and did not give him face. "Become enemies with the Kasaipa sect? You can think whatever you want." Ning Qi smiled faintly, then ignored Sir Xian and said to Lin Wei, "Sect leader Lin, I'm tired from the journey. Where is your sect?" "Brother, please come with me." Lin Wei happily took Ning Qi's arm and turned to leave. Sir Xian looked coldly at the backs of the two until they disappeared from his sight. Only then did he say indifferently, "Do you need someone to get rid of this person?" "No need. I don't take an unorthodox elixir king seriously," Wu Jiandong said coldly. "We can't fail this battle of alchemy. That thing from the Han sect may look like an ordinary Earth-level fighting weapon, but it is something that the Crown Prince has his eyes on. If we can't get it, both of us will be punished." Sir Xian said coldly, "I got it." Wu Jiandong could not help but shudder when he thought of the Crown Prince's methods. The Han sect. It covered an area of thousands of acres and had hundreds of buildings of various sizes. It was located in the suburbs of the capital. From the mountain here, one could see the palace and the heaven and earth pavilion in the center of the capital. When Ning Qi and Lin Wei went up the mountain, they had been looking at the heaven and earth pavilion. Seeing this, Lin Wei hurriedly said with a smile, "Brother Beixian, you came to the capital this time to see the legendary heaven and earth pavilion, right? Don't worry, this battle of alchemy will be judged by a warrior from the heaven and earth pavilion. I can introduce the two of you." "Sect leader Lin, thank you." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Not at all. Brother Beixian is too polite." Lin Wei smiled. As soon as they entered the mountain gate of the Han sect, Ning Qi felt a hostile gaze on him. Ning Qi could not help but look in the direction of the gaze. He saw a group of people standing there. Among them was a young man in white. His eyes were full of hostility. At this moment, a few elders appeared in front of the group of people and greeted Lin Wei and Ning Qi. "Sect leader, is this the king of elixirs you invited from outside the mountain?" One of the elders looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. After all, he had never seen Ning Qi in the capital, and Ning Qi was so young. It was inevitable that he had some doubts. If Ning Qi was really the king of elixirs, as the head elder of the Han sect, he should have heard of him long ago. "Yes, I have just informed everyone. Why don't you greet Elder Beixian?" Lin Wei smiled faintly. "Sect leader, this is a matter of great importance. If we lose the battle of alchemy, the demon tone bell, left behind by our ancestor grandpa, will have to be handed over to the Kasaipa sect. Although the demon tone bell is only an ordinary earth-level weapon, it is a sacred item of the Han sect that has been passed down for generations. It once followed our ancestor to battle everywhere. If we hand it over to the Kasaipa sect, I am afraid the Han sect will become a laughingstock." Head Elder Yuha ignored Ning Qi and patiently advised Lin Wei. "What? Don't I know how important this is? Yuha, as the head elder of the Han sect, you should not be questioning me, the sect leader." Lin Wei said coldly. Chapter 717. "It's not worth it, sect master. Elder Yuha is doing this for the good of our Cold Mountain sect. He's absolutely right. This time, Alchemy King, he was ambushed and heavily injured. So it's only right that his disciple, He Qingguang, should take the field. With Alchemy King his guidance, the opponent is only an ordinary inner sect disciple from the Divine Pill sect who has just become a Pill King not long ago. But now you've found a random guy who says he's an Elixir King and wants to fight in Elixir King his place. This makes me wonder if the sect head and the Kasaipa sect have colluded. Not only did you let Elixir King he be ambushed and seriously injured when you went out to search for spirit materials, but now you found a guy to lose to the Kasaipa sect and steal the demonic tone bell? The Cold Mountain sect elders beside Yuha all opened their mouths to support him. Every word struck the heart, causing Lin Wei's expression to be extremely ugly. At this time, the white-robed young man who'd been hostile to Ning Qi walked forward. He glanced at Ning Qi, then at Lin Wei. "Sect head, I hope to fight in Master's place and win this alchemy battle." Lin Wei glanced coldly at He Qingguang, then looked at Yu He and the group of elders. He said coldly, "Yu He, even if you want my position as sect leader, you can't take this opportunity to make things difficult for me. You are committing treason." Yuha smiled wryly. "Sect head, I'm not as weak as you think. This matter is of great importance. How about this? Since the sect head thinks this person can fight in Elixir King his place, then let Elixir King his disciple, He Qingguang, compete with him. If he wins, then we have nothing to say. What do you think, Master Beixian?" Lin Wei looked at Ning Qi. He'd always called Ning Qi Brother Beixian, but now, in front of Yuha and the others, he'd changed it to Master. Obviously, he'd made up his mind to let Ning Qi participate in this alchemy battle. Whatever. Ning Qi smiled faintly. "All right, then let's have a match." Lin Wei laughed coldly. "Then we'll compete with the Kasaipa sect to see who can refine the rarest and most valuable pills. They'll compete according to this rule." Yuha smiled and nodded. He Qingguang glanced at Ning Qi coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. After everyone around him had dispersed, a mystical flame ignited in his palm. Then he smoothly grabbed a handful of spiritual herbs from his interspatial ring and threw them on the mystical flame. In less than 10 minutes, the spiritual herbs turned into elixir. He Qingguang's expression was very calm until the pill was formed. After forming the pill, a thumb-sized golden pill appeared in He Qingguang's hand. A dense fragrance spread out. A top-grade, profound-rank beauty nurturing pill. As expected of Elixir King, he's direct disciple. He's already deeply inherited Elixir King, his teachings. It took him less than half an incense stick's time to refine a top-grade mystic rank beauty rejuvenation pill. Back then, Elixir King, he relied on this pill to win the favor of Sovereign Tongshuan's 8th concubine, solidifying our Cold Mountain sex position in the capital. At that time, when we compete with Wu Jiandong, as long as He Qingguang doesn't make any mistakes and directly refine the pill, our Cold Mountain sect won't lose this time. TSK, a top-grade mystic rank beauty nurturing pill that can make people 50 years younger. If it wasn't for the difficulty of finding the medicinal catalyst to refine the beauty nurturing pill, I would want to ask for one for my wife. The elders beside Yuha all began to praise, looking at He Qingguang with eyes full of gratification. Yuha smilingly stroked his beard and said to Ning Qi, "Little brother, why haven't you started refining the pill yet?" After Ning Qi saw the nourishing beauty pill, his face revealed a trace of a smile that was not a smile, until He Qingguang arrogantly looked at him, and Yuha opened his mouth to urge him. Ning Qi lightly laughed. "It's fine if we don't refine this pill." "Ha! I didn't think that the Elixir King that sect leader Lin found would admit defeat so easily. What a joke!" The elders and disciples of Cold Mountain sect couldn't help but mock. A faint smile hung on Yuha's face. He Qingguang proudly snorted, cupped his hands at Lin Wei, and retreated behind Yuha. Lin Wei was stunned. "Bei Xian, High Priest, what are you doing?" His expression was somewhat ugly. He didn't think that Ning Qi would directly admit defeat without even refining the pill. This made him lose face in front of everyone again. In addition to his failure to protect Elixir King, he was afraid that his position as sect leader could no longer be so stable. It wouldn't be long before he was pulled down from his high horse by Yuha. "Sect leader Lin, this beauty-nurturing pill sells very well in the capital?" Ning Qi asked with a faint smile. Although he didn't know what Ning Qi was planning, Lin Wei still nodded and said, "The market is not bad. The supply can't meet the demand. It's just that the medicinal catalyst is hard to find. Less than 100 pills a year." "Then I'm relieved." Ning Qi laughed lightly. Relieved? What was he relieved about? Someone couldn't help but say, "Since you admit defeat, why don't you leave my Cold Mountain sect? Next time you want to eat and drink for free, you better look at who you're dealing with. I, sect leader Lin of Cold Mountain sect, rarely roams the martial world. That's why I was deceived by you." While he was mocking Ning Qi, he didn't forget to step on Lin Wei's foot. Ning Qi was incomparably curious. How could Lin Wei, as a sect leader, end up in such a state? If it was just a grudge between him and Yuha, not everyone would stand on Yuha's side. Could it be that he didn't even have a trusted subordinate? Seeing Lin Wei's humiliated face as red as a pig's liver, Ning Qi laughed lightly, took out a low-grade profound level beauty pill, and said with a smile, "Sect leader Lin, since this kind of trash beauty nurturing pill is so popular, presumably the low-grade profound level beauty pill that I personally refined should be able to sell for a good price, right?" Low-grade profound level beauty nurturing pill? Including Lin Wei. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. He Qingguang's expression changed, and then he looked at Ning Qi in horror. Impossible. How could you possibly refine an ancient medicinal pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? A medicinal pill that had been lost for tens of thousands of years? Only then did everyone react, and they all looked at the beauty-nurturing pill in Ning Qi's hand with incomparable shock. Yuha frowned and said, "Qingguang, you said that this beauty-nurturing pill is a medicinal pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? What medicinal effects does it have?" From the name of the beauty-nurturing pill, he could guess that it should be the same type of supplementary medicinal pill as the beauty-nurturing pill. But he did not know the true effects of the beauty-nurturing pill. He Qingguang's face was livid, and he kept his mouth shut. Since everyone does not understand the effects of this low-grade, profound, level beauty-nurturing pill, let me personally introduce it. The low-grade, profound, level beauty nurturing pill can make a person 500 years younger after consumption. Ning Qi laughed lightly and said, 500 years younger? Isn't that 10 times stronger than the top-grade profound level beauty nurturing pill? And the beauty nurturing pill only needs to be consumed 3 times, and it will lose its effectiveness. Are you serious? This low-grade profound level pill really has such a magical effect? It can't be a lie, right? Everyone had some doubts, but Lin Wei's face revealed a look of ecstasy, and he excitedly said to Ning Qi, "This pill really has such a magical effect." "Absolutely." Ning Qi laughed lightly. "Impossible. This medicinal pill of yours is definitely fake." Chapter 718. Chapter 718. A disciple of Sovereign Tongxian, that's right, a pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years. How could it suddenly appear? It should be a fake pill, no doubt. Sect leader, it seems that the outcome of this match is still unknown, unless we can test the authenticity of this pill. Yuha smiled faintly. "Why don't you let me take it and try it out?" An old man beside Yuha stepped forward, wanting to take the pill from Ning Qi's hand. Ning Qi's figure moved, dodging the other's palm. He sneered at the other. "Get lost. What right do you have to take a mystic, low-grade pill? Can you afford it?" "How dare you?" The old man was a peak grandmaster. Seeing that Ning Qi, a mere 7-star grandmaster, dared to be so rude to him, he was so angry that he wanted to attack. Boom! His body flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Wei stood in front of Ning Qi and said coldly, "Who dares attack?" "Go, take Elder Zhuo away for treatment." Yuha casually instructed the people beside him, and then someone brought away the elder who attacked Ning Qi without permission. When he left, he looked at Ning Qi and Lin Wei with an incomparably venomous gaze. Yuha smiled faintly at Lin Wei. Elder Zhuo was just impatient. Sect leader need not mind it. How about this? If he can prove that his mystic low-grade pill is real, and that its effects are really that strong, then he will win this match. If he cannot prove it, then He Qingguang will still fight in place of his master. What do you think, sect leader? Yuha, it seems that you are the one who colluded with Kasaipa sect. Lin Wei looked at Yuha with a sudden realization and transmitted his voice. Unfortunately, you have no proof. Yuha smiled faintly and also transmitted his voice. Lin Wei finally understood why his and Alchemy King, his whereabouts, were so well known to the other, and even ambushed Alchemy King when he was temporarily away. Yuha had been a spy all along. Master Beixian, can you prove the effects of this mystic, low-grade pill? Lin Wei looked expectantly at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled faintly. It's simple. Whoever buys it will know after taking it. How much are you selling it for? Lin Wei hesitated and asked. If the price was within his range, he was willing to buy it and test the effects of the beauty pill. 1 dragon blood fruit is enough. Ning Qi chuckled. Dragon blood fruit? He must be crazy. What kind of lousy pill is this? It's actually selling for a dragon blood fruit. I had some faith in his pills before, but now it seems like this guy is definitely a liar. Yes, who can afford such a sky-high price? If we can't afford it, who knows if this pill can really make people 500 years younger? Everyone looked at Ning Qi mockingly. At this moment, Ning Qi had once again become a liar in their eyes. What kind of pill can make someone 500 years younger? A loud voice came from above everyone's head. Lin Wei and Yuha's expressions changed slightly. They raised their heads and saw a young man dressed in a light green brocade robe, smiling at the crowd. Yin Xiaoyan, the servant of Emperor Profundity. Everyone hurriedly bowed in greeting. Although Yin Xiaoyan looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, he was actually an old monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years. Due to his unique cultivation technique, the more he cultivated, the younger he became. He didn't need supplementary elixirs like the beauty nourishing pill to maintain his youthful appearance. I happened to pass by here and heard your argument. How about this? I'll bring the pill back to Emperor Profundity's concubine to try. If it works, I'll bring a dragon blood fruit for you. Yin Xiaoyan looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Lin Wei's face lit up when he heard this. Yuha's expression was very ugly. He did not expect Yin Xiaoyan to appear here at this critical moment. If the pill was real, then it would be difficult for him to carry out the rest of his plan. This kid is dead meat. It doesn't matter if he deceives us, with sect leader Lin backing him up. If he deceives Senior Yin Xiaoyan, I'm afraid he won't even have a corpse left. The elders and disciples of the Cold Mountain sect looked at Ning Qi with some schadenfreude. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi would agree to it, Ning Qi said with a faint smile, I'll give you the goods. What? He dares to reject Senior Yin Xiaoyan's proposal. This guy, I'm afraid, he's courting death. Wait a minute, he's so confident. Could it be that the pill is real? He Qingguang's face revealed a trace of surprise. Then his heart became a little heavy. Bei Xian quickly agreed to it. I'm afraid I can't protect you if you offend Senior Yin Xiaoyan. Lin Wei hurriedly transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. In the end, Ning Qi remained expressionless and looked at Yin Xiaoyan indifferently. Ha! The temperament of alchemists is still so strange. All right, since you want to give me the goods, I'll agree to it. Wait and see. Yin Xiaoyan laughed, turned around, and left. When everyone saw this, they could only wait anxiously on the spot. An elder beside Yuha suddenly said, If his pill is fake, will Senior Yin Xiaoyan vent his anger on the Cold Mountain sect? When everyone heard this, they all looked at Ning Qi and Lin Wei. Sect Master, do you really dare to gamble? How about this? Kill this guy with one palm, and when Senior Yin Xiaoyan arrives, say that he wanted to escape. This way, Senior Yin Xiaoyan will not vent his anger on the Cold Mountain sect. Yuha smiled faintly. You old guy, you're really vicious. You still don't know whether the pill is real or fake, and you want to kill me? Ning Qi looked at Yuha coldly. Yuha smiled faintly. For the Cold Mountain sect, I can do anything. Even if I get cursed, I won't hesitate. You're really King Yu Buchuan. Ning Qi sneered. What kind of expert is Yu Buchuan? Is he like me, always thinking of the sect? Yuha smiled. He pursues the principle of invincibility when one is despicable. He is indeed somewhat similar to you. Ning Qi smiled faintly. After hearing this, Yuha's old face, which had been smiling all along, finally could not hold it any more. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Ning Qi. Yuha, stop trying to sow discord. I believe in Bei Xian, Lin Wei said faintly. Then let's wait and see. Yuha sneered. Yin Xiaoyan did not leave for long, and returned in the time it took to drink a cup of tea. However, this time he was accompanied by an incomparably seductive woman. She looked to be in her 40s, and her cultivation was higher than Lin Wei's. She was a 4-star dozun. She was the 8th concubine of Sovereign Tongxian. Yin Xiaoyan, if the pill you found this time is really as magical as you said, then I will say a few good things about you in front of Sovereign Tongxian. Medusa smiled at Yin Xiaoyan, then looked at He Qingguang and said with a smile, I heard that you refined a lower grade, mystic level beauty pill that is even more magical than the beauty nourishing pill? Where is it? Chapter 719. Do you believe it or not? What? You didn't? Medusa's expression darkened when she saw that He Qingguang's expression wasn't right. Because He Qingguang and his master were good at refining rejuvenating pills. When Yin Xiaoyan told her that there was a low-grade, profound-level rejuvenating pill in Han's Han sect that could make people 500 years younger, she had the first impression that it was He Qingguang and his master who refined it. Imperial concubine, the mystic low-grade beauty pill, was refined by this little fellow. Yin Xiaoyan pointed at Ning Qi and said with a smile, It's him. Medusa looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. Did you bring the dragon blood fruit? Ning Qi smiled faintly. As long as your pill is effective, I'll give it to you. It's just a dragon blood fruit. Medusa said faintly, I've said it before. We'll hand over the money. Ningqi smiled. Medusa was instantly enraged when she heard that. Upon seeing this, Yuha looked at Medusa with anticipation. He wanted to see her kill Ningqi with a single palm strike. Yin Xiaoyan's appearance eased the tension. He tossed a dragon blood fruit to Ningqi and said, Here's the dragon blood fruit. Give me the pill. After Ningqi confirmed the authenticity of the dragon blood fruit, he tossed the mystic low-grade beauty pill to Yin Xiaoyan. Yin Xiaoyan then handed the pill to Medusa, respectfully. Humph. Medusa snorted and glanced sideways at Ningqi before swallowing it. In the next moment, an inexplicable change happened to her body. The wrinkles on her skin faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her skin became snow-white, delicate, and firm. In the blink of an eye, Medusa returned to her early 20s from her 40s. She casually condensed a mirror with her douqi and looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief. Yuha and the other elders of the Han sect turned pale. Only a few of them looked pleasantly surprised. He Qingguang, on the other hand, looked like he had lost his soul. Previously, he didn't believe that Ningqi took out a true mystic low-grade beauty pill. But now the truth was right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. That's great. We'll definitely win this alchemy battle. Lin Wei's face was filled with ecstasy as he looked at Ningqi with a fiery gaze. Ningqi seemed to feel his fiery gaze, and his body moved uncomfortably. What was this guy doing? Like men? This effect is perfect. After confirming that her appearance was near the peak, she couldn't help but praise her. In the end, she landed lightly in front of Ningqi. Young master, I've been rude just now. Please don't take offense. She bowed politely. Hiss, everyone gasped. Medusa, the 8th concubine of Sovereign Tongxian, who had the title of Imperial Concubine, actually bowed to Ningqi so politely. But what Ningqi gave her was merely an auxiliary beauty calming pill, which didn't increase her cultivation at all. Was this the power of a woman's love for beauty? Imperial Concubine is too courteous. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. Young master, how many of these beauty-suppressing pills do you have? I have a few sisters in my family who really need it, she said softly. Yin Xiaoyan landed next to her and looked at Ningqi with a smile. His eyes were extremely gentle. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Ningqi today. After pleasing Medusa, she would definitely put in a good word for him in front of Sovereign Tongxian. There would be a glimmer of hope for him to become a dodo in the future. Beauty-suppressing pills? There aren't many left because the spiritual materials needed to refine them are rare and hard to find. But if Imperial Concubine needs it, you can come again after the alchemy battle between me and Cassiopea's sect. However, 1 dragon blood fruit and 1 lower mystic suppressing pill will not change the price. Ningqi smiled. He could tell that Medusa wanted to bargain, so he directly stopped her from speaking. Medusa revealed a trace of disappointment when she saw that. However, she was delighted when she found out that Ningqi would refine more low-grade, mystic rank pills in the future. She left with Yin Xiaoyan after exchanging a few pleasantries with Ningqi. Little guy, if you're interested in joining my Heaven and Earth Pavilion, you can find me at any time. Yin Xiaoyan's voice rang in Ningqi's ears. If I come to the dry bones forbidden ground again, that's a good idea. But the 1 month is almost up, so I'll pass this time. Ningqi pondered. Yuha and you guys, did you see that? The beauty-suppressing pill offered by Bei Xian is the real deal. Even Imperial Concubine Medusa is full of praise. You saw the effect just now with your own eyes. So who won this time? Lin Wei looked at Yuha and the others with a cold smile. He Qingguang was still in a daze, as if he didn't hear Lin Wei. Hee, sect leader Lin, it's our Han sect's fortune to be able to invite a talent like Bei Xian. But I haven't seen Bei Xian personally refine a lower mystic suppressing pill. I wonder if Bei Xian can show us what you're made of? Yuha said with a fake smile. That's right. He didn't personally refine the pill. What if he got it from somewhere else? He Qingguang's eyes lit up when he heard that. Then he looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes. Elder Yuha's words make sense. Yes, if he didn't refine the lower mystic suppressing pill, then we still have to send He Qingguang for this alchemy battle. The remaining elders and disciples of the Han sect all looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at the crowd indifferently, then stared at Yuha and said, "Who do you think you are? Wait until the alchemy battle, then see how I refine the lower mystic suppressing pill. If you dare to say a few more words of nonsense, I'll directly offer 10 lower mystic suppressing pills as a reward for your head. Do you believe me or not?" As soon as he said that, the scene was silent. Yuha's face froze. He never thought that Ning Qi would make such arrogant remarks in front of so many people, even offering to offer a lower mystic suppressing pill as a reward for his head. If the other party really took out 10 lower mystic suppressing pills, I'm afraid, thinking of this, Yuha laughed dryly, not daring to say another word, and directly turned to leave. As soon as Yuha left, the elders under him immediately turned to leave, not daring to stay any longer, afraid of being insulted by Ning Qi. In a moment, there were only 1 or 2 elders and a few Han sect disciples left. Sect leader, Master Bei Xian, I'm really sorry before. I can see that Elder Yuha seems to want He Qingguang to participate in this competition. I'm afraid there's a trick. A 7-star Dozong who looked to be over 60 years old walked in front of Lin Wei and Ning Qi, cupping his hands together. Another elder nodded, frowning slightly, and said, "It's indeed very suspicious." "You've finally figured it out." Lin Wei sighed. If it wasn't for Ning Qi forcing Yuha to have a mental breakdown today, Yuha most likely would not have given himself away so obviously. But it's fine. With Master Bei Xian here, this time the Kashyapa sect will definitely lose. Chapter 720. Master Bei Xian, please stay here for the time being. 3 days from now will be the day of the alchemy battle. At that time, the people from the Kashyapa sect will come to the Han sect. If you need anything, please let me know. Lin Wei brought Ning Qi to a courtyard. This courtyard seemed to be in the center of the Han sect. Next to it was the building with the words Sect Leader Hall written on it. Sect Leader Lin, you are too kind. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Why do the people of the Han sect seem to be so hostile towards you? Ning Qi smiled faintly and cupped his hands together, after which he voiced the doubt in his heart. This, Lin Wei laughed bitterly. After a slight hesitation, he sat down with Ning Qi in the stone pavilion in the middle of the courtyard. He sighed and said, "Speaking of which, I am just an outsider to the Han sect. The previous sect leader of the Han sect was my father. However, 30 years ago, I did not know that I had such a father. 30 years ago, he dragged his seriously injured body and found me. He asked me to return and inherit the position of the Han sect's sect leader. At that time, I was merely a 1-star Dozong. It was he who poured all of his strength into my body through a kind of head bestowal technique over 20 years. He even used his own spirit to forge my spirit before he died. Only then was I able to break through to the Do Zun class in one go. Therefore, it has only been 10 years since I truly became the sect leader of the Han sect. Before that, Yuha had always thought that he would become the sect leader of the Han sect. Ever since I appeared, he did not say anything on the surface. However, after my father died, he immediately formed a faction. All the elders and disciples in the faction supported him. In these 10 years, I only had the title of sect leader. Even my training resources had to be asked by Yuha for him to give them to me. At this point, Lin Wei's face revealed a trace of anger. I did not expect that old thing, Yuha, to collude with the Kashyapa sect to steal the treasure of the Han sect, the demon tone bell. I see. It was unexpected that Lin Wei had such a story. If not for his father, he was afraid that he would at most be a 5 or 6-star dozon. It was no wonder that Yuha, a 4-star dozun, would not submit to him. Is the demon tone bell a heaven-top, grade do weapon? Ningqi asked. The demon tone bell is only an ordinary upper, earth-level battle weapon, because it once followed the founding ancestor to conquer the world and laid the foundation. The Han sect came into being. Since then, it has become the treasure of the sect and has a symbolic meaning. This time, the Kasayapa sect wants the demon tone bell of the Han sect. I'm afraid that they intend to annex the Han sect. Lin Wei said. After saying that, he opened his palm, and a black bell the size of a fist appeared on it. The surface of the bell looked very mottled, and there were even some spots of rust. It was likely that it had experienced the erosion of a very long time. At this time, Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Lin Wei did not notice this and said to himself, "But fortunately, Master Bei Xian has appeared. This time, the Kasayapa sect's plan has failed. It's just that my cultivation is no lower than he's. Otherwise, I could get rid of this person as well, and the Han sect would truly be impregnable. Sect leader Lin, these things have to be planned slowly. We can't rush them." Ning Qi smiled and comforted her. Lin Wei nodded and stood up. "No matter what, I really have to thank Master Bei Xian for today. I will take my leave first. If there's anything, just call the disciple at the door to send a message to me." "All right, sect leader Lin, take care." Ning Qi smiled and stood up. After sending Lin Wei off, Ning Qi released Little Six from the demonic pet space. "What did you call me for just now?" Ning Qi looked at Little Six with a strange expression, and a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. "That bell just now, you must get it," Little Six said with a serious face. "Why, that is just an upper earth class fighting weapon." Ning Qi frowned. "Upper earth class? Ha ha ha, what a joke. It's just that you bunch of ants don't know the magic of the bell. Do you know who hung it on before? It's that stubborn donkey. When it was born, its master gave it the 9-spirited divine bell." Little Six sneered. "Ants." Ning Qi smiled faintly and reached out to give it a knock on the head. "Ugh, it hurts." Little Six's eyes immediately turned moist. "Let's not talk about this 9-spirited divine bell first. You are in the demonic pet space, but you actually know what is happening in the outside world." Ning Qi sneered. "Speak. How long have you been lying to me?" "What do you mean by lying? I have always been able to see what is happening in the outside world. You have never asked me. I am an ancient sky dragon after all. My eyes are different from yours. If I were a little stronger, I would be able to see the whereabouts of that stubborn donkey." Little Six said in an aggrieved manner. "What? Your eyes can see through the barrier between the continents?" Ning Qi said in surprise. "This is a very simple matter. Don't be so surprised. If you really understood all my divine powers, you would probably worship me on the spot." Little Six's body wrapped around Ning Qi's neck. After that, he extended his tiny claws and tapped Ning Qi's head a few times. "Arrogant. Now tell me what's going on with this 9-spirited divine bell. If that donkey is really that powerful, why did it end up in the hands of the founder of the Cold Mountain sect?" According to Lin Wei's description, the founder of the Cold Mountain sect was at most a dozun. Ning Qi said with a frown. "Back when I was suppressing that stupid donkey, I saw the bell hanging on its neck. I didn't like it, so I plucked it off and threw it away. I seem to recall that I threw it in a valley. It's very normal for someone to pick it up." Little Six said matter-of-factly. "But I couldn't tell what was so special about that bell. Did you see wrongly?" Ning Qi said suspiciously. "It's impossible for me to be wrong. Back when I threw it away, I left behind a trick that I sealed. As long as I use the blood of the ancient sky dragon, I can remove the seal. You have to obtain it. In the future, It will be a life-saving Dharma treasure when you face that stubborn donkey. Little Six said, "Since you are so certain, I'll try to use peaceful means before resorting to force. After the alchemy battle is over, I'll try to exchange it from Lin Wei." Ning Qi said, "Anyway, go ahead." After Little Six said that, he vanished in front of Ning Qi. He actually took the initiative to enter the demonic pet space. "This fellow seems to be hiding many things from me," Ning Qi frowned. On the other side, Yuha appeared in the Kasayapa sect. Opposite him stood Sher Xian and Wu Jiandong. "Yuha, if you were to be seen here, wouldn't it tell Lin Wei that you're my man?" Sher Xian said with a frown. "First, I'm not your man. We're just in a cooperative relationship. I'll help you seize the demonic tone bell, and you help me seize the position of Cold Mountain Sect Master. It's that simple." Chapter 7:21. Assassination. What? Refining a mystic low-grade beauty pill? Yuha, are you kidding? The recipe has been lost for tens of thousands of years. Wu Jiandong's face showed a hint of disbelief. Although I did not see him refine a mystic low-grade beauty pill, he did sell one to Imperial concubine Medusa. Tong Xian's disciple, Yin Xiaoyan, was also there. Yuha sneered and glanced at Wu Jiandong. This man was only a peak dozong, not even a dozun. Taking advantage of his status as an inner disciple of the Divine Pill sect, he was so disrespectful and called him by his name. If not for the fact that he wanted to cooperate with them, Yuha would not have been bullied here. Being able to take out a beauty pill doesn't mean he knows how to refine it. Wu Jiandong gritted his teeth. He did not believe that an unorthodox alchemist would have a recipe that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. No matter what, you have to prepare yourselves. Are you going to bet that he really doesn't know how to refine it, or just kill him? Yuha sneered. How about this? That guy is a 7-star dozong. I will send someone to finish him off tonight. As long as he is killed, Lin Wei will definitely lose this time. After all, if the Crown Prince really wants the demonic tone bell, we cannot fail this time. Sher Xian said lightly. Then I will have to trouble you. Yuha cupped his hands and turned to leave. Sect leader Sher. Wu Jiandong still wanted to say something, but Sher Xian simply waved her hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. Only a dead person is the safest. If he really knows how to refine a low-grade, profound class beauty suppressing pill, then you will definitely lose this battle." Wu Jiandong also knew that Sher Xian's words made sense, so he could only nod with a pale face. In the middle of the night, a peak dozong sneaked into Ning Qi's room and was surprised to find that Ning Qi's bed was empty. Where did he go? The peak dozong lowered his head and muttered, "Second elder, so you are also from the Kasayapa sect." Lin Wei suddenly appeared behind him. The peak dozong was shocked. Ever since Pill King, he was heavily injured by that ambush. "I knew that you would try to ambush Bei Xian again." Lin Wei sneered and scanned the room, but did not see any trace of Ning Qi. He was slightly surprised, but then he thought that Ning Qi must have been very vigilant and had hidden himself. "What are you talking about, sect leader Lin? How could I possibly be someone from the Kasayapa sect? I was just passing by and saw a black shadow flash by. I was worried about the safety of Master Bei-Xian, so I came to take a look. If I had known that sect leader Lin had been protecting Master Bei-Xian, I wouldn't have come here." The second elder of the Cold Mountain sect said with a faint smile. He knew that Lin Wei did not have any evidence and would not dare to do anything to him. Moreover, he had a life-saving trump card in his hand, so he was naturally not afraid of Lin Wei. "Get lost." Lin Wei hesitated for a moment and said lightly, "Then, sect leader Lin, I shall take my leave first." The second elder smiled slightly and calmly left Ning Qi's room. He then rushed down the mountain with a gloomy expression, intending to send the news of the failed assassination back to the Kasayapa sect. "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't suppress you in such a short time, I would have killed you right away." Lin Wei looked at the second elder's back and clenched his fists. Then he carefully searched the courtyard, but did not find any trace of Ning Qi. He muttered to himself and directly sat down in the stone pavilion in the middle of the courtyard, ready to wait for Ning Qi to appear. Low-level cultivation training ground. Ning Qi bought for a total of about 3 days this time. He took advantage of this time to refine all the remaining spirit cultivation pills of the lower mystic level. Together with the ones he had left before, he estimated that he would have about 10,000 pills. However, he did not intend to exchange them for refining godstones because of the existence of the lower mystic level beauty cultivation pills. According to the Daluo dynasty's capital cities market, it would not be a problem to make a fortune. If he was lucky, he could even directly collect 5 million Dragon Slayer coins to purchase the intermediate bloodline of the Titan of Annihilation. It was better to leave the spirit cultivation pills for Ning Zi and the rest. As for the lower mystic level beauty cultivation pills, Ning Qi considered the lack of spiritual materials. He did not intend to buy the pill formula. Anyway, it was only 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins, so it was more convenient to buy it. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The spiritual materials in Ning Qi's spatial bag were almost used up. There were only hundreds of various spiritual fruits that he had snatched from Jilo's orchard. Some of these spiritual fruits could be consumed directly to increase qi and blood and physical strength. Some could be used to refine pills. Shi Xan brought Wu Jiandong and the elders of the Kasaipa sect and braced himself to come to the Hans Han sect. He had nothing to say about the failure of the assassination. He could only pin his hopes on this pill battle. If the pill battle failed, then, based on his understanding of the Crown Prince, he would probably take action to snatch the demonic tone bell. Elder Yuha, where is Lin Wei? And the alchemist he invited? Shi Xian asked directly after seeing Yuha and the other elders of the Hans Han sect. Yuha revealed a trace of a mysterious smile and said, "Follow me." Subsequently, he brought everyone to the small courtyard next to the sect master's hall and saw Lin Wei pacing nonstop in the middle of the courtyard with a livid face. On the way, Yuha had already told Shi Xian about the news of Ning Qi's disappearance. He Qingguang, who was beside him, had a hint of excitement on his face. If Ning Qi did not appear, then this time he would represent the Hans Han sect in providing the battle pill. As long as he won against Wu Jiandong, his reputation would rise greatly in the capital. His treatment in the Hans Han sect would also be greatly improved. Sect Master Lin, I heard that the alchemist you invited has disappeared. Shi Xian laughed lightly and glanced at the sky. There is still 10 minutes before the time we agreed on. If he does not appear, then it will be your Hans Han sect's defeat. He Qingguang heard this, and his expression turned ugly. The other party obviously did not take him seriously. Shi Xian, don't worry. The time is not up yet. Lin Wei glanced at Yuha and said to Shi Xian with a sneer. Yuha stepped forward and advised, "Sect Master, I think it is better to let He Qingguang go. Yes, my disciple is enough to handle this battle of pills." A voice suddenly came from behind everyone. They saw an old man walk in with a pale face. Looking at his qi and blood, he should have suffered a serious injury. Master, He Qingguang hurriedly stepped forward to support the old man. This old man was the alchemist who served the Hans Han sect, He Dinghai. Alchemy King He. Lin Wei stepped forward and clasped his hands. He still respected He Dinghai. He Dinghai returned the greeting and then said seriously, "Sect Master, let Qingguang fight." Master, He Qingguang looked at He Dinghai gratefully. This, Lin Wei revealed a hint of hesitation. The time was almost up, but Ning Qi was still nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he could only let He Qingguang fight? Thinking of this, he glanced at Yuha and found that he was looking at him with a smile. Lin Wei's expression immediately turned ugly. Haha, if it is He Qingguang, I can defeat him easily. Chapter 7:22. Beautiful young women, it's almost time. Lin Wei, are you going to admit defeat or let He Dinghai's disciple go first? Xian glanced at the sky and said with a faint smile, "Then, He Qingguang will go." Lin Wei said unwillingly, "Thank you, sect leader." He Qingguang's face revealed a hint of joy. He Dinghai smiled and nodded at Lin Wei. "Phew, it's done." Yuha heaved a sigh of relief. But at that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened and Ning Qi walked out. Seeing so many people outside, Ning Qi was stunned. "Master Bei Xian, you were inside all this time?" Lin Wei said in surprise. At the same time, his face revealed a hint of joy. So Ning Qi did not escape. "Why is he here again?" He Qingguang looked at Ning Qi with a livid face. Xian and he exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "He's the new pill king that sect leader Lin invited back? You know how to refine a low-grade, profound, level beauty-suppressing pill?" He Dinghai's face darkened as he glanced at Ning Qi. "Sect leader Lin, it's time. I'm sorry I overslept." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lin Wei clearly remembered that he had searched this place several times, but did not see any trace of Ning Qi. As for Ning Qi saying that he was sleeping inside, he was very puzzled, but he did not think too much about it. As long as Ning Qi appeared, things would be easy. Lin Wei smiled. "Master Bei Xian, it's time for the alchemy battle. Please." When He Qingguang heard this, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He Dinghai sighed in his heart and said, "Sect leader, won't you reconsider?" "There's no need to think about it. Let's just hand over the North, mystic high priest." Lin Wei said, "Fine. After this, Chengguang and I will leave the Han school." He Dinghai said coldly. This, Lin Wei was slightly taken aback. He had not expected He Dinghai to threaten him with such a matter. However, in order to prevent the demon tone bell from being taken away by the Kasaipa sect, he could only bite the bullet and refuse He Dinghai this time. "High official He, since you want to leave, I won't hold you back." Lin Wei said, "Even this can't change his mind?" "Never mind." He Dinghai nodded silently. Ning Qi smiled and walked directly in front of Wu Jiandong, looking at him with a faint smile. Wu Jiandong stared coldly at Ning Qi and said, "I heard that you can refine low-grade, profound, level beauty-suppressing pills." "It's starting, right?" Ning Qi ignored Wu Jiandong and looked at the sky before smiling at Lin Wei. "It's time. Master Bei Xian, you can take action now." Lin Wei nodded. Ning Qi smiled. With a whoosh, the karmic fire of the devouring dragon emerged from his palm. Then he randomly found dozens of spiritual materials and spiritual fruits and threw them into the fire. In an instant, they turned into pill juice. Seeing Ning Qi ignore him, Wu Jiandong also began to refine pills with a gloomy face. Xian kept his eyes on Ning Qi, and he even memorized all the spiritual materials Ning Qi had used earlier. It just so happened that he could recognize all of them. If this kid really knows how to refine a low-grade, profound stage beauty-suppressing pill, I've already memorized the formula. As long as I keep experimenting, I'll be able to verify the effective pill formula. Even if I lose this pill battle, I'm sure Prince will feel better with this kind of gain. Xian thought in his heart. Unfortunately, he did not know that Ning Qi was simply throwing spiritual materials at random. If he were to experiment according to Ning Qi's ratio, he would not be able to refine a single hair even if he was given 10,000 years. At this moment, the people of the Han sect and the Kasaipa sect were looking at Ning Qi and Wu Jiandong nervously. They suddenly realized that when Wu Jiandong was halfway through refining the pill, Ning Qi had already clenched his fist. At this moment, Ning Qi put the residue into his space bag, and in his palm there was an additional low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pill that he had bought from the Dragon Slayer Mall. "He's done refining." When Wu Jiandong saw this scene from the corner of his eye, his hand could not help but tremble, and the pill juice instantly spilled out. The refining of the pill had failed. "Damn it, we're definitely going to lose today." After seeing this scene, Sir Xian's expression was somewhat ugly. Ning Qi smiled faintly and opened his palm. A low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pill lay quietly in his palm. This is a low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pill. Wu Jiandong stared unblinkingly at Ning Qi's palm. Ha ha ha. Sir Xian, your Caiaphas sect has lost. Remember your promise. In the future, when Caiaphas sect sees the Han sect, you must avoid us. Lin Wei laughed ecstatically. Humph, this pill might not be a low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pill. Sir Xian wanted to make a final struggle. Hey, look, so many people are flying over. A Han sect disciple suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed. A dozen figures flew over from afar and landed in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone smelled a strange fragrance. They're all imperial concubines. Everyone was extremely shocked and hurriedly bowed, respectfully. Other than Medusa, there were 13 other beautiful middle-aged women. The lowest cultivation was a 1-star dozun, while the highest was a 7-star dozun. They ignored Lin Wei, Sir Xian, and the others. Instead, they directly came in front of Ning Qi. Mister, I heard from Medusa that you have low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pill? A beautiful woman said with great anticipation. Did you bring the dragon blood fruit? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The women looked at each other and smiled in unison. Yes, I did. Then everyone, please follow me. Ning Qi smiled and turned to enter the room. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Lin Wei. Sect leader Lin, I'll leave the rest to you. If you need help, just let me know. There are over a dozen imperial concubines here, and they can be of help. Bei Xian, it's all right, I can handle it. You better take good care of these imperial concubines and don't offend them. Otherwise, given their temperament, they will definitely destroy the Han sect. Lin Wei hurriedly transmitted his voice. After Ning Qi brought Medusa and the others into the room, Lin Wei looked at Sir Xian with a cold smile. Sir Xian, it's time for your Caiaphas sect to leave. Sir Xian only recovered from the shock and turned to leave with a gloomy expression. It seemed that Ning Qi's low-grade, profound stage beauty-suppressing pill was not fake. After today, the Han sect would probably have more than a dozen imperial concubines as friends. If the crown prince wanted to force himself, he would have to think twice. In the room, the transaction ended very quickly. These imperial concubines who had recovered their peak looks after consuming the black inferior grade beauty-calming pill were praising each other. As for the 14 dragon blood fruits, they were lying quietly in Ning Qi's spatial bag. Medusa smiled at Ning Qi. Mr. Bei Xian, if you have extra low-grade, profound stage beauty-suppressing pills, sell them to us. After all, 500 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Sisters, there is a limit to the low-grade, profound stage beauty-suppressing pill. You can only take 3 in a lifetime, so you can buy 2 more as a backup. As long as you have the dragon blood fruit, you will definitely have the beauty-suppressing pill. Chapter 7:23. Chapter 7:23. Great Destruction Titan Descendant 3? That's enough. Medusa looked disappointed and nodded. The rest of the imperial concubines also took out 2 dragon blood fruits and bought 2 mystic-class inferior grade beauty pills from Ning Qi. As the sovereign's concubines, they naturally had no shortage of dragon blood fruits. After all, the dragon blood fruit tree in the holy land of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had been planted for thousands of years. Based on the calculation that the dragon blood fruit tree would be harvested once every 10 years, and each harvest would yield more than 10 dragon blood fruits. Heaven and Earth Pavilion had already hoarded thousands of dragon blood fruits. As for the remaining half, a small portion was in the hands of Scholar Heaven and Earth and the 36 emperors. They could easily get 5 or 6 dragon blood fruits if they acted coquettishly. By the way, sisters, if you have refining godstones, you can also buy beauty pills for me. Ning Chi smiled. Refining godstone. Medusa was startled and asked, Mister, how many refining godstones are you selling for one mystic class inferior grade beauty pill? The standard refining godstone in the dry bones forbidden ground is very small. One piece can only be sold for 100 Dragon Slayer coins. I wonder if I will scare them with a price of 1,000? Thinking up to here, Ning Chi smiled faintly and offered a price. 1,000 god refining stones can buy a mystic low-grade pill. 1,000? You should have said so earlier. It's twice the price of the dragon blood fruit. Medusa was surprised. Mr. Ning, how about this? We will buy all your mystic class inferior grade beauty pills. We will be in charge of selling them in the capital. You just need to collect the money. What do you think? The imperial concubine with the highest cultivation, a 7-star dozun, smiled at Ning Chi. The rest of the imperial concubines nodded. They seemed to have found a business opportunity. If I were to contribute too much, others would be jealous of me. But if they were to do it, they wouldn't have to worry about it. And if I could maintain this relationship in the withering bones forbidden ground, it would be beneficial for me in the future. Ning Chi nodded and said, All right, then I will sell you the mystic class inferior grade beauty pills at the price of 1 dragon blood fruit or 1,000 refining godstones. Mr. Ning, how many beauty pills do you have? We will buy them all now. Seeing that Ning Chi agreed, Medgatha immediately said happily, I still have 50 in stock. If possible, please pay with god refining stone. Ning Chi smiled. 50,000 Dragon Slayer coins to buy a mystic level low-grade pill could be exchanged for 5 million Dragon Slayer coins. Ning Chi's little heart was beating rapidly, but on the surface he was still very calm. After that he realized that Medusa and the rest were hesitant when they heard that he had 50 beauty stabilizing pills. Even with their status, it wouldn't be easy to gather 50,000 god refining stones at once. As expected, after they muttered for a while, Medasha walked in front of Ning Chi embarrassedly and said, We only have 40,000 god refining stones now. Let's buy 40 beauty stabilizing pills first. Ning Chi smiled and said, Sisters, take the 50 beauty suppressing pills first. You can make up for it later when you have god refining stones. After selling all 40,000 god refining stones and adding the 1 million or so dragon slaughtering coins that he had, it was enough to buy a mid-grade bloodline. Thank you, young Master Beishian. Since you call us sisters, we'll recognize you as our little brother. Medusa's face revealed a hint of joy. After the transaction, they left first. Ning Chi didn't hesitate and sold all the god refining stones to the system. His dragon slaughtering coins instantly soared to more than 5 million. This was the first time Ning Chi had the most dragon slaughtering coins in history. System, I want to buy a mid-grade bloodline of the Titan Annihilation descendant. Ning Chi's mind was immersed in the dragon slaughtering mall. Along with the sound of the system notification, Ning Chi's dragon slaughtering coins were deducted by 5 million. In the next moment, a mysterious power suddenly surged into Ning Chi's body. Ning Chi's body expanded uncontrollably and only stopped when he was 6 feet tall. This height almost pierced through the ceiling of the house. At this moment, 3 pupils appeared in Ning Chi's eyes, and they were as bright as stars. The muscles on his body were well defined, and an explosive power filled his body. There was also an obvious change in his health points. Previously, when he was at the elementary level, Ning Chi's health points increased by 1 million. Now that he was at the mid-grade bloodline, Ning Chi's health points increased by 2 million. In other words, Ning Chi's health points would reach as high as 5 million if he went back to his origin and transformed into the true body of the Titan Annihilation descendant. This was already equivalent to the health of a rank 8 dragon. Ning Qi was only a 7-star dozong, and he was also a human with the weakest physical body. It could be said that under Ning Qi's human appearance, there was a powerful physical body comparable to that of the dragon race. If my health points increase, the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms should also increase greatly. This time, I can use this opportunity to obtain more Dragon Slayer coins. There are treasures in the Dragon Slayer Mall that can increase one's training speed. In addition to the tripled training speed in the War God Hall's Sect Master Hall, there is a high chance that the Dragon Elephant Prajna art will increase by another level. Little Six said that within 15 years, all the broken continents will merge. At that time, there will be an endless number of strong people, and even Do Di will be reduced to ants. That stubborn donkey has remembered my aura. At that time, I might be hunted down by this immeasurable existence because of Little Six. During this period, I must prepare for a rainy day and at least increase my strength to the point where I can protect myself. Ning Qi pondered for a while. After that, he withdrew his Titan true body. After obtaining the mid-grade bloodline, the time between him going back to his origin had been shortened from 1 month to 15 days. He believed that when he obtained the top bloodline of the Titan Annihilation descendant, he would completely transform into a true Titan and no longer be a human. Ning Qi didn't mind this. "Master Beixian, are you inside?" Lin Wei's voice came from outside the door. Ning Qi smiled, changed his clothes, and walked out. "Sect Master Lin, what's the matter?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "This time, I'm afraid there's trouble." A bitter smile appeared on Lin Wei's face. "What's the matter?" Ning Qi frowned slightly. Hadn't the troublesome matter been resolved just now? Could it be that the Cold Mountain sect had encountered something big again so quickly? You had just told me that Shir-Xian of the Kasaipa sect wanted the demonic tone bell. So it turns out that someone is behind him, and the person is a direct descendant of the scholar of heaven and earth. I'm afraid that even if I win this alchemy battle, I will have no choice but to hand over the demonic tone bell. Chapter 724. Chapter 724. Refining the divine bell, is that so? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. How about this? Since sect leader Lin intends to hand over the demon tone bell, why don't you give it to me? In return, I can give sect leader Lin 10 lower mystic pills, and sect leader Lin won't have this hot potato anymore, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Lin Wei's eyes brightened slightly, but then he shook his head. If that prince doesn't get the demon tone bell, I'm afraid he will implicate the Hans Han sect. I've already made up my mind. The demon tone bell is just a nostalgia item. In order to prevent the Hans Han sect from being destroyed, it's fine to hand it over. Sect leader Lin, since you've given the demon tone bell to me, you can naturally let that person come to me to get it. You just have to spread the news, and whatever happens after that will have nothing to do with your Hans Han sect. I'm about to leave this place, so if there's any trouble, I'll take it on. Ning Qi smiled lightly. You have to think carefully. If you give it to someone else, you won't get anything. If you have 10 low-grade, profound, level beauty-suppressing pills, it'll be enough for you to find a backer in the capital. Presumably, without the demon tone bell, the Hans Han school won't risk offending your backer to oppose you, right? Why do you all want the demon tone bell? Could it be that there's something special about it? Lin Wei finally reacted, his face full of suspicion. Ning Qi smiled lightly. I won't hide it from you. The demon tone bell does have something special. But with sect leader Lin's current situation, I'm afraid you won't be able to find out what's special about it, and will lose the demon tone bell. It might even involve your life. I'm not trying to scare you. Everything depends on sect leader Lin. Hearing this, Lin Wei fell into deep thought. After a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give you the demon tone bell. But if that prince takes it from you, this matter will have nothing to do with me." Ning Qi smiled and nodded, "Of course." Then, Lin Wei took out the black and rusty demon tone bell and looked at it longingly. He even used his divine soul to scan it over 100 times. In the end, he didn't find anything, so he handed it to Ning Chi and looked at him eagerly. Ning Chi took the demon tone bell, and after verifying its authenticity, he took out 10 lower mystic level beauty pills and gave them to Lin Wei. Lin Wei was initially a little disappointed at losing the magic tone bell, but after obtaining the beauty pill, his mind immediately became active, and several ways to use the beauty pill appeared in his mind. Master Bei Xian, I'll take my leave first, Lin Wei said impatiently and turned to leave. After he left, Ning Chi released Little Six from the demon pet space. The 9-spirited divine bell. Little Six grabbed the demonic tone bell and sized it up. He smiled and said, "With this treasure, if we really meet that stubborn donkey in the future, we can at least buy some time." Just stalling for time? Ning Chi sighed. If you were strong enough, you would be able to defeat it. However, do you think you can grow to that extent in just a dozen years? Little Six asked. Ning Chi thought for a while and shook his head dispiritedly. In a dozen years, his cultivation would at most reach the Do-Di realm. He might be able to break through to the Do-Di realm, but to defeat the stubborn donkey that even Little Six was afraid of, there was still a long way to go. Remember, the 9-spirited divine bell and that stubborn donkey always have a connection. Because it was sealed by me, it could not find it this time. After the seal is broken, it will know every time you use it. When it reaches a certain point, it will directly lock onto your position and break through the void to find you. Therefore, you have to be careful. I'll break the seal now, Little Six said solemnly. After speaking, he used his fingernail to make a cut on his other dragon claw. A drop of pure golden blood slowly fell on the incomparably black 9-spirited divine bell. In an instant, it was absorbed by the 9-spirited divine bell. Ning Chi stared at the 9-spirited divine bell without blinking. After absorbing Little Six blood, the 9-spirited divine bell emitted a layer of faint black light. This black light seemed to have a life of its own as it circulated on it. In a short while, the mottled rust had already faded, and the shape of the 9-spirited divine bell also began to undergo a great change. From a palm-sized bell, it continued to grow with the wind until it became 2 feet tall, like a huge bell. On its surface, there were strange lines that Ning Chi could not understand. These lines seemed to have no pattern, but they were unique. At the same time, a majestic aura suddenly shot up from the 9-spirited divine bell. Ning Chi did not have time to stop it. Not good. If its aura leaked out to the outside world, it was likely to attract the attention of the D-Zune in the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. At that time, Ning Chi could only run away. At this critical moment, a cloud suddenly condensed on the roof. This cloud firmly resisted the aura and slowly pushed it down. Finally, the aura was pushed back into the 9-spirited divine bell. Little Six collapsed on the 9-spirited divine bell in exhaustion. I'm so tired. It was really dangerous just now. If I had been blown away by that aura, I'm afraid that stubborn donkey would have found this place within an hour. Little Six said with lingering fear. Is it that serious? Ning Chi was shocked. Little Six rolled his eyes and said, What do you think? This thing is several grades higher than the saber in your hand. How can it be so easy to subdue? You can only try to refine it a little. When you are fighting against an enemy, you just need to hit it and it will have a miraculous effect. Higher grade than the Dragon Slayer saber? The Dragon Slayer saber is already a god-level fighting weapon. Ning Chi was shocked and blurted out. God-level fighting weapons are divided into grades. Moreover, there is a whole new world above the god level. I said you are an ant, but you still refuse to admit it. When the day comes when you break away from the category of an ant, you will be a real cultivator in this world. Little Six sneered. Ning Chi's heart was a little heavy. He did not refute Little Six's description of him as an ant, because he knew that Little Six was completely speaking the truth and did not mean to slander him. Thinking of this, he looked at the 9-spirited divine bell. I will refine it first. I will refine as much as I can. There is no need to think about other things for now. Ning Qi stretched out his hand and patted the 9-spirited divine bell. The devouring dragon fire instantly enveloped the entire 9-spirited divine bell. Under Ning Qi's refinement, the black lines on the 9-spirited divine bell changed slightly. After a day, 1% of the black lines turned light silver. At this point, no matter how hard Ning Qi tried, he could not make any progress. I can only refine 1%? Ning Qi sighed and put away the devouring dragon fire. Chapter 7:25 Zhongli Huatian. How much of the divine bell's power can I use now? Ning Qi asked. You'll know once you try, but I advise you not to take it out unless you have no other choice. You'll have nothing to worry about after you've completely refined it. Little Six said. All right, I understand. Ning Qi nodded and put the divine bell into his space bag. While he was refining the divine bell, Lin Wei had already spread the news. Everyone in the capital knew that the Han sect's treasure, the demonic tone bell, had been given by Lin Wei to the newly promoted alchemist Ning Beixian. Sir Xian of the Casiopus sect had also received the news. At this moment, he was kneeling in front of a young man in the pavilion of heaven and earth. Sir Xian had a natural fear towards this young man. Not only was he a direct descendant of the scholar of heaven and earth, but his cultivation talent was also terrifying. Up until now, he had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already at the peak of the Do Zun realm. His spirit was as large as a small mountain. Without even attacking, his spirit could suppress 1,000,000 soldiers. Crown Prince, I've failed this time. I am willing to accept the punishment. Sir Xian smiled bitterly. The young man smiled faintly and said, You didn't know that Lin Wei would suddenly invite an elixir king who can refine the tranquil beauty pill. This is not your fault. Get up. Thank you for your magnanimity, Crown Prince. Sir Xian's face showed a trace of gratitude. The young man smiled and said, Since there's no way to get the demon tone bell and Lin Wei gave it to the king of elixirs, it looks like I'll have to make a trip personally and meet this person. Crown Prince, why don't you let me do it? When he leaves the Han sect, I'll take it from him, Sir Xian suggested. The young man shook his head. No need. I've never robbed anyone in my hundreds of years of cultivation. This time I won't do it either. With that, he moved and disappeared in front of Sir Xian. Sir Xian was in awe of the Crown Prince's ability to come and go without a trace. The Han sect. At the entrance of Ning Qi's courtyard, the two guards couldn't help but sigh in their hearts as they watched the endless stream of experts going in and out. During this period of time, more than 30 imperial concubines, who have always been high and mighty, have come. All of them are here to see the Beixian imperial consecrator and ask for low-grade profound, level beauty calming pills. More than a dozen sects near our Cold Mountain sect are very envious of this, and even propose to cooperate with our Cold Mountain sect in sales. They are really daydreaming. With the strength of Minister Beixian, why do we need to work with them to sell? During this period of time, the people who come are either rich or noble. If this goes on for a long time, our Cold Mountain School will be able to establish a relationship with these strong people. In the future, when Minister Beixian is gone, our Cold Mountain School will also benefit greatly. Someone's coming again. The two guards looked up and saw a 9-foot-tall young man slowly walking over. This young man's appearance was extremely ordinary, but the aura he exuded was faintly extraordinary. Is Master Beixian inside? The young man stopped in front of the two guards and said with a faint smile, Young Master, Master Beixian is in the yard. Are you here to ask for elixirs? Please come in. One of the guards took the lead and said. The young man smiled, thanked them, and walked into the yard. After that, the two finally reacted and looked at each other in surprise. What happened to me just now? I also thought it was strange. Why do I feel like I'm seeing an elder in my family when I see that young master? They were unintentionally affected by their divine souls. If they did not break through to the Do Zun realm in the future, they would not be able to get rid of this influence. In the future, when they see that young man, they would have to listen to him. In the yard, Ning Chi sat in the stone pavilion. At this moment, in front of him stood an arrogant young man. The young man was accompanied by a group of family servants. The way they looked at Ning Chi was filled with arrogance. Ning Beixian, I know that you can refine low mystic level beauty pills. However, don't think that your business is good now. All the imperial concubines come to you to buy elixirs and help you sell them. However, don't forget that the beauty pill is only a supplementary elixir. It does not help to increase one's cultivation and will not attract repeat customers. In a few days, the market will be saturated. At that time, this prosperity will collapse in the blink of an eye. Wang Bol said faintly. He paused, and when he saw that Ning Chi still seemed to be indifferent, he couldn't help but frown. You can only cooperate with me and limit the number of pills produced every month or even every year, and then raise the price of the low-grade, profound, level beauty calming pills by 10 times. Only then can you make this business last. There's no need. Young Master Wang, please leave. I will not sell the beauty pill to you or anyone else. Those imperial concubines have already been booked. As a person, we must be honest. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand. Brat, you are only a 7-star dozong and you dare to reject my offer? Do you think that we won't dare to touch you? So what if you have the support of the imperial concubines? Do you know my true identity? You will be scared to death if I tell you. Even the scholar of heaven and earth will have to give him some face. The servant beside Wang Bol yelled at Ning Chi with a sharp voice. Ning Chi glanced at him indifferently. Did this damn eunuch think that he didn't know that Wang Bol was a prince of the imperial palace? I don't care who you are. Business is business. Please leave. Ning Chi said indifferently. Even the scholar of heaven and earth will have to give him face. There is such a person in the great Net Empire. Suddenly, a faint laugh came from behind the crowd. Who dares to interrupt? Wang Bol's servant turned his head to look, but when he saw the young man's face, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing this, Wang Bol turned around slightly. His face was also a little pale, like the servant beside him. It was obvious that the background of this young man was much more terrifying than his. Brother Zhongli. Wang Bol cupped his hands and said. The group of servants beside him lowered their heads uneasily and did not look at the young man. Brother Bol, it's you. Zhongli Huatian smiled faintly. Then he glanced at the arrogant servant beside Wang Bol. Suddenly, a giant ape that was hundreds of meters tall and covered in black hair appeared behind him. Save me, young master. The servant's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he screamed in fear. At the same time, Lin Wei, Yu He, and the other experts of the Han sect were extremely shocked when they saw the giant ape. That person is here? In the next moment, everyone flew toward the courtyard where Ning Chi was at the same time. Wang Bol didn't even have time to react before the giant ape formed from the divine soul directly crushed the slave into minced meat. Wang Bol and the others looked at Zhongli Huatian in terror, fearing that he would attack them in the next moment. Brother Zhongli, I didn't mean to. Wang Bol was not angry at this moment. Instead, he was a little frightened. Zhongli Huatian smiled faintly and waved his hand. I know that you didn't mean to do it. Let's end this matter here. I have something to discuss with Beixian today. You guys should leave first. Yes. Chapter 726. 7 days after they left, Lin Wei, Yuha, and the others also rushed to the courtyard. When they saw Zhongli Huatian, everyone stopped and only dared to watch from afar, not daring to approach. I didn't expect this person to come so soon. Master Beixian can't keep the demon tone bell, right? Lin Wei let out a bitter smile. At this moment, Yuha's voice rang in his ears. Sovereign, I've already reminded you that this existence wants the demonic tone bell. Not only did you refuse to give it to him, you even gave it to Ning Beixian. This time, not only did you offend that existence, you even caused Ning Beixian to die in his hands. You've really made a good move. With your brain running the Cold Mountain sect, it will be destroyed in less than 100 years. Old thing, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Lin Wei transmitted his voice coldly. Yuha snorted and no longer said anything. He looked at Zhongli Huatian and Ning Qi. Zhongli Huatian glanced at Lin Wei and the others, then looked at Ning Qi with a smile. You are Master Beixian, right? I am Zhongli Huatian. Nice to meet you. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. Ning Qi stood up from the stone chair, returned the greeting, and said with a faint smile, I wonder why young Master Zhongli has come here? If you are looking for a low-grade, mysterious beauty pill, I have already given the right to sell it to Meijia and the other imperial concubines. Mister can buy it from them. Although Ning Qi looked calm and carefree, he had never been so vigilant in his heart. Not only was he ready to detonate the enhanced version of the dragon slaying bomb at any time to perish together with his opponent, he was also holding a middle-grade, profound, rank invisibility talisman in his left hand, and his right hand could take out the dragon-slaying saber from his spatial bag at any time. He had already learned of Zhongli Huatian's origins from his stats panel. He was the direct descendant of the scholar of heaven and earth, who was behind the Kasayapa sect and wanted the demonic tone bell, just as Lin Wei had said. Otherwise, how could Wang Bol, the imperial grandson of the great Net dynasty, be so frightened that he fled like a stray dog? Even when his servants were killed, he did not dare to make a sound. Zhongli Huatian laughed lightly and said, I didn't come here for the beauty-suppressing pill, but for the devil tone bell. I heard that Sect Master Lin Wei has already bestowed the devil tone bell to you, right? How about this? Name a price and sell the demonic tone bell to me. No matter the price, I will accept it. So, young Master Zhong, Li wants the demon tone bell. Unfortunately, I made a mistake when I was refining it, and it was destroyed by me. Alas, it's all because the demon tone bell has been corroded by the passage of time. Ning Qi sighed. Destroyed? Zhongli Huatian smiled slightly. If you are able to destroy the demon tone bell, it is likely that your cultivation would need to be at least a 1-star Dodi, right? However, I see that young master is merely a 7-star Dozong. You are still lacking if you want to destroy the demon tone bell. What? One must be a Dodi in order to destroy the demon tone bell? Isn't the demon tone bell a high Earth tier Do weapon? Was he that strong? Yuha and the other elders of the Cold Mountain sect revealed a shocked expression. As for Lin Wei, his face was filled with regret. This time he had heard Zhongli Huatian's words. It was enough to prove that his demon tone bell was at least a top heaven tier Do weapon. However, he had only used the price of 10 low Xian beauty calming pills to sell it. However, Lin Wei thought about it again. Even if he did not sell it to Ning Qi, it was likely that he would be the one facing Zhongli Huatian. No matter what, he would not be able to keep the demon tone bell. Young Master Zhongli, you have misunderstood. The demon tone bell is only an ordinary high earth tier Do weapon. Ning Qi said with a face filled with doubt. A famous person does not resort to insinuations. Beixian Consecrator, I do not know where you obtain the clues about the demon tone bell. I heard that you need dragon blood fruits and refining god stones. As long as you give it to me, I can give you 100 dragon blood fruits and 200,000 low refining god stones. What do you think? Zhongli Huatian smiled faintly as he looked at Ning Qi. He knew that even an ordinary Do Sheng would not be able to resist the temptation of his offer. How could a mere 7-star Do Zong miss out on such a good thing? It's over. I regret it so much. If I knew that this existence was so easy to talk to, I would have directly sold it to him. My God, why didn't he buy it from me in the beginning? I would have definitely sold it to him. Lin Wei completely regretted it this time. His emotions were extremely chaotic, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. At the same time, he glanced at Ning Chi with some reproach. Ning Chi must know the value of the demon tone bell. Otherwise, why would he trick the demon tone bell from his hands with just a few words? Yes, Lin Wei now thought that Ning Chi had tricked his demon tone bell away. Originally, the trace of gratitude that Ning Chi had for helping him when the pill battle had now vanished into thin air because of Zhongli Huaqian's offer. 200,000 refining godstones. Ning Chi felt some disdain in his heart. This was merely the income from selling 200 low, mystic-suppressing beauty pills. However, he naturally could not show this disdain on his face. Thus, Ning Chi's face was filled with regret as he beat his chest and stamped his feet. Young Master Zhong Li, could it be that the demon tone bell is really a rare and mystical Do weapon? But it has already been destroyed by me. Destroyed? No matter what, Ning Chi would not admit that the 9 Skanda divine bell was still in his hands. Sai, how about this? I'll give you 7 days to consider. If you want to sell it, come to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion to find me. Zhongli Huatian saw Ning Chi's expression and sighed faintly before turning to leave. Oh, he's leaving just like that? Ning Chi was startled, then heaved a sigh of relief. 7 days. By that time, he would have already returned to the land of Dongxian. Zhongli Huatian's words had a hidden meaning. He was not giving Ning Chi 7 days to consider, but he was giving Ning Chi a deadline. As long as Ning Chi still did not sell after 7 days, what awaited Ning Chi would probably be direct suppression. When Zhongli Huatian left, Lin Wei and the rest stood on both sides respectfully as they watched him leave. Subsequently, Lin Wei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ning Chi. Bei Xian High Official, I treat you as a brother. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Wei said with grief and indignation. Sect leader Lin, why do you say that? Ning Chi frowned slightly. Yu He and the rest stood at the side and watched the show with interest. That person offered a sky-high price to buy the demonic tone bell, but you only took it away with 10 mystic-level inferior-grade beauty pills. Aren't you lying to me? Lin Wei said agitatedly. So sect leader Lin secretly accepted 10 beauty pills from Bei Xian High Official. The eyes of Yu He and the rest lit up slightly. Sigh, sect leader Lin, you're really not suitable to be a sect leader. Ning Chi sighed. No wonder Lin Wei was forced into such a state by Yu He. With this kind of intelligence, he could not support a powerful sect at all. What do you mean? Lin Wei was slightly stunned. You'd better find someone else for this position. I'm going down the mountain. Ning Chi smiled faintly and walked out of the courtyard. Lin Wei subconsciously wanted to make a move, but Ning Chi suddenly turned around and looked at him coldly. Don't forget who I'm working with now. Try and make a move if you dare. With that said, no one in the Cold Mountains sect dared to stop Ning Chi and let him go down the mountain. Yu He walked to Lin Wei's side and smiled faintly. Sect leader Lin, now that you don't have the demonic tone bell and Ning Beixian, you only have 10 mystic-level inferior grade beauty pills left. But is it worth it? Chapter 7:27. An acquaintance, Shershin. What has he been doing these past 2 or 3 days? In the Heaven and Earth Pavilion's holy land, Zhongli Huatian said lightly. Sir Exan stood on the side respectfully and said in a low voice, Ever since Ning Beixian had a falling out with Lin Wei, he's been staying at the biggest inn in the capital, Yingzhan Tower. Emperor Tongshuan's imperial concubine Meditha would occasionally go there to buy mystic low-grade beauty pills. In just a few days, almost half of the imperial concubines in the capital have changed their looks. This kid earned a lot of dragon blood fruits and god refining stones. He has no intention of leaving? Zhongli Huatian laughed lightly. Not at the moment, Sir Exan said. I didn't expect that a mere low-grade, profound, level beauty-suppressing elixir would allow him to amass so much wealth in such a short time. I'm afraid that most of the dragon blood fruits in the hands of the 36 sovereigns have already fallen into his hands. Shirsheen, why do you think he wants the dragon blood fruit? Isn't he afraid that this news will leak out and provoke the rank 10 great dragon to personally suppress him? A mere 7-star dozome, suppressing him with the flip of a hand and obtaining nearly 100 dragon blood fruits. Even a fool would do such a business, right? Zhongli Huatian said with a smile. However, underneath his smile, there was a trace of doubt. He has been famous for many years and has met many heaven's favorites who are on the same level as him. However, none of them are like Ning Qi, who he cannot see through. First, he had snatched away the demon tone bell before Zhongli Huatian. Next, he had started selling low xian ranked beauty-suppressing pills on a large scale. In just a few days, he had formed a relationship with dozens of imperial concubines and created such a huge network. Although these imperial concubines were not strong enough and none of them were doshungs, they were backed by the 36 Di Zun of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. If they worked together, even he, Zhongli Huatian, would be afraid of them. Crown Prince, this subordinate is slow-witted and could not guess his intentions. Perhaps he is just a foolish boy who has hit the jackpot. That is why he could not control himself and amassed such a huge amount of wealth in such a short period of time. He simply did not consider the consequences. Sir Xian bowed. He, Zhongli Huatian, just faintly smiled. All right, during this period of time, continue to keep an eye on him. Yes. Sir Xian nodded and turned to leave. After he left, a beautiful purple figure suddenly appeared beside Zhongli Huatian. With your strength, suppressing that fellow would be a piece of cake. Why didn't you make a move? The purple-clothed woman said coldly. Now is the crucial time for me to become a saint. If I were to make a move against such an ant, it would inevitably leave some flaws in my heart. When I become a saint, I'm afraid my inner demons will enter my body. Zhongli Huatian said with a smile. Hee, it's just an inner demon. Why would you be afraid of it? I think you just want to play with this kid a little longer. The woman hit the nail on the head and pointed out Zhongli Huatian's intentions. Since you say so, just treat it as if I'm toying with him. Zhongli Huatian did not deny it and smiled slightly. Humph! The woman snorted coldly, and then her figure suddenly disappeared. These few days, the amount of Medusa stock is getting smaller and smaller. I'm afraid the market is really going to be saturated. Ning Qi counted the piles of god refining stones in his spatial bag and thought to himself, what Wang Bo said before was right. Doing business like this was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. However, Ning Qi did not care. He only planned to make a profit. The next time he came to the Great Net Empire, if he couldn't make a profit, he could go to the Azure Purple Empire or the Heaven's Sacrificial Empire. These god refining stones can be sold for a total of 3 million dragon slaying coins. Ning Qi quietly pondered. Previously, with the 5 million dragon slaying coins, he did not hesitate to buy the World Annihilation Titan descendants' intermediate bloodline. However, he had to consider how to spend these 3 million dragon slaying coins. There was a dazzling array of goods in the dragon slaying mall, ranging from spaceships to inflatable puppets, medicinal pills, chi methods, martial skills, demonic beasts, and people. The War God Shrine is in the Ling Wu continent. This should be the place where I will focus on developing in the future. However, I can't split myself up, so I should buy a fellow to watch over it. In the future, when little you, and the others go to the War God Shrine, there will be someone to take care of them. This person must be a development type, a combat type all-rounder, and his cultivation must at least be a 1-star dozun. That's right, his potential cannot be lacking. Ning Qi frowned and thought hard. Some of the people he liked had high cultivations, and the dragon-slaying coins they needed were also sky-high. No matter how he thought about it, Ning Qi still did not have a clue. When Ning Qi's gaze aimlessly swept across the countless names of people, suddenly a commotion came from downstairs, immediately pulling Ning Qi's attention away from the dragon-slaying mall. This was because he was very familiar with a few voices. They were acquaintances. Immortal welcoming in. In the hall, Yuan Shang was arguing with a young man until his face turned red. That young man was also a Peak Do Huang who had stepped into the ninth life and death test. Beside him stood a 3-star Do Zong with a half smile. From the looks of it, he should be an elder in the young man's family. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong stood beside Yuan Shang. Their expressions were cautious as they looked at the 3-star Do Zong. It seemed that they were afraid that he would suddenly attack. I clearly came here first. This last room should be given to me. Yuan Shang said angrily, Haha, what a joke. Who do you think you are? I don't think I have seen you in the capital before. You are not a local. Yet you dare to snatch my room? The young man did not give in. Forget it, let them have it. There's no need to make a big deal out of this. Dongfang Lingdong transmitted his voice to persuade Yuan Shang when he saw that more and more people were surrounding them. No way. Yuan Shang's face revealed his anger. This time he had entered the dry bones forbidden ground and experienced a narrow escape before obtaining some training resources. He had planned to enjoy the last few days at the Immortal Welcoming Inn and see if there was a chance to steal some training resources back to Dongxian. After all, the Immortal Welcoming Inn was one of the biggest inns in the capital of the Great Net dynasty. The people who came and went were either rich or of high status. Yuan Shang did not expect that someone would openly cut the queue when there was only one room left. How could he tolerate this? Strange. Why is the Immortal Welcoming Inn so full this time? Could it be that something special has happened here? Chu Xian was a little doubtful. Yuan Shang and the young man bickered for a while. Finally, the 3-star Do Zong attacked Yuan Shang. In the end, he was defeated by Yuan Shang after a few exchanges. The young man was stunned on the spot. Yuan Shang revealed a trace of a ferocious smile as he stared at the young man. As one of the Yuan family's geniuses, it was really easy for him to defeat an ordinary 3-star Do Zong. Ugh. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong sighed. The thing that they did not want to see the most had happened. Sure enough, after the 3-star Do Zong was defeated by Yuan Shang, the crowd suddenly parted and another middle-aged man walked in. However, this person was a Peak Do Zong, elder. The young man who had bickered with Yuan Shang hurriedly ran to the side of the Peak Do Zong and whispered. Chapter 728. Chapter 728. Master Beixian, kneel down and apologize, then you can leave. The Pinnacle Grandmaster looked at Yuan Shang and the other two after hearing the young man's explanation. Kneel down and apologize? Yuan Shang and the other two revealed a look of humiliation. However, the other party was a Pinnacle Grandmaster. If they didn't do as he said, the 3 of them would be suppressed instantly. After all, they weren't arrogant enough to think that they could defeat a Pinnacle Grandmaster. They wouldn't even be a match for the most mediocre Grandmaster. Lu Fan, forget it. We're here to buy a mystic inferior grade face calming pill from Master Beixian. If the Master sees this, he won't have a good impression of you. A 7-star Do Zong stood up to be the peacemaker. Get lost. This is my Lu family's matter. Don't meddle. Lu Fan glared at that person. Seeing this, the other party could only smile and retreat into the crowd. He regretted standing out for no reason. Now he was humiliated for nothing. Master Bei Xian's beauty calming pill? Yuan Shang and the rest were stunned. No wonder the goddess welcoming in is full. There's a beauty calming pill here. Chu Xian thought to herself. She had long heard about the appearance of the beauty pill in Dongxian. As a woman, the beauty pill was her dream. Unfortunately, with her abilities, she could not afford such a pill. Beauty calming pill? Dongfang Lingdong's eyes brightened. Can we really buy it here? How many refining god stones do we need? Can you introduce us to Master Beixian? Yuan Shang and Chu Xian reacted. If they could buy a mystic inferior grade face calming pill at a lower price in the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground and bring it back to Dongxian, they would be able to earn several times the profit. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the next 3 to 5 years. As for whether they could afford it or not, they still had a glimmer of hope. After all, the price of items in the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground was very different from Dongxian. Some items that were expensive in Dongxian might be very cheap in the Withering Bones Forbidden Ground. You want me to introduce you? Who do you think you are? Kneel down and kowtow, then scram. Lu Fan sneered. At the same time, his aura instantly locked onto Yuan Shang and the other two. At this moment, even if they wanted to escape, they would not have the chance. Do I really have to kneel? Yuan Shang's expression turned ugly as he looked at Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian. Kneel. Do you want me to do it myself? Lu Fan berated. Forget it, so be it. No one here knows who we are anyway. Just as the three of them were about to kneel and kowtow, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Wait. Ning Qi appeared in front of Yuan Shang and the other two with a faint smile. Although many people here wanted to buy beauty-suppressing pills from Ning Qi, there were very few people who had actually seen Ning Qi, so no one recognized him. This familiar voice! Yuan Shang's expression changed slightly. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong also looked in Ning Qi's direction. When Ning Qi walked in front of the three of them, their expressions changed drastically. It's you. Are you here to laugh at us? Yuan Shang's expression was incomparably green. His cultivation seems to have risen again. Even I can't see through him now. Dongfang Lingdong's face was filled with shock. 7-star Dozong? Haha, do you know these three people? Then kneel together. Lu Fan glanced at Ning Qi and faintly laughed. The Lu clan is really domineering. They are just acquaintances. Yet they want us to kneel together. Shu, lower your voice. Don't let Lu Fan hear you. This guy holds a grudge. The Lu clan has always been domineering in the capital. Who asked them to have an empress? Everyone in the hall of the immortal welcoming house whispered among themselves. At the same time, they looked at Ning Qi with some sympathy. This guy was really unlucky to have gotten himself into trouble for no reason. Me. I also have to kneel. Ning Qi was stunned. Don't tell me it's me. Lu Fan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, all of you quickly kneel. Otherwise, I can use your lives to pay for it. The young man beside Lu Fan looked at Yuan Shang and sneered. The 3-star Dozong, who was defeated by Yuan Shang, also let out a cold sneer. Haha, you wanted to watch the show. I didn't expect you to kneel and kowtow with us. You miscalculated. Yuan Shang looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Ning Qi glanced at Yuan Shang and was about to introduce himself to Lu Fan when he saw Lu Fan suddenly running toward the entrance of the immortal welcoming house. Lu Fan greets Aunt. He knelt in front of a beautiful lady in her 20s and bowed. This is Lu Fan's aunt, the empress who married Overlord Tongxian. Because of her, the Lu clan has become prosperous. Oh, the empress is here. Everyone bowed subconsciously and looked at the woman with a fawning expression. Lu Qin glanced at Lu Fan and said, Get up. What are you doing here? Aunt, I heard that Grandmaster Beixian is staying here, so I wanted to see what he looks like. I also want to see if I can buy a few mystic-class beauty pills for the clan. Lu Fan said with an embarrassed smile. Buy a few pills? Everyone cursed in their hearts and looked at Lu Fan with disdain. At this moment, they finally knew Lu Fan's real purpose. He didn't want to buy the beauty pills from Ning Qi. He was purposely waiting for Lu Qin to remind him that the Lu clan needed the beauty pills. Nonsense. Lu Qin scolded with a frown. Lu Fan wore a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Qian with a pleading look. Forget it. I don't have any beauty pills with me now. Since you're here, I'll bring you to see Grandmaster Beixian and give you a beauty pill to bring back. Your wife wants it, right? Lu Qin said. Her last question was very sudden, and Lu Fan didn't answer. However, Lu Qin had already gotten the answer from Lu Fan's expression and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Lu Fan didn't mind as long as Lu Qin agreed. Therefore, he followed behind Lu Qin. When he saw that Ning Qi and the others didn't kneel, he couldn't help but scold. If you don't kneel, I'll kneel in front of the Lu clan's gate for 10 days and 10 nights. Lu Chen's gaze had already landed on Ning Qi. At the same time, she heard her nephew scolding Ning Qi. Her face instantly turned ashen. Yuan Shang was the first to kneel. Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian were still hesitating. After Yuan Shang kowtowed a few times and saw that the two of them didn't move, he quickly transmitted his voice. Why aren't you kowtowing? Do you really want to kneel in front of someone's gate for 10 days and 10 nights? After transmitting his voice, he continued to kowtow. After a dozen kowtows, he smiled at Lu Fan and said, Senior, is that enough? The other 3 haven't kowtowed yet. Lu Fan said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Chen slap land on his face. Just as he was puzzled and shocked, he saw Lu Chen smile at Ning Qi and say, Master Beixian, the younger generation in my family doesn't know any better. Sorry for the embarrassment. Bei Xian. Duh. Sure. Everyone was stunned. He's Grandmaster Beixian? As for Lu Fan, his eyes were filled with fear after he recovered from the shock. This guy is the legendary Master Beixian, and he himself had just threatened this master? Chapter 729. Heaven and Earth. Chapter 729. Inch what's going on? Who is Master Beixian? Yuan Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, was confused. Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian reacted faster than him and looked at Ning Qi in shock. Ning Qi is Master Beixian? The Master Beixian who knows how to make mystic low-class pills? How is that possible? The shock in their hearts was like the waves in a storm, wave after wave. Ning Qi looked at Lu Chen with a faint smile. Lu Chen sighed and turned to Lu Fan. Aren't you going to apologize to Master Beixian? Yes. Master Beixian, I was rude just now. I hope you don't mind. Lu Fan quickly walked to Ning Qi and apologized. His sudden change from arrogance to humility made everyone laugh. Lu Fan also felt embarrassed, but since his aunt had spoken, there was nothing he could do even if he was unwilling. You don't want me to kneel? Ning Qi smiled. Lu Fan laughed dryly and said, Of course not. Then kneel down and kowtow, and I'll let this matter go. Ning Qi smiled. What? You want me to kowtow? Aunt. Lu Fan was shocked and looked at Lu Qin. Master Beixian, can we forget about kowtowing? Lu Qin frowned. After all, Lu Fan was her nephew. If she kowtowed to Ning Qi in public, the Lu clan would lose all its face, and she, Lu Qin, would become a laughingstock. As the imperial concubine, if she couldn't even save the clan's face, wouldn't people gossip about her? Ning Qi smiled at Lu Qin and didn't say anything. A while later, Lu Qin said to Lu Fan with an ugly expression, Kowtow! Aunt, you're the emperor's concubine, and I'm your nephew. How can I kowtow to him? Lu Fan looked at Lu Chen in shock. If you don't get Master Beixian's forgiveness today, then your cultivation resources will be halved. Lu Chen said, Halved cultivation resources? Halved cultivation resources when he was about to break through to the Zun realm? Lu Fan was shocked. He knew that Lu Chen was really angry this time. He gritted his teeth and kowtowed in front of Ning Qi. All right, let's forget about this. Imperial concubine Lu Qin, let's go upstairs to discuss the beauty-suppressing pill. Ning Qi said with satisfaction. Please. Lu Qin nodded. Yuan Shang had already stood up from the ground, together with Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong. He silently watched Ning Qi and Empress Lu Qin ascend the stairs. Damn it, if he had revealed his identity earlier, he wouldn't have needed to kowtow. He must have done it on purpose. Ning Qi, I will not live under the same sky as you. Yuan Shang cursed in his heart. Lu Fan was just as angry as he was. He coldly glanced at the 3 of them and immediately left with the rest of the Lu clan. He could not stand the looks of schadenfreude. I didn't expect Ning Qi to actually know how to refine the beauty-suppressing pill. Chu Xian suddenly sighed and said, "The beauty-calming pill that Cloud Rising Sect's Meng Qingling consumed was probably made by him." Dongfang Lingdong was enlightened. "Don't tell me you want to suck up to him and get a few beauty-stabilizing pills." Yuan Shang said coldly, "I wouldn't go so far as to suck up to him. It's just that when we return to Dongxian, I don't plan to be his enemy anymore." Chu Xian said plainly, "What? Dongfang Lingdong, what about you?" Yuan Shang was instantly enraged and glared at Dongfang Lingdong. "Didn't you notice that Ning Qi's cultivation base has increased again? His strength has long surpassed ours. It's not wise to become enemies with him. Therefore, my thoughts are the same as Chu Xian's. Even if we can't be friends in the future, we should at least not become enemies with him." Dongfang Lingdong said, "As the prodigies of the 9 great clans, how can we be so spineless?" Yuan Shang said through gritted teeth, "Then why did you kneel so quickly just now?" Dongfang Lingdong rolled his eyes. I was thinking for the sake of the 3 of us." Yuan Shang wanted to cry at the thought of this. He had actually kowtowed to Lu Fan so many times in front of Ning Qi. He had lost all his face. Forget it. Ning Qi is at the goddess welcoming in. Let's go somewhere else. Dongfang Lingdong said, "All right." Chu Xian nodded. The 2 of them turned around and left. Seeing this, Yuan Shang hurriedly followed. In the room, Ning Qi sold another 10 low-grade mystic-level beauty pills, and then he received a message from Lu Qin. In the following period of time, they probably wouldn't buy beauty pills from Ning Qi anymore, because in the capital there weren't many women who needed beauty pills and could afford to buy them. "Master Beixian, are you interested in joining the Heaven and Earth Pavilion and working for Di Zun?" Lu Qin tried to recruit Ning Qi before leaving. "Empress Lu Qin, I don't want to be tied down for now." Ning Qi declined with a smile. "If you change your mind in the future, you can come to me." Lu Qin smiled and turned to leave. After that, Ning Qi stayed in the room and didn't leave even once. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The deadline of 7 days given by Zhongli Huatian had quietly arrived, and Ning Qi had already made preparations to return to Dongxian. He estimated that in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, this world would automatically begin to repel Ning Qi and send him back to the Cloud Rising sect. Time ticked by, and the time it took for an incense stick to burn was up. Ning Qi sat on the chair with a stunned expression. "What's going on?" At the same time, Yuan Shang and the rest had the same expression as Ning Qi. "Isn't the time up? Why are we still in the Withering Bones forbidden ground?" Every time they entered the Withering Bones forbidden ground, they could only stay for 30 days at most. It wasn't their first time here, so they had a good grasp of the time. The 3 of them were sure that they had already passed the time limit. Not only them, but none of the people who entered this time could leave the Withering Bones forbidden ground. With a creak, the door in front of Ning Qi opened. Zhongli Huatian walked in with a faint smile. "Master Beixian, what's your decision?" He sat down on the chair and smiled at Ning Qi as if he was the host. Ning Qi glanced at Zhongli Huatian and smiled bitterly. "I destroyed the demonic tone bell by accident. How can Mr. Zhongli believe me? If you were a dead person, I would believe your words. After all, a dead person can't lie. Unfortunately, you're a living person now, and you're constantly lying to me, treating me like a fool. So, it's very likely that you'll become a dead person. Which one do you want to choose?" Zhongli Huatian smiled instead of being angry. "Forget it." Ning Qi sighed. He had tried to test Zhongli Huatian again and again, but the latter had already determined that the demonic tone bell wouldn't be destroyed. There was no point in continuing. "If Mr. Zhongli wants the demonic tone bell, please follow me." Chapter 730. Soul Pursuit. You finally admit it. Zhongli Huatian smiled and followed Ning Qi. His heart was filled with confidence. Ning Qi couldn't escape from him at all. so Zhongli Huatian didn't follow too closely. However, after Ning Qi left the inn, he disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Ning Qi was already rushing towards the city gate at lightning speed. Although he did not know why the forbidden dry bones land would delay their return to Dongxian, Ning Qi just wanted to get away from Zhongli Huatian first. Zhongli Huatian looked around but did not see any trace of Ning Qi. Rolling his eyes speechlessly, Zhongli Huatian suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Bind!" Just as Ning Qi was about to reach the city gate, a strand of black hair flew out of his body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant ape that was more than 30 meters tall. Immediately, the crowd on the street panicked. Some of the more knowledgeable locals of the capital retreated 100 meters after seeing the giant black ape. Their faces were filled with fear. The soldiers who were rushing over after noticing the commotion had the same reaction as the others when they saw the giant black ape. None of them dared to get close. As soon as the giant black ape appeared, it reached out to grab Ning Qi. Ning Qi felt a cold gust of wind behind him. He did not look back, but took out the Dragon Slayer saber and calmly slashed behind him. With this slash, Ning Qi was instantly revealed and left his invisible state. Boom! The sharp saber Qi directly slashed the giant black ape's arm, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, it penetrated through the ape's body. Is this giant ape formed from a soul? Yes. Zhongli Huatian must have secretly planted a soul seed in my body. A cold light flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could the other party find Ning Qi, who was already invisible? At this moment, Ning Qi had already reached the city gate. A soldier was about to stop Ning Qi, but he was suddenly slapped on the head from behind. The soldier turned around angrily, only to find his immediate superior standing behind him. Did you see the demonic ape? Yes. Then you still dare to interfere in this matter? Whose soul is the demonic ape? Have you forgotten? Ah, it's that. Do you understand now? It's best that we don't interfere in his affairs. Even if we have to help him, we shouldn't. They won't appreciate it. Boss, I understand now. The soldier had a look of enlightenment on his face. After that, everyone allowed Ning Qi to directly escape through the city gate. The black ape didn't dodge either and simply passed through the wall. One man and one ape, one chasing, one fleeing. In the blink of an eye, Ning Qi had fled thousands of miles and entered a forest. You can't escape. A soft whisper seemed to ring in his ear. Ning Qi turned his head to look and discovered that Zhongli Huatian was only 2 feet away from him. Zhongli Huatian could suppress him at any time. But Ning Qi didn't understand why Zhongli Huatian didn't have any intention of making a move. With a sigh, Ning Qi stopped and looked at Zhongli Huatian. At this moment, the giant black ape leaped up and stomped towards Zhongli Huatian. When it was about to step on Zhongli Huatian, its figure suddenly transformed and entered Zhongli Huatian's body. This is your divine soul? Ning Qi asked calmly. Yes. Zhongli Huatian nodded. I didn't expect the divine soul to have such a wonderful use. I'm afraid that even the Dozuns of Dongxian don't seem to understand this technique. Or do I have to be a peak Dozun like him to have such a technique? Ning Qi was secretly surprised. Give me the demon tone bell. Zhongli Huatian extended his hand and smiled. No. Ning Qi refused. Are you really not afraid that I'll kill you? Zhongli Huatian was a little curious. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done so long ago. I'm curious. Why didn't you just suppress me and interrogate me? Maybe I couldn't endure your interrogation and gave you the demonic tone bell. Who knows? I might have given it to you. Ning Qi smiled. If I attack you, the time it takes for me to become a saint will be extended by over 10 years. It's not worth it. Zhongli Huatian said with a sincere face. If that's the case, let me go. I'll give you the demon tone bell after I'm done playing with it. What do you think? Ning Qi smiled. It seems that you really know the origin of the demon tone bell. If you tell me how you know, maybe I'll let you go. Zhongli Huatian smiled faintly. There's no need to let me go. I'll take my leave first. Ningqi smiled slightly and threw a strengthened version of the world-exterminating dragon-slaying bullet at Zhongli Huatian. The bullet exploded the moment it appeared. Ningqi had been prepared for this. In that instant, he had already flown several hundred meters away. Moreover, he had reverted to his original form and transformed into his Titan true body that was 6 meters tall. The shock waves of the incomparably violent explosion still fiercely struck Ningqi's back and sent him flying. The place where Zhongli Huatian had been standing was filled with dust. This dust formed a mushroom, cloud the size of a small mountain. Hiss! I was almost blown to death. After being hit by the world-exterminating dragon-slaying bullet, Zhongli Huatian's 3.5 million HP was left with less than 200,000 HP. This was just the outer shock wave. If Ningqi was at the center, he would have been vaporized. Even if he's not dead, he should be seriously injured, right? Ningqi thought to himself. Without stopping, he headed straight for the ancient barren land. Since the forbidden land of dried bones did not send him back to Dongxian at the appointed time, Ningqi had enough time to pay a visit to the ruins of the War God Hall. Perhaps he could find a few more bronze puppets. If Zhongli Huatian did not die and continued to chase after him, the messy forces in the ancient barren land could provide Ningqi with a better cover. After all, the tentacles of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had not reached here yet. The mushroom cloud dissipated. A huge pit that was 300 feet long appeared on the ground. In the center of the pit stood a giant black ape. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the black ape was not a physical body. Zhongli Huatian stood in the center of the black ape's body. He seemed to be in a sorry state at the moment. His body was covered with wounds, and one could even see the white bones on his cheeks. His originally ordinary face now looked like a demon that had descended into the world. Looks like I'll have to delay my sainthood for more than 10 years. Zhongli Huatian's face was cold as he muttered to himself. Then he kept the devil ape that was formed by his spirit back into his body and flew toward the direction where Ningqi escaped. Chapter 731. Chapter 731. Encountering the 4 ghosts of the heaven vault again in the ancient desolate land. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ningqi concealed his cultivation when he entered the ancient desolate land. He disguised himself as an ordinary Dowang and slowly flew towards the ruins of the War God Hall. This brother, do you know the direction to the ruins of the War God Hall? Do you know where it is? Suddenly, a group of 5 blocked Ningqi's path. Their cultivation bases were all 1-star Dou emperors. After seeing Ningqi's disguised strength, 4 of them revealed looks of disdain. If it wasn't for asking for directions, they wouldn't even be bothered to talk to Ningqi. The young man who asked for directions had a smile on his face and was very polite to Ningqi. Ningqi sized up these 5 people. Other than the young man who asked for directions, the remaining 4 were 2 males and 2 females. The 2 males looked similar and should be brothers. As for the 2 females, their appearances were above average. If it wasn't for the trace of unkindness in their eyes, their evaluation would be even higher. It should be because when Master Wu was searching for the successor of the War God Hall, the news was leaked out. There were over 1,000 participants back then. Ningqi silently mused. Brother, can you hear me? Seeing that Ningqi didn't reply, the young man waved his hand in front of Ningqi's eyes. Why are you guys going to the War God Hall? Ningqi's true cultivation base was much higher compared to these fellows. Hence, he unconsciously used an indifferent attitude when facing them. A mere Dou Wang dares to meddle in all this. A female snorted coldly. Hey, just answer whatever I'm asking you. Don't waste any more time talking nonsense. Another female frowned at Ningqi. Brother, their tempers aren't good. Quickly speak." The young man smiled bitterly at Ning Chi. Ning Chi furrowed his brows and pointed to the north. "Oh, it's there?" The young man raised his eyebrows. "Amen." Ning Chi nodded and directly headed in the direction of the War God Hall. More accurately speaking, that was not the remains of the War Divine Hall. Instead, it was the tomb of the Do Di that Zhang Weiyu had left behind. However, Ning Chi had received the inheritance of the War Divine Hall at that place. Hence, in the situation where the War Divine Hall was destroyed and its remains were difficult to find, that place could also be called the remains of the War Divine Hall. "Kid, who told you to take this path? Don't tell me that you want to try your luck at the remains of the War God Hall with your mere Do Wang strength?" Two guys with similar appearances blocked Ning Chi's path. "Li Dao, Li Jian, this brother just showed us the way. Don't joke with him." The young man who asked for directions walked up to Ning Chi and smiled at the two of them. "Are you joking?" Li Dao and Li Jian sneered and glanced at the young man. "Luo Tianhua, you want to protect a mere Do Wang? Sooner or later, you will die because of your hypocrisy." "Hypocrite?" Luo Tianhua's expression changed slightly. Then he chuckled and ignored Li Dao and Li Jian. At this moment, they also headed north with the two women. "Brother, are you also going to the ruins of the War God Temple?" Luo Tianhua smiled at Ning Chi. "Yes." Ning Chi glanced at Luo Tianhua and nodded. "That's great, we are going the same way." In the ancient desolate land, bandits and demonic beasts roam freely. Why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other on the way." Luo Tianhua smiled. Ning Chi found it funny. The cultivation that he revealed was only at the Do Wang realm, but the other party said that they would take care of each other. Was there anyone who liked to think for others? Seeing that Ning Chi didn't speak, Luo Tianhua thought that Ning Chi had agreed. He told Ning Chi to follow behind them, but not too close. Li Dao and Li Jian had bad tempers, and if Ning Chi got too close, they would definitely make fun of him. Ning Chi wanted to leave immediately, but on second thought, wasn't it a natural cover to stay with these 5 people? Thinking of this, Ning Chi smiled and followed behind Luo Tianhua and the others. That kid has been following us." Li Dao glanced behind him, and his expression was a little ugly. "Big brother, I will go and remove his legs." Li Jian said. "I say, the two of you he is just passing by. Is there a need to do this? We should just hurry on our way. If you have the time, why don't you check the surroundings to see if there are any bandits or demonic beasts lying in ambush?" Luo Tianhua smiled. Before Li Dao and Li Jian could reply, the two ladies impatiently spoke. "What if he is a spy sent by the bandits? Li Dao, Li Jian, go and kill him for me." "Okay." Li Dao and Li Jian's lips curled up as they walked towards Ning Chi. Upon seeing this, Luo Tianhua's expression turned cold. Just when he wanted to speak, he suddenly heard a burst of wild laughter. "Big brother, second brother, third brother, there are 2 girls here that are extremely beautiful. Ha ha ha, fourth brother, your heart is stirred again, right? These 2 girls should be enjoyed by big brother first. Hee hee." Luo Tianhua and the others discovered that they were surrounded by 4 unfathomable old fellows. From the looks of it, the other party was at least a 1-star dozong. For ghosts of the Heaven Vault? After Luo Tianhua saw their appearances, his expression changed slightly. He suddenly recalled the origins of these 4 people from his memories as he involuntarily exclaimed in shock. For ghosts of the Heaven Vault? Why would we encounter these 4 old fellows here? Li Dao and Li Jian had bitter smiles on their faces. The 4 ghosts of the Heaven Vault were extremely famous in the ancient desolate lands. If they appeared individually, they wouldn't be so terrifying. But when the 4 of them gathered together, the strength they could unleash was something even a 3-star dozong would feel trepidation towards. Their innate personalities were cruel and violent, and they were also fond of women. Now that they encountered these 4, there was no way for them to be kind. Among the people here, the two ladies were the most terrified. They subconsciously retreated behind Li Dao and Li Jian. Li Dao, Li Jian, protect us! The two ladies spoke in a trembling voice. We will definitely protect you. Don't worry. Li Dao and Li Jian felt some heartache when they saw how terrified the two ladies were. They hurriedly nodded their heads heavily. After that, the two of them stared at the four ghosts of the heaven vault and roared in a low voice. Don't get any closer! We're disciples of the Li clan. Give face to our ancestor and spare us. Li clan? Who does the Li clan think they are? Even when begging for mercy, they still have to be so arrogant. Is this what the disciples of your clan learned? Yellow Ghost sinisterly laughed. Fourth brother, you go and capture them. The heaven, earth, and mystic ghosts laughed sinisterly. Right, watch me. Chapter 732. Kill the four ghosts, stop! Luo Tianhua gritted his teeth and took the initiative to attack Yellow Demon. Boom! Yellow Ghost had only used one palm strike, and Luo Tianhua had been seriously injured. Ning Qi took advantage of the situation to catch him. At this time, Yellow Ghost's tongue had already licked the two women's cheeks. Looking at Yellow Ghost's shabby appearance, his yellow teeth, and his tongue that still had a trace of vegetable leaves on it, the two women vomited on the spot in disgust. No. Seeing their goddess being violated, the heavily injured Li Dao and Li Jian let out a desperate roar. They could only lift their palms helplessly and wave them in the direction of Yellow Ghost. Fourth brother, there's still one more guy. Quickly finish him off. Sky, Ghost glanced at Yellow Ghost coldly, seeing that Yellow Ghost had already licked him before he could enjoy himself. Sky Ghost was naturally in a bad mood. Understood, big brother. Yellow Ghost rolled his eyes at him, then walked toward Ning Qi with a grim smile. But halfway there, he stopped and looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. That's not right. The height isn't right, but they do look a little alike. Fourth brother, what are you waiting for? The three ghosts of heaven, earth, and mystic frowned. Big brother, look at this guy. Doesn't he look like the otherworldly demon that received the inheritance of the war god temple? Huang Gui called out to the three. The three of them leaped up when they heard this. The next moment they landed in front of Ning Qi and carefully observed him. A moment later, the three of them nodded and said, very similar, really very similar. However, that little fellow is a Do Huang, while this fellow seems to be only a Do Wang. They should not be the same person. An extraterrestrial demon that accepted the inheritance of the war god temple? Luo Tianhua, Li Dao, Li Jian, and the two women glanced at Ning Qi in disbelief after hearing Yellow Ghost's words. But after that they came to their senses. Most probably, the four ghosts of the heaven vault had recognized the wrong person. Have you guys seen enough? Ning Qi chuckled. The four ghosts of the heaven vault started. Yellow Ghost laughed sinisterly. Brat, you dare to speak to this old man like this? Look at your soft and tender skin. I'll enjoy you later. After he finished speaking, he used an X-ray-like gaze to sweep over Ning Qi, causing Ning Qi to feel a chill in his heart. This old fellow actually didn't discriminate between men and women. Something's wrong. The Sky Ghost suddenly sensed a frightening aura from Ning Qi's body. This was because Ning Qi was no longer hiding his cultivation. The aura of a 7-star Do Zong wildly surged out of his body. You hid your cultivation? Run. Sky Ghost looked at Ning Qi in horror, then screamed and turned to flee. The other three ghosts reacted very quickly. After all, they had been living a dangerous life in the ancient, desolate land. When the Sky Ghost escaped, they also ran in 3 different directions. Everything happened too quickly, causing Luo Tianhua and the other 4 to be dumbfounded. In their eyes, Ning Qi was merely an ant-like existence. How did he frighten the 4 ghosts of the heaven vault so much in the blink of an eye? Was this a dream? Li Dao and Li Jian rubbed their eyes. Then they realized that it wasn't a dream. They ran to the 2 girls excitedly Great, we're saved this time. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. The two girls were also very excited. Hee hee, although you guys managed to escape from the hands of the Heaven Vault's four ghosts. You guys should think about how to apologize to that brother. Oh no, senior. Luo Tianhua walked to the side of the four of them, rejoicing in their misfortune. The four of them started. They saw the originally arrogant four ghosts of the Heaven Vault being lifted up by the young man they mocked, and even wanted to beat up earlier. The young man casually tossed them to the ground, and the four of them had no strength to resist at all. Clearly, their bodies were already heavily injured. Who are you exactly? The Sky Ghost coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. No, don't kill us. We will give you whatever you want. We, the Heaven Vault's four ghosts, have roamed the ancient desolate land for many years, and have accumulated many good things. Yellow Ghost hurriedly begged. When Earth Ghost and Profound Ghost saw this, they silently agreed to Yellow Ghost's plea. However, the Sky Ghost's expression drastically changed. The vast majority of those things belonged to him. He had spent many years of blood, sweat, and tears to accumulate them. How could he give them away? Ning Qi looked down at the four of them as a faint smile appeared on his face. Do you guys really not remember me? Why do you say that? Who are you exactly? The Sky Ghost froze. It's him. It's really him. An extraterrestrial devil. Yellow Ghost screamed. What? Luo Tianhua and the other four couldn't sit still anymore. Their throats moved as they gulped down a mouthful of saliva with great difficulty. Li Dao, Li Jian, and the two maidens glanced at each other, wanting to flee. Roar! A dragon roar rang out. 6 silver dragons bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew towards the four of them, slamming into the ground before them. With a boom, a giant hole that was 7 to 8 meters long and 3 to 4 meters deep appeared in the ground. This scene caused the four of them to be dumbstruck. Did I say you guys can leave? Ning Qi stared at them as he calmly asked. Yes, senior, we won't leave. Li Dao and Li Jian hurriedly replied. The two maidens had unsightly expressions as they stared at Ning Qi in fear. In their hearts, the words extraterrestrial devil were even more terrifying compared to the Heaven Vault's four ghosts. After all, the Heaven and Earth Pavilion had been publicizing the terror of the extraterrestrial devil throughout the years. They grew up listening to all sorts of stories about the extraterrestrial devil. Ning Qi laughed. He continued to look at the Heaven Vault's four ghosts. Before this, you four old fellows chased me so happily from the Blue Moon Town all the way to the ancient desolate lands. Tell me, how should I thank you guys for allowing me to obtain the inheritance of the War God Hull? There's no need for thanks, Sky Ghost smiled. Right now, the Heaven Vault's four ghosts were all extremely shocked. Because before this, Ning Qi's cultivation base was merely at the Dohuang realm. But after such a short period of time, Ning Qi actually transformed into a 7-star Do ancestor. Even their most commonly used escape techniques were useless against him. All of them were heavily injured by Ning Qi and were brought back here. Most probably, all of this was because of the inheritance of the War God Hull. How about this? Hand over all the God refinement stones you guys have. As for the battle weapons, I don't have any interest in them. I'll leave them for you guys in retirement. Ning Qi smiled. You only want God refinement stones. That's still acceptable. A look of joy appeared on Sky Ghost's face. After that, the Heaven Vault's four ghosts gathered 1,000 God refinement stones and gave them to Ning Qi. Just these. Ning Qi frowned. We only have this much God refinement stones. You should also know that God refinement stones are very rare, Sky Ghost smiled. In that case, you guys can go and die. Ning Qi laughed. In an instant, an intense killing intent directly enveloped the four ghosts of the Heaven Vault. You don't keep your word. The Heaven Vault's four ghosts had looks of extreme terror on their faces as they screamed. After that, A beam of saber light flashed as four heads with unwillingness on their faces fell to the ground.